Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The dust motes, which had been swimming in the stagnant, amber light of the late afternoon, trembled. It was an imperceptible thing, a shiver in the air, as if the room itself had taken a sudden, shallow breath. The heavy velvet curtain by the bay window, a relic from a more optimistic decade, swayed. There was no breeze. The air in the old Halstead house was as thick and still as pond water. I watched the curtain settle, my own breath held in my chest, and knew with a cold certainty that had nothing to do with police procedure, that we were not alone with the dead. Something had just been here, had just moved, had just left a signature on the silence. Barry grunted from the doorway, his large frame blocking what little light filtered in from the hall. "You see a ghost, Irwin?" His voice was a dry rasp, the sound of gravel shifting in a tired sieve. "No," I said, not turning. "Just the dust." He moved into the room, his footsteps heavy on the worn Persian rug. Edith didn't see it. He saw the scene, the evidence, the corpse. He didn't see the atmosphere, the lingering intent. That was my curse, to feel the echo of the violence long after the sound had faded. Barry was the veteran, 29 years on the force, his face a road map of every disappointment this city had to offer. I was the young detective, 5 years in, still foolish enough to believe that justice was a tangible thing you could grab with both hands and strangle into submission. The body was in the center of the room. Arthur Phelps, 58, a loan officer with a reputation for ruthless foreclosures. He was on his knees, his torso bent backwards over the seat of a high-backed wooden chair, his arms splayed out to the sides as if in ecstatic prayer. His mouth was stretched wide in a silent, leathery scream, but it was his stomach that held the eye, that demanded attention. It had been sliced open, not with surgical precision, but with a savage, deliberate ripping, and it was empty. His viscera were gone, carefully removed, and, according to the forensics team that had just left, nowhere in the house. "Gluttony," Barry said, the word hanging in the air like a bad smell. He pointed a thick finger not at the body, but at the floor around it. Scattered in a wide, messy circle were the contents of the man's refrigerator and pantry. Jars of caviar, blocks of pâté, expensive chocolates, tins of foie gras, all trampled and crushed underfoot. A single, half-eaten truffle was smeared against the dead man's cheek. He was forced to eat until he burst. Then they cut him open and took the evidence, a moral lesson. This was the third. The first had been a high-priced call girl named Lacey, found in her apartment strangled with a pearl necklace. A stack of $100 bills had been stuffed into her mouth. Avarice. The second was a city councilman, a notorious braggart and liar, discovered in his office with his tongue nailed to his mahogany desk. Pride. And now, Arthur Phelps. Gluttony, der Teufel. The killer was working his way through the 7 deadly sins, with the methodical devotion of a monk illuminating a manuscript. He wasn't just killing, he was preaching. He was scrubbing the city's filth away with a blade and a twisted moral code. The press had already named him Denim, a nonsense word plucked from a rambling anonymous letter sent to the Tribune that spoke of the strong common cloth of a new righteousness. The name was stupid, but it stuck. I looked away from the hollowed-out shell of Arthur Phelps and walked to the window. The city sprawled out below, a landscape of rain-slicked streets and decaying brick. It was a place perpetually draining of color, the grays and browns of the buildings bleeding into the perpetual overcast sky. At night, the neon signs of bars and pawnshops flickered like failing hearts. This city was our partner in this investigation, a co-conspirator that hid the killer in its fog and shadows, that amplified every footstep and muffled every scream. It was a dark, wet pit, and we were all slowly sinking in it. "He's cleaning house," I murmured, my breath fogging the cold glass. "He's a psychopath with a theme," Barry corrected, joining me. He smelled of old coffee and damp wool. "Don't go giving him a philosophy, kid. It makes him harder to catch. You start seeing his point, you stop seeing his face." But I could feel the design. It was there in the awful symmetry of the crimes, in the ritualistic placement of the bodies and the clues. This wasn't random rage. It was a performance. And we were the audience, stumbling in after the curtain had already fallen, trying to piece together the plot from the props left on the stage. That night, I went home late. The smell of the Halstead house, old blood, expensive food gone bad, the faint, sweet odor of a life violently evacuated, clung to my clothes and my skin. I stood under a scalding shower until my flesh was raw, but I couldn't get the chill out of my bones. Erica was already in bed but awake. The small lamp on her side cast a soft, warm glow that seemed like a miracle in the darkness of our apartment. "Bad one?" she asked, her voice soft with sleep. I just nodded, sliding into bed beside her. She was the only clean thing in my life, a fragment of a world that wasn't rotting from the inside out. Her hope was a fragile bird I held in my hands, and I was terrified of crushing it. I wrapped my arms around her, burying my face in her hair, inhaling the simple, floral scent of her shampoo. It was a temporary antidote. I could feel the city's dampness waiting just outside the window, and the image of Arthur Phelps' empty cavity floated behind my eyelids every time I blinked. "We'll get him," she whispered, a statement of faith I no longer possessed. The investigation became a fever dream. We lived in a world of files and photographs, of witness statements that led nowhere, and forensic reports that offered only cold science, not motive. Denham was a ghost. He left no fingerprints, no DNA, no discernible trace of his entrance or exit. He existed only in the aftermath, in the grand, grotesque statement of his kills. The fourth sin was sloth. The victim was a reclusive, wealthy heir named Alistair Finch, who had not left his mansion in over a decade. We found him in his bed, which had been moved to the center of his grand ballroom. He was emaciated, strapped down with leather bindings. His skin was pale and translucent, and a complex network of intravenous tubes, connected to bags of saline and liquid nutrients, dripped into his arms. He had been kept alive, but utterly immobile, for weeks. The medical examiner estimated he had died of a massive blood clot mere hours before we found him. The killer had kept him company, feeding him, cleaning him, ensuring his absolute enforced idleness until his body simply gave up. On the bedside table was a single hard-covered book. It was a treatise on the virtues of industry and labor, published in 1892. The pressure from the department was a physical weight. The mayor was screaming for an arrest. The press was having a field day, painting us as bumbling fools, while Denham was portrayed as a dark avenger, a necessary purge of the city's corrupt soul. I could feel the narrative shifting, and it made me furious. This wasn't justice. This was butchery wrapped in a sermon. Barry, however, grew quieter, more still. He would sit for hours, the case files spread around him like a tarot reading, his eyes distant. He wasn't looking for a man anymore, I realized. He was looking for a pattern within the pattern. "He's not choosing them at random," Barry said one evening, his voice low and confidential. as if sharing a secret the world wasn't ready to hear. We were in the bullpen, the fluorescent lights humming overhead. Lacey the prostitute, Councilman Riggs the liar, Phelps the glutton, Finch the slothful. Their sins were public knowledge, gossip, City Hall whispers. But the connection, it's not the sin itself. It's the audience. He's not just punishing them. He's making an example of them for someone specific. Who? I asked, my own voice tight with a tension I couldn't name. I don't know, Barry said, his gaze meeting mine. It was weary, but sharp, a shard of ancient glass. But he's watching us too. He's leaving days. These exhibits for us to find. He wants us to understand his work. He's an artist, and we're his critics. The fifth crime broke the pattern. Lighting. It was wrath. The victim was a small-time gang enforcer named Marco, a man known for his explosive temper. He was found in an auto body shop, chained to the engine block of a car. He had been beaten methodically and savagely, with every tool in the shop, wrenches, tire irons, a crowbar. The walls were spattered with a fine mist of blood and brain matter. But the cause of death was a single precise incision across the carotid artery. The killing blow was clean, almost merciful, after the storm of violence that had preceded it. Scrawled on the wall, in what was later confirmed to be the victim's own blood, was one word: wrath. It was messier, angrier than the others. It felt personal. He's escalating, I said, the stench of gasoline and copper making my eyes water. He lost control here. Barry was staring at the word on the wall. Or he's getting impatient. The sermon is turning into a rant. It was then that my phone buzzed. A text from Erica. Just 2 words. He's here. The world tilted. The noise of the crime scene. The flashing lights. Barry's voice. All of it receded into a high-pitched whine. I was running, shoving past uniforms, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my throat. I don't remember the drive home. I remember the sound of my own ragged breathing, the way the streetlights blurred into streaks of sickly yellow. Our apartment door was unlocked. I burst in, my service weapon drawn, my breath catching. The living room was dark. A single lamp was on in the bedroom. I pushed the door open. Erica was sitting on the edge of the bed, perfectly still, her face pale. She was unharmed. On the pillow next to her lay a single, long-stemmed black rose. Its petals were the color of a starless midnight, and it seemed to absorb the light from the lamp. Tied to its stem was a small, folded piece of parchment. My hands trembled as I picked it up. The paper was thick, expensive. The handwriting was an elegant, looping script. Your anger is a pure fire, detective, but it is misdirected. You hunt a shadow while the real disease festers in your own home. Envy is a green-eyed monster. It whispers, lies in the dark. She was never yours to keep. I read it twice, 3 times. The words didn't make sense. They were a jumble of threats and nonsense. Envy, the next sin. He was talking to me. He was in my home. He had been close enough to my wife to leave a flower on her pillow. I pulled Erica into my arms, holding her so tightly I feared I might break her. She was sobbing, quiet, terrified little gasps. He was just here, she whispered. I was in the kitchen. I came in and it was just there. Barry arrived minutes later, his face grim. He took the note, read it, and his jaw tightened. He's playing with you, kid. This is a whole new level. He's making it personal. He knows where I live, Barry. He was in my bedroom. I know, he said, his voice low and steady, that same confidential tone, a rock in my churning panic. And that's a mistake. He's let his message get tangled up with his ego. He's focused on you now. That means he'll make another mistake. The local police put a car outside our apartment. It was a useless gesture, a plastic bandage on an arterial wound. I couldn't sleep. I sat in the dark living room, the black rose on the coffee table seeming to pulse with a malevolent life of its own. Envy. What did I have to be envious of? My life. My job? My beautiful, fragile wife. The thought came to me then, slithering and cold. What if it wasn't about me? What if the note wasn't for me? The sixth victim was found the next day. It was lust. The victim was a well-known plastic surgeon, Dr. Evan Thorne, a man who traded on beauty and desire. He was in his clinic, seated in his own dentist's chair. He was naked. His body had been altered, enhanced in a grotesque parody of his own work. Silicone, collagen, other, less identifiable substances had been injected, sculpted, and grafted onto him, distorting his form into a bloated, shiny caricature of human features. He had been given the face he had always secretly wanted, the police psychologist would later suggest, made monstrous and permanent. The final chilling touch was a hand mirror placed in his lap, forcing him to look upon his own ruined visage in his final moments. We stood in the sterile white room, the air thick with the smell of antiseptic and something sweetly chemical. The scene was so quiet, so still, compared to the visceral horror of the others. It was a frozen tableau of vanity. Barry was silent for a long time, circling the body. He stopped, leaning in close, peering at the victim's distorted mouth. He didn't say anything. He just straightened up, and I saw a profound, weary understanding dawn in his eyes. It was a look of finality. "It's over," he said softly. "What? What do you mean?" "There's one more. There's still envy." "No," Barry said, turning to look at me. His face was a mask of sorrow and resignation. "There isn't." He walked out of the room, and I followed, a cold dread beginning to pool in my stomach. He led me out of the clinic, away from the other officers, into the damp, gray anonymity of the alley behind the building. The rain had started again, a fine, cold mist that beaded on our coats. "He's not going to kill for envy, Irwin," Barry said, his voice barely a whisper. "He's already done it. The envy was his, Denham's. What are you talking about?" "The pattern, the connection. I told you he was making an example for someone. He was. For me." Barry's shoulders slumped. "Lacey, the prostitute. 30 years ago, when I was a rookie, I was in love with a girl like that. Her name was Maria. I was going to save her, get her out of the life, but I was too slow, too poor, too afraid. Another man, a richer man, took her from me. I was consumed with envy. It ate me alive. She died." I stared at him, the pieces beginning to click into place, forming a picture I didn't want to see. "Barry. Councilman Riggs, the liar. He promised me a promotion, a clean unit, if I looked the other way on a development deal. I believed him. I was a fool. He lied. Phelps, the glutton, he foreclosed on my parents' house. I stood by and did nothing. Finch, the slothful heir, his family's foundation denied my brother's medical grant. My brother died because he couldn't get the treatment he needed. The rain fell between us, a curtain of cold tears. The city, our city, was the stage, and Barry had been a player on it his whole life, accumulating regrets like scars. "And Dr. Thorne?" I asked, my voice hollow. "Lust," Barry said, a bitter smile touching his lips. "Not for flesh, for a different life. For the life I could have had if I'd been smarter, stronger, less human. He remade faces. He sold the dream of being someone else. I've wanted to be someone else every single day of my life." The world shifted on its axis. The killer wasn't some phantom in the darkness. He was my partner. The weary, disillusioned veteran who had been guiding me, teaching me, all the while leading me away from the truth. Denham wasn't a person. It was an idea. It was Barry's own tortured conscience externalized, given a blade and a mission. You. The word was a breath, stolen by the wind. It wasn't me, son, he said, and his eyes were clear and terribly sane. Not the way you think. I didn't wield the knife. I couldn't. But I provided the list, the sins, the names. I'd sit in bars or in the precinct talking to anyone who would listen. An old broken cop, rambling about the injustices of the world, my disappointments, my failures, my envy. And someone was listening. I demanded, grabbing his coat. Who was it, Barry? He looked at me then, a look of infinite pity. I don't know. I truly don't. The letters, the clues, they were for me. To show me the work was being done. The city was being cleansed of my demons. He was my confessor and my executioner. The revelation was not a thunderclap, but a slow, chilling seep of understanding. Barry was the architect of his own damnation, and the killer was his devoted, murderous acolyte. He had orchestrated it all through the power of his own whispered grief, his own palpable, radiating envy for a life unlived. The ending was inevitable. There was no dramatic chase, no final confrontation in a rain-lashed alley. We never found Denham. The killing stopped. The case grew cold, a monument to the city's rot and our own complicity within it. Barry took early retirement. I heard he moved upstate, to a small cabin by a lake. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe he just disappeared into the city's fog, another ghost. I stayed on the force. I go through the motions, but the certainty I once had is gone. Erica left me 6 months later. She said the light had gone out of my eyes, that I was a stranger living in her house. She was right. I look at my own face in the mirror sometimes, and I don't know who I see. The idealistic young detective? The angry man hunting a shadow? Or just another flawed, envious soul, waiting for his own sermon to be written in blood? Sometimes, late at night, when the rain is just right and the city is quiet, I think I see it. A flicker of movement in a darkened window across the street. A curtain swaying without a breeze. A shadow slightly displaced. And I know, with that same cold certainty, that he is still out there. Or maybe he is in here, a part of me, a part of all of us. A whisper in the dark. A design in the chaos. A story without an end. Forever twisting back on itself in the endless, decaying rain. The rain tapped a gentle, insistent rhythm against the window pane. It was the same sound that had been the soundtrack to the Denham case. A constant, dripping metronome, counting down to nothing. Erica was gone. The apartment was too big, filled with the ghosts of her laughter and the heavier ghost of the black rose. I had thrown it out, of course, but I could still see it. A dark hole in the periphery of my vision, absorbing the light. I tried to bury myself in other cases. Petty theft, domestic disputes, the mundane grist of the city's mill. But my heart wasn't in it. Every angry husband, every desperate addict seemed like a potential acolyte, a vessel waiting for the right whisper to fill them with purpose. I started listening more carefully to the ramblings of the drunks and the broken souls we brought in. I looked for a spark in their eyes, a flicker of that righteous fire Barry had unknowingly kindled. I found nothing but the usual, sad chaos. Then, a year to the day after Barry retired, a package arrived at the precinct. It was addressed to me. A plain brown cardboard box, no return address. My hands were steady as I cut the tape, a numbness having settled deep in my bones. Inside, nestled in crinkled brown paper, was a book. It was old, its green leather cover worn soft with age. The gold lettering on the spine was faded but legible. The 7 Pillars of Moral Fortitude. I didn't need to open it to know. This was the final piece. The 7th sin. Pride. My fingers trembled as I lifted the cover. The pages were brittle, smelling of dust and old glue. And there, tucked into the chapter on hubris, was a photograph. It was a picture of Barry and me, taken from a distance, probably with a long lens. We were standing in the alley behind Dr. Thorne's clinic, the rain misting around us. It was the moment he had told me everything. My face was a mask of shock and betrayal. His was a portrait of weary confession. On the back of the photograph, in that same elegant script, was a message. The greatest sin is to believe one is immune. You hunted a monster and found a man. You thought that was the lesson. It was not. The lesson is that the line is a fiction. You stand on it every day. You are not the hunter, detective. You are the soil. And the soil is always waiting for the next seed. I sat there for a long time, the photograph in my hand, the book open on my desk. He was right. My pride had been my shield. The pride of being the good cop, the righteous man, the protector. I had looked at Barry's corruption and felt superior. I had pitied him, but I was just as complicit. My inaction, my willingness to follow, my blind trust in the system and in my partner. It was all a form of pride. I had believed I was outside the design when, all along, I was a crucial part of its symmetry. I never told anyone about the book or the photograph. I took them home and placed them on the shelf, next to a few other volumes I never read. A reminder. The case was officially closed, but the conversation was not. Denham was gone, but his voice remained, a calm, articulate whisper in my ear. I started taking different routes home. I would sit in different coffee shops. I found myself studying the faces of the people around me, not with the eyes of a detective looking for a suspect, but with the paranoia of a man who knows he is being watched. Was it the quiet man reading the newspaper in the corner? The woman walking her dog with a deliberate, unhurried pace? The mailman with his knowing smile? It didn't matter. That was the final, perfect cruelty of it. He had given me the one thing a detective can never solve and never escape. He had given me the mystery of myself. And in the quiet, rainy stillness of my empty apartment, I wait. Not for a knock on the door or another cryptic message. I wait for the day when the whisper becomes my own, and I finally understand what kind of seed is meant to grow in this tired, waiting soil. The rain fell harder now, sheeting against the glass, blurring the city into a watercolor of gray and gloom. I poured a drink, the amber liquid a poor substitute for warmth. The book on the shelf seemed to pulse, a green, leather-bound heart in the quiet room. His words were a virus, and I was the host. You are the soil. I began to see the design everywhere. In the way my new partner, a bright-eyed kid named Miller, looked at me with a mixture of pity and caution. He'd heard the stories, the whispers about the detective who cracked during the Denham case. My pride wouldn't allow me to mentor him, to bridge that gap. My pride kept me isolated, a fortress of one. That was the seed, taking root. A week later, a man was brought in for questioning. His name was Alistair Finch, the younger brother of the slothful heir, the one whose family foundation had denied Barry's brother the grant. He was a philanthropist now, clean-cut, talking about redemption and second chances. He was there voluntarily, helping with a different, unrelated investigation. He was polite, articulate, and utterly convinced of his own moral superiority. He sat in the interrogation room, sipping water, and explained how he had rebuilt the family name, how he was not his brother's keeper. I stood behind the one-way glass, watching him. My hand tightened around the styrofoam cup of coffee, crushing it. The hot liquid spilled over my fingers, but I didn't feel it. All I felt was a cold, sharp clarity. Here was a man who had profited from his family's negligence, who had washed his hands in public charity while his past festered beneath. He was a liar, just like Riggs, a glutton for praise, like Phelps. He was a walking, talking sin, wrapped in a suit and a smile, and a thought, clear and calm, unfolded in my mind. He doesn't deserve to walk away. He doesn't get to be the hero of his own story. The thought did not feel like my own. It was placed there, neat and precise, like the black rose on the pillow. It was Denham's voice, but it was using my anger, my pride, my sense of betrayed justice as its fuel. I was the soil, and this was the sprout. I didn't act on it. I turned away from the glass, my heart hammering against my ribs, and walked back to my desk. I spent the rest of the day buried in paperwork, but the thought remained. A persistent, humming frequency beneath the static of the precinct. When Alistair Finch left the building, smiling and shaking hands, I watched him go, and I felt not frustration, but a cold, patient certainty. The world was out of balance. It needed correction. That night I went to a bar I'd never frequented before. A dark, quiet place where the air was thick with the smell of stale beer and regret. I sat at the end of the counter nursing a whiskey. An old man was a few stools down, his shoulders rounded by a lifetime of hard luck. He was muttering into his glass about the injustices of the city, about the powerful men who crushed the little guy. I listened, and after a while, I started talking. Not about Denham, not about Barry. I talked about Alistair Finch. I didn't rant or rave. I just laid out the facts, in a low, confidential tone, the way Barry used to. I spoke of the medical grant, the brother who died, the polished, empty redemption. I spoke with the weary authority of a man who has seen the gears of the world grind good people into dust. I was just an old, broken cop, rambling about the injustices of the world. The old man listened, his eyes glazed with alcohol and a deeper, more profound bitterness. He nodded slowly, a spark of recognition in his gaze. He understood. He agreed. I paid my tab and left, the rain cool on my face. I didn't look back. I didn't know who he was. I didn't need to know. The message was sent. The seed was watered. And walking home through the gleaming wet streets, I felt, for the first time in a very long time, a sense of peace. The line was a fiction. I was not the hunter. I was part of the ecosystem. And somewhere in the rain-drenched night, the design was continuing, forever twisting back on itself. And I was finally, terribly, a part of it. The following week, a news bulletin broke the morning silence. Alistair Finch had been found in his minimalist penthouse apartment. The report was sparse on details, but the phrase, "an apparent message left at the scene," was used. I didn't need to watch. I sat at my kitchen table, the coffee in my mug gone cold. There was no triumph, no satisfaction, only the quiet hum of a machine that had been oiled and was now running smoothly again. I had become a conduit. I had become Barry. Miller came to see me later that day, his youthful face creased with concern. "You heard about Finch? It's got echoes, Irwin. The way they're talking about it downstairs, it feels like him." I looked at Miller, really looked at him. He was eager, idealistic, and painfully naive. He saw the world in clear lines of right and wrong. I felt a distant pang of something that might have been pity. "Cold cases have a way of resurfacing," I said, my voice flat. "Don't get tangled in the echoes. They'll drown you." Ugh. He left, unsatisfied, and I knew he would start digging. He would look at the old Denham files. He would see the connections. He would see my name woven through the history of it all. He was a good detective. He would eventually come to the same precipice I had, and he would have to choose whether to look down. A few days later, a small, unmarked envelope was left in my mailbox at the precinct. No postage, no name. Inside was a single high-gloss photograph. It was of Miller, taken from across the street, his face earnest and focused as he walked into the building. On the back, a single word was written in that now familiar script, wrath. It wasn't a threat. It was an invitation, a recognition. He was showing me that he saw the new dynamic, the new player. He was assessing Miller, categorizing him. My inaction, my prideful isolation, was a form of wrath against the boy, leaving him unprepared and vulnerable in a game he didn't even know he was playing. The cycle was beginning again, but the roles had shifted. I was no longer the soil. I had become the gardener. And as I looked at the photograph of the young detective, I understood the final terrible truth. The design didn't just continue. It had evolved, and it required everyone to play their part. I picked up the phone, my finger hovering over the numbers. I could call Miller, warn him, pull him back from the edge, or I could let the lesson be taught. The rain began to tap against the window once more, a gentle, insistent rhythm. And I found I still didn't know what I was going to do. The phone felt heavy and cold in my hand, a dead weight connecting me to a choice I didn't want to make. I looked from the photograph of Miller to the green book on my shelf. Wrath. Dort. It's so perfectly, cruelly apt. My simmering resentment towards his optimism, my prideful refusal to guide him, was a poison, and now had a name. I lowered the phone back to its cradle. The sound was a final, soft click in the quiet room. I did not call him. Instead, I went to the evidence locker and signed out the old denim boxes. They were covered in a fine layer of dust, a tomb for a case that refused to die. I brought them to my desk and spent the day surrounded by the ghosts of Barry's sins. I wasn't looking for clues I had missed. I was studying the methodology, the artistry of the corruption. I was learning. Miller found me there late in the afternoon. His eyes widened at the chaos of files and photographs spread across my desk. "Irwin, what's all this?" I thought the case was closed. I finished for him, not looking up from a crime scene photo of Councilman Riggs. Cases like this are never closed. They just go dormant. I finally met his gaze. "You're looking into Finch, aren't you?" He shifted his weight, a tell he hadn't yet learned to control. "There are similarities. It feels important." "It is important," I said, my voice low and even. "It's the most important thing you'll ever do, but you're going about it wrong. You're looking for a man. You should be looking for an idea." He pulled up a chair, his youthful energy a stark contrast to the morbid archive between us. "An idea? What does that mean?" And so I began. I didn't tell him about the package, or the photograph, or the whisper in my ear. I talked about Barry. I talked about the weight of a lifetime of regrets, the way envy can curdle into a philosophy. I laid it all out, not as a confession, but as a lesson. I was the weary, broken cop, rambling about the injustices of the world, and he was listening, just as someone had once listened to Barry, just as I had listened in that bar. I saw the moment the spark ignited in his eyes. It wasn't a spark of understanding, but of obsession. He saw a pattern grander and more profound than a simple serial killer. He saw a crusade. I had given him the key, and in doing so, I had locked him into the same maze. "So you think someone else heard Barry's stories?" he asked, his voice hushed. "And now, with Barry gone, they're continuing the work? Or someone new has taken up the mantle?" I said, carefully stacking the files back into their box. "The idea is what's contagious. The right person, at the right time, hearing the right story. It's all it takes." He left my desk with a new determined fire, his mind already racing down dark paths I had laid out for him. I watched him go, and a profound stillness settled over me. This was the next phase. I was no longer just the soil or the gardener. I was the sower. I had planted the seed of the design directly into the fertile ground of Miller's ambition. The rain would come, the seed would grow, and I would be here, in the quiet, waiting to see what terrible flower would bloom. The stillness lasted for 3 days. I performed my duties. I filed my reports. I drank my coffee. I was a model of quiet efficiency. Miller avoided me, his mind clearly elsewhere, chasing phantoms. I let him run. It was part of the process. On the 4th day, a plain white postcard arrived at my home address. The picture was a generic, sun-drenched beach, the kind you find in a cheap tourist trap. The message on the back was typed, not written. The student has surpassed the teacher. The design is served. Await further instruction. There was no signature. None was needed. He was acknowledging my role, my evolution. I was no longer a passive element. I was an active participant. The word instruction did not feel like a command. It felt like a promise, a collaboration. I burned the postcard in the kitchen sink, watching the edges curl and blacken, the sunny beach dissolving into ash. I washed the residue down the drain. There was no fear, no anxiety, only a sense of anticipation. The world had been out of balance for so long, and I was finally helping to correct it. My own pride, my own wrath, were no longer flaws to be battled. They were tools to be used. Miller came to me a week later, his face pale, his eyes shadowed by lack of sleep. He closed the door to my office and leaned against it, as if to block out the rest of the world. "I found something," he whispered. "It's about Finch's foundation. The money. It's a shell game. He was funding political campaigns, dirty ones, with money meant for hospitals. It's worse than we thought." I leaned back in my chair, steepling my fingers. "Is it?" I asked calmly. "Or is it just more of the same? The same greed, the same hypocrisy, just wearing a different mask?" He stared at me, and I saw the conflict in his eyes. The idealist wanted to bring this to the captain, to expose the truth. But the new, darker part of him, the part I had cultivated, saw a more elegant solution. "What do we do?" he asked. The was deliberate. He had drawn a line, and he had placed himself on my side of it. I looked past him, out the window at the gray, rain-washed city. "We observe," I said. "We learn the whole pattern, every thread, and then, when the time is right, we see that the balance is restored." He nodded slowly, a grim understanding dawning on his face. He wasn't just solving a case anymore. He was joining a cause. He left my office, his step heavier, but with a new sense of purpose. I turned back to my desk. The city stretched out before me, a vast, teeming landscape of sin and virtue, of chaos and order. And for the first time since Barry had first told me his story in the rain, I felt a sense of clarity. The light had not gone out of my eyes. It had simply changed, focusing into a single, cold, and brilliant point. I was not a ghost. I was an instrument. And in the endless, decaying rain, the symphony was just beginning. The rain did not let up for a month. It became the soundtrack to our new work. Miller and I met in quiet corners of the precinct, in all-night diners, in my apartment. Our conversations were a careful dance. He presented his findings on the foundation, on the politicians in Finch's pocket, and I guided him. I never told him what to do. I only asked questions. What is the true source of the corruption? Where does the rot begin? Who benefits from the imbalance? I was teaching him to see the design. He was a quick study. His initial idealism had hardened into a sharp, cynical focus. He no longer talked about arrests and convictions. He talked about corrections, about sending a message. He had fully internalized the language of the design, and he believed it was his own. One evening, he slammed a file folder down on my kitchen table. "Henderson," he said, his voice tight with a cold fury. "City Councilman Henderson. He's the linchpin. He's the one who pushed through the zoning variance that allowed Finch's shell company to buy the land for that fake community center. He buried the environmental reports. His campaign was funded by it." I opened the folder. The evidence was all there, a neat, damning trail. "And what does he represent?" I asked, my tone that of a professor examining a promising thesis. "Gluttony," Miller answered without hesitation. "He consumes everything. Power, money, public trust. He's a glutton for it all." I nodded slowly, closing the folder. "So what is the appropriate correction for a glutton?" Miller was silent for a long time, looking out at the rain-streaked window. His reflection was pale and serious. "He needs to be made to see the emptiness. He needs to understand that his consumption has no meaning." I said nothing. I simply waited. "He has a routine," Miller continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Every Thursday night, he goes to a private club, the Opal Room. He takes a specific route home, through the old industrial park. It's deserted at that hour." The plan was already fully formed in his mind. I could see it in the set of his jaw. I had not planted it there directly, but I had tilled the soil and provided the fertilizer. He was now the gardener of his own dark plot. "I think it's time," he said, finally looking at me. "Don't you?" I held his gaze, and in that moment, the last vestige of the man I had been, the detective who believed in the system, gave a final weak shudder and died. "The design is served," I said, echoing the postcard. He left soon after, his purpose clear. I did not ask for details. I did not need to know. I poured a drink and stood by the window, watching the lights of the city shimmer through the downpour. I was not waiting for a knock on the door. I was waiting for a shift in the air, for the subtle realigning click of a universe, settling back into its intended symmetry. The phone would ring soon, or the news would break, and another piece would be in place. The student was indeed surpassing the teacher, and I felt nothing but a deep, abiding pride. The call came not from Miller, but from the night desk sergeant. His voice was a gravelly monotone, reporting a body found in an alley near the old industrial park. "City Councilman Henderson, The details were being withheld, but the sergeant mentioned, with a note of grim confusion, that the man's mouth had been stuffed with pages torn from a municipal budget report. I dressed slowly, my movements deliberate and calm. When I arrived at the scene, the rain had softened to a fine mist, haloed around the flashing lights of the patrol cars. Miller was already there, standing just outside the cordon. His coat was dark with moisture, his face a mask of professional concern. Our eyes met across the yellow tape. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. I ducked under the tape and approached the body. Henderson was on his back, his eyes wide with a final, profound shock. The paper in his mouth was a soggy pulp, but the meaning was unmistakable. He had been force-fed the very bureaucracy he had corrupted. It was a message of perfect, brutal clarity. The captain was on the scene, his face ashen. He pulled me aside. "Irwin, this is Denham's work. It has to be. The symbolism, the staging. It's an echo," I said, my voice low and steady. "But the original artist is dead. This is a copycat. Someone who read the files. Someone who admired the work." He ran a hand over his face. "A fan? My God, we need to contain this. I want you and Miller to lead the task force. You know this case better than anyone." "Of course," I said. We'll get right on it." As the captain walked away, Miller came to stand beside me, looking down at Henderson's body. The crime scene techs buzzed around us like flies. "It was heavier than I thought," Miller murmured, so only I could hear. Getting him out of the car was the hardest part. I didn't look at him. I kept my eyes on the corpse, on the grotesque poetry of the scene. The message is what matters. The method is just logistics. He absorbed this in silence for a moment. "What's the next step?" "The next step," I said, turning to face him fully, "is to manage the investigation. We follow the evidence, but we follow it slowly. We let the public absorb the message. We let the fear do its work. The correction has been made. Now we need to let it resonate. A small, tight smile touched his lips. He understood. We weren't just detectives hunting a killer. We were curators of a grand, dark exhibition. We would control the narrative, steer the chaos, and in doing so, we would shape the city's soul. Back at the precinct, the chaos was a living thing. Reporters crowded the lobby. Phones rang incessantly, and the air was thick with a palpable dread. I closed the door to my office, muting the din. On my desk was a small rectangular package, wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no return address. I sliced it open with my letter opener. Inside was a book. Not the Green Book of Virtues, but a new one, bound in a deep, blood-red leather. It was a blank journal. Tucked into the first page was a single typewritten note. "A new volume begins. Record the progress. Your perspective is now essential to the design." I ran my hand over the smooth, cool cover. He was not just acknowledging me. He was tasking me. I was to be the chronicler, the archivist of this new era. I opened the book to the first, pristine page. I picked up a pen, the weight of it familiar and comfortable in my hand. I had not written a personal word in years. Now, I had a purpose. I began to write. I did not write about guilt or fear. I wrote about balance. I wrote about Councilman Henderson and Alistair Finch, and the necessary corrections. I wrote about the student and his promising future. The words flowed easily, as if they had been waiting there all along. The pen scratched softly against the paper, a quiet, steady sound in the eye of the storm. Outside my door, the city was screaming, and inside, I was finally, perfectly, at peace. The red ledger became my confession and my scripture. I documented Miller's progress with a detached academic precision. His techniques were evolving, becoming more refined, more symbolic. He was no longer just a blunt instrument of wrath. He was developing a nuanced understanding of the design's aesthetics. He left a city planner who had accepted bribes to neglect public parks, stranded in the center of a reclaimed wetland, forcing him to literally confront the nature he had sold. The note left behind simply read, "Avarice." Miller never spoke of these acts directly. Our conversations were a labyrinth of implication and philosophical debate. We discussed the weakness of the human spirit, the failings of modern justice, the purity of a message delivered without the clutter of a courtroom. He believed these were our private theoretical musings. He did not know I was transcribing them, that his every thought was being offered up to a higher authority. A month after the wetland incident, a padded envelope arrived at my home. Inside was a small worn key and a photograph of a storage locker, unit number 217. The note was, as always, typewritten. "The tools require an upgrade. Dispose of the old. Await the next subject." I knew what it meant. Miller's initial, clumsy weapon, the one used on Henderson, was a liability. It was time to erase that part of the history and provide him with the means for a more sophisticated future. I drove to the industrial side of the river, to a long row of identical storage facilities. Unit 217 was at the far end, shrouded in shadow. The key turned smoothly in the lock. Inside, on a single metal shelf, lay a handgun, clean and untraceable, alongside a set of lockpicks and a slim, black-bladed knife. They were professional, elegant. These were not the tools of a frantic killer, but of a surgeon. I wrapped the old heavy wrench Miller had used in a rag I'd brought and placed it in my trunk. The new tools I left exactly where they were. That night, over coffee in a nearly empty precinct break room, I slid the new key across the table to Miller. He looked at it, then at me, a question in his eyes. "For your project," I said quietly. "The old methods were inelegant. You've graduated. The next phase requires more precision." He picked up the key, his fingers closing around it. He didn't ask how I got it. He didn't ask what it was for. He simply nodded, his expression one of grim gratitude. He saw it as a sign of my faith in him, a promotion in our secret war. "The next subject," I said, leaning forward. "Have you given any more thought to who it might be?" He looked out the window into the dark. "Judge Albright," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "She dismisses cases for a price. She trades in freedom. She perverts the very concept of a scale." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. He was choosing his own targets now. He was internalizing the design so completely that he no longer needed my direct guidance. He was becoming autonomous. "And what is the appropriate correction for a judge who cannot judge fairly?" I asked, my standard question. He met my gaze, his eyes clear and cold. "She needs to be weighed. She needs to understand the true weight of her decisions." I did not write about Judge Albright in the Red Ledger. Not yet. I would wait for the act to be completed, for the message to be delivered. My role was to observe and record, not to interfere. Later, in the silence of my home, I opened the ledger to a fresh page. I wrote about the key, about the new tools, about the cool certainty in Miller's eyes. I described the evolution of the student, his growing confidence, his sharpening philosophy. I wrote until my hand cramped, filling the page with the dark ink of our progress. The city was being remade one correction at a time, and I was its historian. The peace I felt was absolute. The rain fell for 3 days after Judge Albright was found. The scene was in the cavernous, echoing space of a closed-down meatpacking plant. She was suspended from a meat hook, not by her flesh, but by the heavy black robes of her office, which had been intricately knotted and reinforced. Beneath her feet, a large industrial scale was tilted. Its needle stuck far to the right. Stacked on the opposite platform were ledgers, cash, and gold bars, the literal weight of her corruption. The message was immediate, visceral. The press, of course, had a field day. The Scale of Justice Killer was the new name they coined. Miller handled the media frenzy with a chilling calm. He stood at the press conference, his face a mask of somber determination, and spoke about pursuing every lead, about the department's unwavering commitment. He was convincing. He was one of them, and yet he was so far above them. I watched from the back of the room, a silent partner to the spectacle. Afterwards, in the evidence locker, he found me looking over the items from the scale. The gold was fake, cleverly weighted plaster, but the effect was what mattered. "They're starting to see," he said, his voice low and intense. "The public, they're not just scared. They're thoughtful. They're asking the right questions. They're being shown a truth they suspected all along," I corrected gently. "You are giving form to their anger." He nodded, a fierce light in his eyes. "It's working. The design is working." He left me then, called away by the captain. I remained, my hand resting on the cool, fake gold. Oh, a cold dread, unfamiliar and unwelcome, began to uncoil in my stomach. This was what I had wanted, what I had cultivated. But watching Miller on that podium, so assured, so completely in command of the narrative he himself had written in blood, I felt a shift. The student was not just surpassing the teacher. He was eclipsing him. His interpretations of the design were becoming his own. The Albright correction was more public, more theatrical, than anything Barry had ever conceived. Miller was adding his own flourishes, his own ego, to the pattern. That night, the red ledger felt heavy on my desk. I opened it, but the words would not come. The blank page seemed to accuse me. I was chronicling the rise of a phenomenon I could no longer fully control. The phone on my desk rang, shattering the silence. It was an internal line. "It's Miller." His voice was tight, excited. "I need you to meet me. The old ferry terminal." He hung up before I could respond. The command in his tone was new. It was not the request of a partner, but the summons of a general. I drove through the slick, empty streets, the dread coiling tighter with every mile. The ferry terminal was a decaying relic, its windows boarded, the air thick with the smell of salt and rot. Miller stood under a single flickering security light, his silhouette stark against the dark water. He didn't turn as I approached. "I figured it out," he said, his voice echoing in the vast space. "The final piece, the one who protects them all, the one who makes the whole system work." I said nothing. I already knew. "The captain," he said, finally turning to face me. His eyes were blazing with a pure, unholy fire. "He's known about the corruption for years." He looks the other way. He's the gatekeeper. He allows the imbalance to persist. The logic was flawless, a perfect extension of the design, and it was a disaster. "Miller," I said, keeping my voice even. "That is a significant escalation. The captain is the head of this precinct. His correction would bring an investigation unlike any we've ever seen. It could unravel everything." "Let it unravel," he hissed, stepping closer. "Let it all burn down. That's the point, isn't it? To purge the sickness, no matter the cost. You taught me that." And there it was. The seed I had planted had grown into a monstrous, uncontrollable tree. He was no longer my instrument. He was a force of nature, and he was turning on the very structure that sheltered us. "I taught you balance," I said, the lie feeling ash-like in my mouth. "Not chaos." He smiled, a thin, cruel expression. "There is no balance without first clearing the board. The captain is the last great obstacle. He has to be removed." He looked at me, waiting for my approval, my blessing. But I saw something else in his eyes now, a suspicion, a challenge. He was testing me. He was seeing if I still had the stomach for the final, logical conclusion of my own philosophy. The rain began to fall again, a soft patter on the corroded roof of the terminal. I was no longer the sour or a chronicler. I was just another piece on the board, and Miller was deciding whether I was still useful, or if I, too, had become an obstacle to the design. Story 2. The smell hit me first. A ghost of scorched metal, and something else. Something sweetly chemical, like burnt almonds and ozone. It was a smell that didn't belong in the quiet order of my study. A smell that clung to the back of the throat and whispered of things violently out of place. It was the smell of a secret that had been forced open, its delicate, treacherous mechanisms fried and laid bare. I stood in the doorway for a long moment, just breathing it in, letting it settle into the worn leather of my chair, the dusty books, the faded rug. It was the smell of the end of my piece, and the beginning of something I thought I had left buried in a different century. The call had come an hour before. Not to the house phone, which was for Jo in her distant, polite conversations with friends I never met, but to the private line in my study, a black, heavy relic that had not rung in over 5 years. The sound was a physical shock, a jolt that traveled up my spine. Fulton's voice was the same, a low rumble of gravel and authority, stripped of pleasantries. "We need you, Arthur. The wall is coming down, and the rats are scrambling. One of them is ours, a high-level asset. You know the old files. You know the players. Come in." So I came in. I left Joe a note on the kitchen table, the pen hovering over the blank space where an explanation should be. I wrote nothing of consequence. I drove through the rain-slicked streets of Washington, the neon signs smearing like wet paint against the dark, the Capitol dome a pale, distant ghost. The building they took me to was not the old headquarters. It was new, anonymous, a glass and steel coffin smelling of antiseptic and chilled air. But the room they gave me, the room where I now sat, smelled of that other, older violence. They had recreated my old office, or a mockery of it. The same model of desk, the same green-shaded lamp. They had even boxed up my files from storage and placed them in neat stacks against the wall. It was a stage set, and I was the aging actor pushed back into the spotlight. Fulton entered without a sound. He was older, thicker around the middle, but his eyes were the same chips of flint. His suit a weapon of dark, expensive wool. He did not offer his hand. "Arthur Dutch, good of you to come." "The smell," I said. "What is it?" He ignored the question, his gaze sweeping the room. "We have a cancer. Deep inside. For years, possibly. This individual has compromised operations, past names, buried agents in the ice. They have cost us dearly. And with the world changing, they are getting nervous. Nervous people make mistakes. Your job is to find the mistake." He placed a single, thin folder on the desk. It was blank. "Start with the Vienna station, 1979. The Petrov extraction. It went sour. We lost 2 men. The official report blamed bad luck. I never believed in luck." He turned to leave. "Who are my suspects?" I asked. "Everyone, Arthur. Everyone in this building. And a few who are not. You report only to me. You talk to no one. You are a ghost. Use the files. Use your memory. Find the crack in the glass." Then he was gone, leaving only the faint trace of his cologne and the profound silence of the sealed room. I opened the folder. It contained a single grainy photograph of a man stepping out of a car in a European city. David Lehman-Deshter, head of European counterintelligence. A legend. A man with a chest full of medals and a reputation of polished granite. He was also, according to Fulton's unspoken accusation, the most dangerous traitor since Philby. I began to read. The files were not paper, but ghosts. They were the whispers of dead men, the scent of damp tweed in a Berlin safe house, the taste of cheap gin in a Prague bar. They were the sound of a key turning in a lock, the final, irrevocable sound a man hears before the light goes out. I read the official post-mortem on the Vienna disaster. The language was dry, bureaucratic, a careful dance of passive voice and plausible deniability. But between the lines I could smell the burnt metal smell of a setup. I remember David, a young, fiercely intelligent officer with a calm smile and eyes that missed nothing. We had worked together briefly in Berlin. He had a way with people, a charm that was neither forceful nor obsequious, but simply present. He made you feel heard. It was a powerful tool in our trade. I also remembered his wife, Eliza, a delicate woman with the sad eyes of a porcelain doll. She died in a car accident in '81. A terrible tragedy. David never remarried. He buried himself in his work, his loyalty becoming his monument to her. I made a list, not of suspects, but of moments. Fragments of time that, in retrospect, glowed with a sinister light. A missed signal in Budapest. A source in Warsaw, who simply vanished. A message that arrived a day too late. I laid them out on the desk like a path of broken stones leading back into the dark. The first crack appeared not in David's file, but in another. A minor functionary named Miller, a man in logistics with a gambling problem. He had been approached by the other side, a clumsy, obvious attempt at recruitment. He had reported it immediately, of course. Standard procedure. But the file noted that the approach was made on a Tuesday, at a specific cafe Miller visited every week after his therapy session. The only people who knew that schedule were his therapist, his wife, and his departmental supervisor, David Lehman. I went to see Miller. He lived in a small, tidy house in a suburb that dreamed of being something more. He was a nervous man, his hands constantly moving, plucking at his shirt, smoothing his hair. The mention of David's name made him still, a rabbit sensing a hawk. He was a good man, Miller said. He helped me. After the approach, he got me transferred. Safer posting. Did he ever ask you about your work? About the routes? The schedules? He was my supervisor. It was his job to know. But did he ask? Specifically, after the incident, Miller's eyes darted toward the window. He asked if I felt safe, if I thought the security protocols were sufficient. We talked about the old days. He was nostalgic. He said the game had changed, that we had lost our way, that the ideals we fought for had been compromised by the men in Washington. The words hung in the air, heavy and treacherous. It was the kind of talk that could end a career, or disguise a deeper betrayal. I left Miller's house with the smell of his fear clinging to me, a sour human scent. I drove to the outskirts of the city, to a diner that existed outside of time. The coffee was thick as oil, the air greasy with the smell of fried food. I was meeting an old contact, a man who lived in the shadows between worlds. His name was Casper, and he knew things that were not written in any file. He slid into the booth opposite me, a gaunt man in a raincoat that was too thin for the weather. His face was a roadmap of old regrets. Arthur, I heard you were back in the game. The game never ends, Casper. It just changes players. He nodded, his eyes scanning the room without seeming to move. You are asking about the quiet ones, the ones who do not make noise. David Lehman, Tar. A sigh escaped him, a faint whisper of exhaustion. A good soldier. Too good, perhaps. He believed in the cause, once. Then he believed in nothing, or something else. What changed? His wife. The accident. It was not an accident. The words landed in the silence between us, cold and hard. The hum of the diner seemed to recede. Explain. She was seeing someone. A cultural attaché from the Czech embassy. It was love, or something like it. She was going to leave David. Go east. David found out. There was a fight. A terrible fight. She left the house. Her car went off the road. The official report said ice on the bridge. There was no ice, and the attaché transferred. Then he disappeared. A heart attack, they said. He was 34. So David lost his wife to the other side, and then he became the other side? Is that the story? Casper stirred his coffee, the spoon making a soft clink against the chipped porcelain. It is not so simple. Grief does not make a man a traitor, but it can hollow him out. It can create a space where new loyalties can grow. Perhaps he saw the hypocrisy on both sides. Perhaps he decided that if his wife found something to believe in over there, he would too. Or perhaps it was just revenge. Revenge against the world that took her from him. Revenge is a powerful ideology. He finished his coffee and stood up. Be careful, Arthur. You are not digging up a corpse. You are poking a sleeping bear. And the cage is open. He left, a ghost fading into the rain. I sat there for a long time, watching the water trace paths on the window. The pieces were there, but they refused to form a picture. They were just fragments of a broken life. A grieving husband, a bitter man, a cynical operator. Was that the profile of a mole? Or just the profile of a man who had been in the game too long? I went back to the files. I read the transcript of the last communication from an agent we lost in East Berlin. Codename Nightingale. His handler was David. The message was fragmented, frantic. They are here. They knew I was coming. It was a trap. Tell my wife the transmission cut off. The official line was a leak in the Polish resistance. But the timing was too perfect. The operation was David's design. I found a photograph of David and Eliza, taken a year before she died. They were at a party, laughing. His arm was around her, his hand resting on her waist. But his fingers were not relaxed. They were digging into the fabric of her dress, a white-knuckled grip of possession or desperation. I had missed it before. I had seen the smile, not the hand. I requested a meeting with Fulton. He saw me in his new office, a vast, sterile space with a view of the city. The burnt smell was gone here, replaced by the scent of money and power. "Well," he said, his back to me as he looked out the window. "It's circumstantial. Miller's schedule, the wife's affair, the Nightingale failure, a pattern of small, plausible tragedies that add up to a monumental betrayal." He turned. "Plausible deniability is the first tool of the mole. Do you believe it is him?" I looked at Fulton, at the cold certainty in his eyes, and I realized something. He did not want an investigation. He wanted a confirmation. He had already tried David in his mind. I was just the scribe, writing the final verdict. "I believe he is a broken man," I said. "I do not know if he is your mole." "He is," Fulton said, his voice flat. "The evidence is there. You have found it. You just lack the stomach to see it. We need to act. The world is changing. We cannot have this uncertainty hanging over us. What will you do? What must be done?" He will be offered a choice. A quiet retirement, a dignified exit, or a loud, messy scandal that will destroy everything he has left. And if he refuses the quiet option, then he will have an accident, like his wife. The words hung in the sterile air. There was no anger in them, no malice, just the cool application of power. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I was not hunting a traitor. I was being used to sanitize an execution. I left the building. The rain had stopped, leaving the city gleaming under a bruised sky. I drove home. The house was dark and silent. Joe was asleep, or pretending to be. I stood in the kitchen, looking at my notes still on the table, the empty space where an explanation should be. I poured a drink and went to my real study, not the replica they had built for me. The smell here was of old books and dust, of a life lived. I thought of David, of the grip of his hand on his wife's dress. Out of Fulton, staring out at his city. I thought of Miller, plucking at his shirt in his safe little house. I thought of Casper, fading into the rain. And I thought of the smell of burnt metal and almonds. The mystery was not who the mole was. The mystery was whether it mattered. The sides were just different shades of the same gray. The betrayals were personal, not ideological. We were all hollowed out, compromised by the lives we had led, the lies we had told, the things we had done for a cause that had long since lost its meaning. David betrayed his country for a ghost. Fulton was betraying a man for the sake of a clean narrative. And I was betraying the truth by participating in the charade. The case began to dissolve in my mind. The files blurred. The dates shifted. David's face merged with Fulton's, with Miller's, with my own. The investigation was not a path to a resolution. It was a maze with no center. all mirrors, reflecting other mirrors. The only thing that was real was the initial smell, the scent of something vital being short-circuited, destroyed. I never wrote the final report. I heard weeks later that David Lehman had taken early retirement due to health reasons. He moved to a small village in Switzerland. A peaceful end. I knew, and I did not know. I knew what Fulton had meant by an accident, and I knew that David had chosen the quiet option. Or it had been chosen for him. The phone in my study never rang again. The smell eventually faded from the room, though sometimes I think I can still catch a hint of it on the air, on a day when the humidity is just right. A metallic ghost on the wind. Joe remains a distant presence, a reflection in a window I cannot open. The files are back in their boxes. The mystery is unresolved, because it was never a single mystery to begin with. It was the mystery of the whole damned beautiful and terrible game. And now, my mind drifts. Away from the dossiers and the dead drops. Away from the lies told in quiet rooms. It drifts to a park in autumn. Long before any of this, the leaves like fire on the ground. And Joe laughing, really laughing. A sound I have not heard in 20 years. The memory is sharp, then soft, then gone. Just a fragment. A piece of a life that belonged to someone else. The case is closed. The cage is open. The bear is asleep. Or it is walking quietly through the rain in a village in the mountains where the air smells only of pine and snow. And the past is just a story you choose not to tell. The silence in my own study was different from the one in that sterile room. It was a thick, comfortable silence, the kind earned through years of quiet companionship with books and shadows. But it was no longer a refuge. It was a waiting room. I found myself listening for the ghost of that phone, for the sound of Fulton's car pulling up outside, for the next summons into the labyrinth. Joe knew something had shifted. She didn't ask. She would simply look at me over her morning coffee, her gaze lingering a moment too long. A question held in the slight tightening around her eyes. We had become experts in the language of absence, in the spaces between words. The note I had left on the table was still there, a pale, brittle artifact. I finally crumpled it and threw it away, but its emptiness remained, a permanent fixture in the room. A month after David's quiet retirement, a padded envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was a key. It was small, brass, and tarnished. There was no note, no context. It felt heavy in my palm, a tiny, dense weight of implication. I turned it over and over, under the green-shaded lamp, the metal warm from my skin. It was not a key to a house or a car. It was a safety deposit box key, the kind used by banks in a different era. I knew, with a cold certainty, that it was from David. A final move in the game, as from a player who had officially left the table. It was an invitation and a test. To use it would be to step back into the gray world, to acknowledge that the case was not closed for me. To ignore it would be to live with the ghost of that key, with the perpetual question of what it unlocked. I waited a week. The key sat on my desk, a silent accusation. I tried to lose myself in mundane tasks, in the small repairs a house accumulates over time. But my hands were clumsy, my mind elsewhere. I was tracing routes to a bank that might not exist, planning for contingencies that were probably traps. I finally went on a Tuesday, driving aimlessly for an hour before heading into the city's old financial district. The building was a granite relic, its grandeur faded. The lobby was all marble and hushed tones. The box number matched the one stamped on the key. The clerk, an old man with the weary dignity of a cathedral usher, asked for my identification. I showed him my driver's license. He didn't blink. He led me to a private room, the box resting on a felt-lined table. Inside was no stack of compromising documents, no damning confession. There was only a single slim diary, bound in worn black leather. And a photograph. The photograph was of me, taken from a distance, walking through the park with Joe Dutt. It was recent. The leaves were just beginning to turn. The same park from my memory. My hands were steady as I opened the diary. The handwriting was Elise's. It was not a record of a love affair or a political awakening. It was a chronicle of small despair, page after page of quiet observations of the subtle cruelties of her marriage. David's possessiveness, his cold silences, his need to control every detail of her life. She wrote of her loneliness, of feeling like a specimen under glass. The cultural attaché was mentioned only once, not as a great love, but as a moment of kindness. A conversation where she felt seen. She had written, "The walls are not just around the city. They are in this house. They are in his eyes." The final entry was dated the day she died. David found this. He was calm, terribly calm. He said, I would never leave him. He said he would erase the man, and then he would erase the part of me that wanted to leave. He said we would be together forever. I am so afraid. I closed the book. The room was very cold. Fulton had been right about one thing. David was a traitor, but not to his country. He had betrayed his wife. He had murdered her and the man she might have loved, and he had used the machinery of the state to cover it up. His subsequent work, his slow bleeding of secrets to the other side, was not ideology. It was a monument, a perverse shrine to his crime. By making the West complicit in his personal corruption, by binding its secrets to his own, he ensured its protection. He had made the service an accessory to his wife's murder. We were all living in the house he built, with the walls in our eyes. The investigation had been a farce. Fulton hadn't wanted the truth. He wanted to contain it. He knew what David was. He knew the scandal would be catastrophic, a poison that would seep into the foundations of the new world they were trying to build. So he offered a quiet retirement, a dignified exit, and David, knowing he was beaten, had accepted. But he had left this for me, a final act of possession, a way of saying, I know you know, and I know about your wife, walking in the park. I left the bank, the diary a lead weight in my inner pocket. I drove home through the fading light. Jo was in the garden, cutting late-blooming roses. She looked up and smiled, a real, unguarded smile that reached her eyes. For a second, I saw the woman from the park, from the memory I clung to. I stood there, on the edge of the lawn, the truth, a corrosive acid in my chest. I could tell her. I could shatter the careful peace we had built, or I could bury it next to all the other secrets, and tend to the fragile world we had inside our walls. The case was closed. The bear was asleep, and I was the one left holding the key to the cage. I walked toward her, my hands in my pockets, my fingers brushing against the worn leather of the diary. The sun was warm on my face. I decided to say nothing at all. She held up a rose, its petals a deep, velvety red. Aren't they beautiful this year? She asked. I nodded, my throat tight. The most beautiful I've ever seen. I took the rose from her. Our fingers did not touch. She turned back to her pruning, humming a tune I did not recognize. I went inside and placed the rose in a thin glass vase on the kitchen table. It stood there, a perfect, silent accusation. That night I built a small fire in the study grate, a rare and almost ceremonial act. The flames licked hungrily at the dry wood. I took Elisa's diary from my pocket. I did not open it again. I could not bear to reread her fear, to see the parallel lines of her life and Joe's drawn so clearly. I tossed the whole thing into the fire. The leather cover curled and blackened. The pages writhed as they turned to ash, the words dissolving into heat and light. The photograph of Joe and me I held for a moment longer. Our faces, blurred by distance, seemed to be watching me. I let it go. The edges browned and caught, and we vanished into smoke. I thought that would be the end of it, a private cremation. But the key remained. I could not burn the key. I thought of throwing it in the river, but it felt like littering a part of myself. Burying it seemed too theatrical, a grave for a secret. Finally, I went to the old train station, the one with the lockers, that hadn't been updated in 50 years. I put the key in locker number 347, twisted the old brass mechanism, and pocketed the companion key. I dropped that one down a storm drain on my walk home, listening for the faint plink as it hit the water far below. It was a pointless, circular act. I had simply moved the secret from one hiding place to another, but it felt like progress. It was a secret I had chosen to keep, not one that had been forced upon me. Life resumed its quiet pattern. The days grew shorter. The rose in the vase wilted, its petals falling one by one onto the table. I cleaned them up without a word. Joe and I began to talk more about small things. The price of groceries, a book she was reading, the way the light hit the maple tree in the afternoon. It was not the laughter in the park, but it was not silence. It was a language we were relearning, word by careful word. Then, this morning, the newspaper arrived. I unfolded it with my coffee. A daily ritual of observing a world I had largely left. The story was in the international section, a small column. A retired American diplomat, David Lehman, had been found dead in his Swiss chalet. The cause was believed to be a fall while hiking. A tragic accident in a beautiful place. The article was 3 paragraphs long. It mentioned his distinguished service, his quiet retirement. It did not mention a wife. I read it twice, then folded the paper and set it aside. Jo was watching me. She had learned to read my silences, too. "Bad news?" she asked. "Someone I used to know," I said. "He's gone." She nodded slowly, her eyes soft with the understanding that had no need for details. "I'm sorry," she said. And in those 2 words, I heard an echo of everything we didn't say. A shared grief for all the people we had been and the people we had known. All gone now, one way or another. The case was finally, truly closed. Not with a bang, not with a solved equation, but with a quiet article in a newspaper and a shared moment of unspoken sympathy over coffee. The cage was open and empty. The bear was gone. And I was still here, in my kitchen, with my wife, the morning light streaming through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. It was not a happy ending, but it was an ending. And for now, that was enough. I finished my coffee. The cup was empty, but I kept holding it, the porcelain warm against my palm. The dust motes continued their slow, random dance in the sunbeam. It was enough, I had thought. But the thought itself was a lie. A smooth stone I was trying to swallow. Enough for what? For a quiet life. For a manageable peace. I stood and took my cup to the sink. Jo had left her pruning shears on the counter, a tiny smear of green sap on the handle. I picked them up and wiped them clean with a cloth, my movements slow and deliberate. I was performing an idea of normalcy, of a man tidying his kitchen after breakfast. But my mind was back in that bank vault, reading Elisa's words. He said he would erase the man, and then he would erase the part of me that wanted to leave. David had not just killed his wife. He had tried to annihilate her will. He had made her death a function of his possession. And Fulton had known. He had seen the same monstrous pattern I had just discovered, and he had chosen to make it an administrative problem, a personnel matter. He gave a murderer a pension and a view of the mountains. He had not served justice. He had managed a liability. I had put the shears away in the drawer. The house was very quiet. I could hear the clock ticking in the hall, a sound I usually managed to ignore. Now it was insistent. A metallic heartbeat counting down the seconds of my complicity. By burning the diary, I had become the final instrument of the erasure. I had destroyed the last testament of Eliza Lehman. I had made myself Fulton's accomplice in the cover-up. I walked to the window and looked out at the garden. Jo was kneeling by the flower bed, pulling weeds. Her back was to me. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and the sun made a halo of the loose hairs around her neck. I saw the woman from the photograph, the woman David had me followed to capture. A message, a threat, a reminder that everyone has something to lose. The anger came then, not as a hot rush, but as a cold, solid weight settling in my gut. It was not directed at David, who was beyond my reach, or at Fulton, who was a force of nature like a glacier. It was directed at myself, for my passivity, for my willingness to accept the enough, for thinking that the cage was open when all I had done was learn to ignore the bars. I would not go to the authorities. There were no authorities for this. The system was the crime. I would not confront Fulton. That would be a form of suicide, and it would achieve nothing but more silence. But I could not unknow what I knew. I could not unsee Eliza's fear, or Fulton's cold calculus. The game was not over because I had left the table. The board was still there, the pieces still in play. I had spent my life assembling puzzles, finding the hidden patterns in the noise. Now I saw the ultimate pattern. The game was rigged to protect the players at the expense of the pawns. And I had been a pawn who thought he was a player. Jo stood up, brushing the dirt from her knees. She turned and saw me at the window. She smiled again, that same gentle smile. This time, I did not try to return it. I simply watched her, trying to see through the years, to the truth of the life we had built on a foundation of my omissions and her quiet endurance. The cage was not open. I had just been moved to a larger one. And a larger cage, I realized, is just another kind of prison. The only way out was to stop pretending it was a garden. She came inside, her hands smelling of earth and green things. She filled the kettle and placed it on the stove. The ordinary sounds of domestic life, the click of the stove knob, the shift of her weight on the floorboards, felt like a performance we were both in. I remained at the window, my back to her. "You're very quiet today," she said, her voice careful. "I'm thinking," I said. "About your friend? The one who passed?" "In a way." I turned to face her. The sunlight caught the fine lines around her eyes, the silver threads in her hair. She was real. She was here. And for decades I had treated her as another piece of the scenery, a static element in the landscape of my life. I had built walls around her to keep her safe, and in doing so, I had made her a prisoner of my own fear, just as David had done to Eliza, with more violent tools, but the same essential impulse. "I made a mistake," I said. The words felt foreign in my mouth. She leaned against the counter, waiting. The kettle began its low whistle. "A long time ago," I continued. "I thought I was protecting you by keeping things from you. The work. The things I saw. I thought if I built a wall between that life and this one, the poison wouldn't get in." The whistle rose to a shriek. She didn't move to silence it. She just looked at me, her gaze steady and unbearably patient. "But the poison isn't on the other side of the wall, Jo. The poison is the wall. It's the not knowing. It's the silence." I gestured vaguely, helplessly, toward the window. The world. I thought I could leave it behind, but I just brought the core of it home with me. The deceit, the compromise. She turned off the stove. The screaming of the kettle ceased, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. "I know," she said softly. The two words shattered me. "You know what? I know that you carry things. I know you think you're alone in carrying them. I don't need the details, Martin. I never did. I just needed you to be here with me. Not half here with the other half lost in some gray room I couldn't see." She poured the water into 2 mugs. You thought you were building a fortress. I just thought we were building a home. They're not the same thing. I had no answer. The cold, solid anger in my gut began to soften, not into nothing, but into a profound and aching sorrow. For the years I had wasted, for the distance I had created. David had tried to erase the part of Eliza that wanted to leave. I had tried to erase the part of myself that was vulnerable, that needed, that was capable of being truly seen. The method was different, but the crime was the same. I walked to the table and sat down. She brought the mugs over and sat across from me. The cage. I started, then stopped. There is no cage, Martin, she said, her voice firm for the first time. There's just life, and you can either live it with me, or you can live it next to me. But they are not the same thing. I looked at her, really looked at her, and for the first time in 20 years, I did not see a ghost, or a reflection, or a responsibility. I saw a woman. I saw my wife. The game was not over. It would never be over. But I did not have to play it in this house. I reached across the table and covered her hand with mine. Her skin was warm. She did not pull away. She turned her hand over and laced her fingers through mine. It was a small thing, a simple domestic gesture, but it felt like the first true thing I had done in a very long time. The case was closed. The bear was gone, and I was finally quietly coming home. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of the unspoken history of our marriage, the weight of it finally acknowledged. We drank our tea, our hands still linked on the table. The sun moved across the floor. It was not a dramatic reconciliation, no sweeping promises of a new beginning. It was a truce, a mutual agreement to stop fighting a war that had never been declared. Later, I went to my study. The air still held the faint, sweet scent of burnt leather from the diary. I opened a drawer and took out a stack of old case files, notes from a life I had tried to compartmentalize. I didn't look at them. I carried the whole stack to the recycling bin in the garage and dropped it in. The thud was satisfying. It was a small gesture, but it was a real one. I was not destroying evidence. I was making space. The next day, I drove back to the old train station. I stood in front of locker 347. I had no key for it anymore, just the memory of the plink it made as it sank into the drain. The locker was a relic, a solid steel box that held a single useless piece of metal. It was a monument to my own paranoia. I left it there. Some secrets are not meant to be retrieved, only outgrown. Weeks turned into months. The seasons changed. Winter came, and with it, a deep, quiet snow that blanketed the garden. Joe and I took walks in it, our boots crunching in the stillness. We talked about the future, not in grand terms, but in practical ones. A trip we might take, repainting the bedroom, the simple, mundane architecture of a shared life. I thought of Fulton sometimes, and of David, and of Eliza. They were ghosts, but their power over me had faded. They were part of a story that had ended. My story was here, in the warmth of the house, in the quiet rhythm of days that were no longer haunted. I had spent my life looking for patterns in the shadows, for the hidden code that explained the chaos. I had finally found it. It wasn't in a file or a secret message. It was in the way Joe hummed when she cooked, in the weight of her head on my shoulder as we read on the sofa, in the simple, profound fact of waking up each morning with a purpose that was not extraction or evasion, but presence. The game was over. I had simply walked away from the board, and in doing so, I had finally won. The following spring, Joe suggested we plant a new rose bush by the front gate. We drove to the nursery together, a long, quiet drive through the green countryside. She pointed out the type she liked, her fingers tracing the names on the plastic tags. I watched her, The way she bit her lip in concentration, and I felt a simple, uncomplicated fondness. We chose a variety called Peace, with soft yellow and pink-edged petals. It was a cliché, but we bought it anyway. I dug the hole, the soil dark and rich in my hands. Joe held the plant steady as I filled in the space around its roots. It was a small collaborative act. When we were finished, she brushed a smudge of dirt from my cheek. Her touch was light and certain. That evening, I sat on the porch as the light faded. A car I didn't recognize slowed almost to a stop in front of our house before driving on. It was probably nothing, a stranger looking for an address. The old part of my mind, the part that had lived in the gray rooms, immediately began its calculus. A rental car, no license plate I could catch, a profile that matched a dozen low-level operatives. I felt the familiar cold trickle of adrenaline. Then I looked at the new rose bush, its few buds tightly closed, and at the warm light from our kitchen window where Joe was moving about. The car was gone. The street was quiet. The bear was gone, but the forest was still full of shadows. That would never change. The victory was not in a world without shadows, but in choosing to stay in the light regardless. I took a deep breath of the cool evening air and went inside to join my wife. The smell of roasting chicken met me at the door. Joe was at the counter, slicing vegetables. She looked up and smiled. A real smile that reached her eyes. "How does the new resident look?" she asked. "Ready to grow," I said, and the words felt like a promise. Later, as we ate, I told her about the car. I didn't frame it as a suspicion, just as an observation. A car slowed down out front earlier. It was probably nothing, but it caught my attention. She nodded, chewing thoughtfully. "Okay," she said. "Thank you for telling me." There was no fear in her voice, no demand for reassurance. There was only acceptance. She was not asking me to police the perimeter of our lives, only to share the watch with her. The cold trickle of adrenaline I had felt on the porch warmed into something else, something like trust. The next morning, I went for a walk alone. My feet carried me on my usual route, past the park and down toward the river. But today, I saw everything differently. I saw the man on the bench not as a potential threat, but as a tired father enjoying a moment of quiet. I saw the woman talking on her phone not as someone relaying information, but as someone arguing with her sister. The world was no longer a grid of potential dangers. It was just a place where people lived. I stopped at the river's edge and watched the water flow past. It was the same river into which I had considered throwing the key. I thought of that key, still sitting in its locker, a fossil of my old life. It held no power anymore. It was just a piece of metal. The real key had been in my pocket all along, the simple, terrifying courage to be known. When I returned, Joe was in the garden, watering the new rose bush. She saw me and waved. I walked over to her, and together we stood and watched the water droplets bead on the young leaves. The case was closed. The bear was gone. And we were here, tending our fragile, beautiful world, not from behind walls, but out in the open, under the vast and forgiving sky. The days began to accumulate like gentle snowfall, each one layering over the last, softening the sharp edges of memory. I no longer felt the need to check the rearview mirror with quite the same intensity. The world, which had for so long been a collection of threats and signs to be deciphered, began to resolve into simpler things. A neighbor's dog was just a dog, not a potential surveillance tool. A wrong number was just a mistake, not a coded signal. I started a new project, not for any agency, but for myself. I began to build a bird feeder for the garden, something I had been meaning to do for years. The work was slow and clumsy, my hands unfamiliar with the tools, but it was deeply satisfying. There was no hidden meaning in the measurements. no second purpose in the design. It was just a box on a post, meant to hold seed and attract life. Jo would sometimes bring me a glass of water and watch me work. She didn't offer advice or praise. She just stood there, a quiet presence that anchored me to the moment. One afternoon, as I was sanding a rough edge, she spoke. "They're forecasting a storm tonight. A big one." I looked up at the sky. It was a clear, brilliant blue. "We should be all right," I said. "We should bring the new rose in," she said. "It's not strong enough yet." So as the afternoon faded, we carefully potted the young peace rose into a large clay container and brought it into the sunroom. It was a small act of preservation, a shared investment in a fragile future. We made dinner together, and as we ate, the first winds began to stir, rustling the leaves of the maple tree with a sound like distant applause. The storm hit with a sudden, ferocious intensity after dark. Rain lashed the windows, and the wind howled around the corners of the house. We sat in the living room, the lights flickering once but holding. I felt the old instinct to patrol, to check the locks again, to stand watch. But I stayed in my chair. Jo was reading, her legs tucked under her. The normalcy of the scene was a stronger defense than any vigil I could have kept. In the morning, the world was washed clean and sparkling. Branches and leaves were scattered across the lawn. We went outside to survey the damage. The bird feeder I had built was untouched, standing solidly in the damp earth. The other plants were a little battered, but they had endured. Jo pointed to the front gate. "Look." The old, weathered wooden post, where our house number was nailed, had split cleanly in two during the night. The two pieces lay on the ground. It was not a catastrophe, just a minor casualty of the storm. But as I looked at the broken post, I felt a final, quiet release. The old marker was gone. We would get a new one. I gathered the pieces of the post to carry them to the woodpile. As I lifted the larger section, something metallic glinted from a crevice in the splintered wood. I reached in and pulled it out. It was the key. My key. It must have fallen from my pocket weeks, maybe months ago, during one of my restless pauses at the gate, and lodged itself there, hidden in plain sight. I held it in my palm, this cold, hard piece of my past. Then I walked to the woodpile and placed the key on the chopping block. I picked up the axe and brought it down once, with a clean, decisive strike. The key sheared in two, the pieces flying into the stack of firewood. I gathered the broken post and added it to the pile. It would make good kindling for a future fire. I turned back to the house. Jo was already heading inside, ready to start the day. I followed her, my steps light on the wet grass, ready to join her. The new house number arrived the following week, simple black numerals on a white background. We nailed it to the fresh post I had set in the ground. It looked clean and certain. The old lock on the front door, which had always been a little stiff, I replaced with a new one. The mechanism turned with a smooth, quiet click. These were not acts of fortification. They were acts of maintenance, of care. I found myself thinking less in terms of patterns and codes, and more in terms of seasons. The rosebush flourished in its pot in the sunroom, putting out new, deep green leaves. We decided we would plant it in the ground come autumn, when the weather was cooler and less likely to shock its roots. There was a patience to this planning that felt new to me. One afternoon, the mail brought a plain manila envelope with no return address. My heart, for a single suspended beat, did its old familiar stutter. Then it settled. I carried the envelope inside and placed it on the kitchen table. When Jo came in, I pointed to it. "This came," I said. She looked at it, then at me. "Are you going to open it?" "Yes," I said, "but I'm going to do it here." I used a butter knife to slit the top. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It was a photocopy of a newspaper clipping, an obituary for David. Cause of death was listed as a sudden stroke. The date was from 3 weeks prior. There was no note, no identifying mark. It was not a threat. It was an obituary, a piece of information, perhaps even a courtesy. I slid the paper across the table to Jo. She read it, her expression unreadable. Then she looked up at me. "Is it over?" she asked. "It was already over," I said. "This is just administrative." I balled up the envelope and the clipping and threw them into the recycling bin, on top of the shredded remains of my old case files. There was no fanfare, no sense of closure. It was just trash. The phone rang later that evening. I answered it. There was a long silence on the other end, the kind of silence that used to feel heavy with meaning. Then, a click. I held the receiver for a moment, listening to the dial tone before hanging up. I did not mention it to Jo. It was not a secret. It was just noise. The following weekend, we drove to the coast. We walked for miles along the beach, the wind whipping our hair, the crash of the waves drowning out all other sound. We didn't talk much. We just walked. I watched the gulls wheel and cry against the vast gray sky, and I felt a corresponding vastness inside myself, an emptiness that was not hollow, but clear. I had spent a lifetime looking for signals in the static. Now, I could finally just listen to the sea. We stopped at a small, weather-beaten cafe for lunch. The windows were streaked with salt, and the air smelled of fried fish and coffee. We ate fish and chips from newspaper, our fingers greasy, and it was the best meal I could remember having. A young couple at the next table were arguing quietly about where to go next. Their maps spread out between them. I felt a strange, protective fondness for their ordinary problem. On the drive home, Jo fell asleep in the passenger seat, her head tilted against the window. The setting sun painted the fields in long golden shadows. I drove carefully, mindful of the deer that sometimes leaped from the woods at this hour. The car felt like a capsule, moving through time and space, carrying us safely forward. When we pulled into the driveway, the motion-sensitive light flicked on, illuminating the new house number. It was a beacon, not a warning. I turned off the engine and a sudden quiet woke Jo. She blinked, disoriented for a second, then smiled at me. "We're home," she said. And we were. Not as a concept, not as a defended location on a map, but as a simple, undeniable fact. I got out of the car and opened her door for her, a small, old-fashioned gesture I hadn't made in years. She took my offered hand, her grip firm and warm. Together, we walked up the path to our front door. I took out the new key, its teeth still sharp and unworn. It slid into the lock without resistance. I turned it, and the bolt slid home with a solid, satisfying thud. We were inside. The air was still and familiar. The game was over. The board was put away. And for the first time in my life, I understood that the only thing left to do was to live in the house we had built. The next morning, I woke to the sound of rain, a soft, steady percussion on the roof. It was a Saturday. There was nowhere we had to be. Jo was still asleep, her breathing deep and even. I lay there and listened to the rhythm of the weather and the rhythm of her, and the two seemed to be in harmony. I got up quietly and went downstairs. I made coffee, watching the pot fill, a ritual that felt grounding and new. When Jo came down, her hair tousled from sleep, she poured herself a mug and joined me at the window. We watched the rain soak the garden, the new rose bush drinking it in. "It's good for the roots," she said. I nodded. "It is. Serene." Later, I found myself in my study. The room felt different now, lighter. It was no longer a command center or a vault for secrets. It was just a room. I sat at the desk and opened a fresh notebook. I didn't write about cases or conspiracies. I started writing about the bird feeder, about the way the chickadees would dart in, take a seed, and flee. I wrote about the sound of the axe splitting the key. I wrote about the taste of salt on the coast, I was not keeping a record for anyone. I was simply bearing witness to a life, my own. Joe appeared in the doorway, leaning against the frame. "What are you doing in here?" she asked, her voice curious, not cautious. "Writing," I said, and it felt like a confession of something wholesome. She came over and looked at the page. She read a few lines about the chickadees. Then she placed her hand on my shoulder, a light, steadying pressure. "It's good," she said. That was all. She didn't ask to read more. She didn't question the impulse. She simply accepted this new, quiet version of me. A man who built things and wrote about birds. Her acceptance was the final brick laid in the foundation of our peace. The rain continued to fall, washing the world clean again and again. And we moved through the quiet day, two people in a house, learning the simple, profound language of being together. The notebook became a habit. I filled pages with observations that held no strategic value, only personal meaning. The way the light fell across the floorboards at 3 in the afternoon. The name of the stray cat that now visited our porch, a scruffy Tom with one torn ear, we simply called Sir. These were the entries of a man mapping a territory not of danger, but of detail. One evening, Joe read aloud from a gardening book, her voice a soft murmur beside me on the sofa. She was planning a vegetable patch for the following spring, talking of crop rotation and companion planting. I listened, not to the information, but to the sound of her planning a future I would unquestionably be in. It was a future of tomatoes and zucchini, of weeding and harvesting. It was profoundly, wonderfully boring. The phone never rang with a silent caller again. The mail brought only bills and catalogs. The world had, it seemed, truly moved on. Or perhaps I had simply stopped listening for its whispers. The part of my mind that had been a finely tuned receptor for threat was slowly being repurposed. It now noticed when the lilacs were about to bloom, or when Joe had a faint line of worry between her eyebrows. That meant she was thinking about her sister. We planted the peace rose in its permanent spot by the gate in the autumn, as we had planned. The roots had grown strong in the pot. It seemed ready to face the world. As I patted the soil down around its base, I felt a sense of completion. This was the final piece. The key was broken. The lock was new. The marker was replaced. And now the rose was in the earth. The past was not erased, but it was composted, turned into nutrient for this new, quiet life. That night, I closed the notebook. The story it contained was no longer about endings, but about continuations. There were no more ghosts to lay to rest, only the daily, gentle work of tending to the living. I turned off the light and went upstairs. Joe was already in bed, reading. I got in beside her, and she shifted to make room for me, her body a familiar warmth against mine. The game was not just over. It was forgotten. In its place was this: the turning of a page, the rustle of sheets, the slow and steady breath of the woman I loved, and the deep, unshakable quiet of the night. Story 3. The silence in the wake of the gavel's crack was a physical thing, a distortion in the air, thick and heavy as wet wool. It was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a listening entity that had swallowed the gasp of the crowd, the rustle of cheap suits, the very breath in my lungs. It was the silence of a stage after the final tragic line, but here there was no curtain, only the relentless, antiseptic glare of the courtroom and the pale, composed face of the woman they accused. Lois, she did not look at me. She looked through the oak-paneled wall as if she could see the slow gray river beyond, the one that flowed past the city with the same indifferent patience it had shown for centuries. Her stillness was a kind of defiance, a negative space that made the frantic, buzzing energy of the prosecution seem vulgar and small. I am Arlo Vane, and my profession is the reconstruction of chaos into order. I traced the patterns in the spilled blood, the logic in the shattered alibi. I am a man of means and, it is said, of unnerving perception, a remnant of an older world where deduction was a gentleman's pastime. I had come to this trial as an observer, a connoisseur of human frailty. I stayed for her. Lois Theroux, the novelist of the interior crime, the poet of poisoned psyches. They said she had poisoned her lover, Jacob, a man of golden charm and murky substance, with a rare tropical alkaloid found in her own research notes. The evidence was a neat, terrible chain. The motive a public humiliation. The means her own intellectual curiosity. The opportunity a solitary evening in her cliffside house. It was perfect. Too perfect. It had the clean, contrived arc of one of her early, less accomplished novels. Her lawyer, a man named Sterling whose sweat gleamed on his brow like varnish, was a hammer trying to thread a needle. He spoke of character, of her body of work being fiction, of the lack of a concrete witness. The prosecution, a sleek barracuda named Valence, simply laid out the pieces of their beautiful, airtight puzzle. A handwritten note about the devil's trumpet flower, its properties detailed in Lois' looping script. A single fingerprint on the brandy decanter, hers alone. A neighbor's testimony of a raised voice, a slammed door, the night Jacob died. It was a narrative, simple and brutal. And the jury, their faces a gallery of grim anticipation, were already reading the last page. I first met her in the holding cell, a concrete cube that smelled of bleach and despair. She was wearing the same gray dress she'd worn in court, and it made her skin seem translucent, like parchment held to a light. Her eyes were the color of a winter sea, and they held no plea, only a deep, weary assessment. "Mr. Vane," she said, her voice a low cello note in the small room. "I have read your monograph on the Blackwood forgeries. Your prose is drier than the subject matter deserves." I smiled. It was not the greeting I had expected, and I have read, a shiver in the marrow. Your prose is anything but dry. They think I killed him because he was unfaithful, a crime of passion. It's so biological, so devoid of imagination. She looked at her hands, folded in her lap. They were strong hands, a writer's hands, stained with ink at the cuticle. They have built a cage of facts around me, and every fact is true, and yet the creature inside is not the one they describe. Perhaps it was her words. Perhaps it was the way the light from the high barred window caught the silver in her hair, a web of fine threads she made no effort to conceal. Or perhaps it was the unsettling certainty that I was in the presence of a mind that operated on a frequency most people never find. I was captivated, not by a damsel in distress, but by a fellow architect of reality, one whose creation had been usurped and corrupted. "The brandy," I said. "They say you poured it, that you handed him the glass." "I did," she said, her gaze steady. "I poured 2 glasses. We drank a toast. To new beginnings," he said. He was always saying things like that. They sounded good, but they meant nothing. An hour later, he was dead on my Persian rug. A very expensive rug. It's ruined now. And the note? The one about the alkaloid? Research. For a character. A gardener who murders his wealthy employer. Jacob read it. He found it. Amusing. She offered a faint, chilling smile. He had a peculiar sense of humor. I took the case. Not for justice. Not initially, but for the puzzle. For the wrong shape of it. The narrative was too coherent. The edges too smooth. Real crime is messy, littered with the debris of accident and incompetence. This was a story, and I had to find the author. The trial became a backdrop, a tedious, public drumbeat against which I conducted my private symphony of inquiry. The days were spent in the stale air of the courtroom, listening to Valence's polished insinuations. The nights were mine. I walked through the world Lois and Jacob had inhabited, a world of art galleries and private clubs of old money and new anxieties. Jacob had been a collector, not of art, but of people. He was a man who gathered admirers, who fed on their attention. He had a partner, a quiet, watchful man named Brad, who managed their antique business with a fanatic's devotion to detail. I found Brad in their showroom, a place that smelled of lemon oil and decay, dust motes dancing in the slants of light that cut through the gloom. He was polishing a silver snuff box, his movements slow, precise, ritualistic. Jacob was a force of nature, Brad said, not looking up. His voice was soft, almost a whisper. He brought the light in. I handled the inventory. He brought Lois in, I said. Brad's polishing cloth hesitated for a fraction of a second. For a time, she was different. She saw the cracks in the glaze. It unsettled him. He liked things, and people to be beautiful and uncomplicated. Was he unfaithful to her? He was Jacob, Brad said, as if that were an answer. It was. He finally looked at me, and his eyes were the color of the tarnished silver he held. He belonged to everyone, and so to no one. It was his way. I visited the neighbor who had heard the fight. She was a faded woman who lived on the scent of other people's dramas. She described the sound of a woman's voice, sharp and angry, and the slam of a door. But when I pressed her, the details became nebulous, indefinite. Perhaps it was a car door. Perhaps it was later than she thought. The certainty of her testimony in court melted in the quiet of her sitting room, replaced by the fluttering desire to be important. The pieces were there, but they refused to cohere. A truth was being hidden, not by lies, but by a more profound and subtle deception. The truth of feeling, of motive. The prosecution's motive was jealousy, a simple, hot flame. But Lois did not burn with that kind of fire. Her temperature was arctic. And Jacob, the golden boy, was upon closer inspection a gilded hollow man, deeply in debt, his charm a currency on the verge of collapse. The trial ground on. Valence produced a witness, a bartender from a club Jacob frequented, who testified to seeing Lois there a week before the murder, sitting alone, watching Jacob laugh with a younger woman at the bar. It was a masterstroke. It painted the picture of the scorned woman, plotting her revenge. In the courtroom, Lois remained impassive. But that night, in the cell, she gave me another piece. I was there, she admitted. But I wasn't watching Jacob. I was watching the woman. She was an aspiring writer. She had sent me her manuscript, a truly dreadful thing, full of stolen rhythms. I was curious to see the face of the person who would try so hard to be me. It was then I felt the first cold tremor of understanding. This was not about a man. This was about a territory, a voice, an identity. The climax came not with a shout, but with a whisper. I was in the antique shop after hours, on a pretext of appraising a piece, and I found Brad in the back office, going through the ledgers. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and something else, something metallic and sharp. A small portable crucible sat on a heat pad, and next to it, a book. Not a ledger. A first edition of Lois' first novel, The Silent Partner. It was a rare copy, one I knew she cherished. Jacob had given it to her, she'd said. A token. Brad saw me looking. His face, usually a mask of placid competence, tightened. It was his favorite, he said. Sentimental value. But I was not looking at the book. I was looking at the crucible, and at the faint, dusty residue on the desk beside it. A residue that matched the description of the alkaloid, a powder derived from a specific flower that could be found. I had recently discovered pressed inside that very book. A bookmark. A token, indeed. The story rearranged itself in my mind, the pieces clicking into a new, darker pattern. It was not the crime of passion they had alleged. It was a crime of possession. Brad had not killed Jacob out of jealousy for Lois. He had killed him for Jacob himself. For years, he had lived in Jacob's shadow, tending to his life, curating his world, loving him with a silent, desperate intensity. Lois was the intruder, the one who threatened to take Jacob's attention, his very narrative, away. The poisoning was not an act of rage, but a meticulous, cruel framing. He had used Lois' own research, her own habits, her own personality, as the weapons. He had studied her, learned her, and then written his crime in her style. He had not just killed Jacob. He had sought to erase Lois, to prove that the Creator was less real than the creation, that her understanding of evil was a shallow thing next to his own lived, silent devotion. I had no proof, only a theory as fragile as glass. I went to the trial the next day, the final day. The summations were being made. Valence was brilliant, painting Lois as a Medea of the literary world. Sterling was flailing. I caught Lois' eye across the room. She gave a small, almost imperceptible shake of her head. She knew. She knew I had seen the shape of it, and she knew it was too late. The jury was sent to deliberate. The silence in the courtroom returned, that same distorted, heavy silence from the beginning. It was broken hours later by the sound of a single, distant police siren. A wail that grew, then faded, going somewhere else, towards some other tragedy. The verdict came back. Not guilty. The evidence, for all its neatness, was entirely circumstantial. The seed of reasonable doubt Sterling had tried so hard to plant had, against all odds, taken root. There was no murder weapon, only a theory of one. No confession, only a narrative. Lois was free. The crowd erupted, but she stood, untouched by the noise, her eyes finding mine. There was no triumph in them, only a deep, shared knowledge. We walked out of the courthouse together, into the indifferent afternoon light. We did not speak. What was there to say? I had not saved her. The system, in its clumsy way, had simply failed to convict her. Brad would never be accused. The truth I had uncovered was a ghost, a story with no audience. We parted on the courthouse steps. She touched my hand, a brief, cool pressure. "Thank you for looking," she said. "Most people only see." She turned and walked away, a solitary figure dissolving into the crowd. I stood there for a long time, the taste of the city's exhaust on my tongue. I had gone in search of a mystery and found a greater one. I had sought to clear a name and had fallen into an abyss of human complexity from which I would never fully emerge. Now, in the quiet of my study, the only sound is the persistent, rhythmic ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece. It is a sound that marks no progress, that leads nowhere. It is just a sound, a heartbeat in the silence, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed. The mystery was solved, but it was not resolved. It hangs in the air, like dust in a sunbeam, a permanent, unsettling detail in the story of my life. And the ticking goes on. The ticking was a lie, of course, a mechanical simplicity that promised order. My own heart had learned a different, more rhythmic beat in the weeks since the trial. I tried to return to my old life, to my monographs and my consultations. But the words were flat, the patterns obvious. I was like a wine taster who had swallowed acid. My palate was ruined. I received a package a month later. It was wrapped in plain brown paper, tied with string, and bore no return address. Inside was a book, a first edition of The Silent Partner, the one I had seen in Brad's office. I handled it with a forensic care, my fingers tingling. It felt cool, inert. I opened it. The frontispiece was blank. No inscription. But tucked between the final page and the back cover was a single pressed flower, its trumpet-shaped blossom brown and brittle. The devil's trumpet. It was not a confession, not a threat. It was a courtesy, a sharing of the text, a final, chilling draft of the story from the true author. I did not go to the police. What would I say? That a man had sent me a bookmark. It was a move in a game only the three of us understood. Lois, Brad, and myself. We were the sole readers of this particular tragedy. I found myself, one rain-swept evening, standing outside the antique shop. Dora, K.R. The windows were dark, the sign gone. A notice of lease was taped to the inside of the glass. Brad had vanished, his inventory, his life with Jacob, liquidated into nothing. He had achieved his objective. He had removed Lois, and in doing so had preserved his perfect, poisonous memory of Jacob. He was a ghost now, the author who had written himself out of the narrative. It was Lois I thought of most. I saw a review of her new work in a literary journal. The critic called it her finest, most unsettling novel yet, a masterpiece of psychological precision. I bought a copy. It arrived in a sleek, black dust jacket. The title was The Gilded Hollow. I have not yet been able to open it. I am afraid of what I will find inside. I am afraid I will recognize the rhythm of the sentences, the particular chill of the observation. I am afraid it will not be a work of fiction at all, but a transcription, a final, perfect testament to the silence we now share. The clock on my mantel ticks, a sound that no longer marks time, but simply measures the space between one unspeakable truth and the next. The rain began to fall harder, blurring the world beyond my window into a watercolor of grays and muted greens. I left the book on the desk, a dark rectangle that seemed to absorb the light from my lamp. Its presence was an accusation and an invitation. My work had always been about the application of logic, a scalpel to dissect the irrational. But this was a fog that logic could not penetrate. I had become a character in a story I had not intended to write. My role reduced to that of a witness who understood the crime, but was powerless to speak of. Weeks bled into months. The season turned. The memory of the trial became a scar, not a wound. I took on a new case, a straightforward matter of corporate espionage, but my heart wasn't in it. The motives were so simple, so monetary. They lacked the terrible poetry of Brad's devotion or Lois' cold perception. I solved it in a week, and the client was effusive with his thanks and his check. I felt nothing. Then, one Tuesday, a letter arrived. The handwriting was unmistakable, a looping, confident script I had seen on countless evidence documents. It was Lois. My name and address were written with a fountain pen, the ink a dark, stormy blue. There was no message inside, only a single ticket to a literary gala at the city's grand old library. An annual event, I knew, where the great and the good of the publishing world gathered to celebrate themselves. It was not my world. It was unequivocally hers. I went. I told myself it was curiosity, a final piece of fieldwork. I wore my best suit and walked into the cacophony of the gala. A sea of black ties and glittering dresses, the air thick with champagne and the murmur of 1,000 calculated conversations. I saw her almost immediately. She was standing near a marble pillar, holding a glass of mineral water, holding court. She was thinner, her silver hair pulled back in a severe chignon that sharpened the lines of her face. She looked more herself than she ever had in the courtroom, a figure restored to her natural habitat. Her eyes met mine across the room. There was no surprise in them. She had known I would come. She excused herself from a cluster of admirers and walked toward me, her movements fluid and deliberate. "Arlo," she said. Her voice was just as I remembered it, a low cello note, that cut through the surrounding chatter. "I'm glad you decided to come. Your invitation was compelling in its ambiguity," I replied. A faint smile touched her lips. "Life is rarely explicit, Mr. Vane. I thought you of all people would appreciate that." She gestured with her glass toward the crowded room. "They all want to know about the new book. They think it's a metaphor for my ordeal. They search every line for a confession or a vindication." "And is it?" She looked at me, and for a moment, the social mask fell away, and I saw the same weary, assessing intelligence from the holding cell. "It's a story about a man who collects beautiful, broken things until he himself becomes the most broken thing in the collection. They can read into that what they will." Oh, we stood in silence for a moment, an island of stillness in the swirling party. I knew then that I would never ask her about Brad, or the flower, or the brandy. To do so would be to violate the unspoken pact we had formed. We were co-conspirators in a truth that had no legal standing. "He's in Lisbon," she said quietly, not looking at me. "I have a friend in publishing there. He saw him working in a small bookshop near the Alfama. He seemed content." The information settled inside me, a final, perfect piece of data that completed a pattern I wished I had never seen. Brad had not just vanished. He had curated a new life, one that still revolved around books, around the quiet order of printed pages. It was a fitting end for him. Lois turned to go, then paused. "You should read the book, Arlo. Not for clues, not for answers. Just read it. I think you might find it resonant." Then she was gone, absorbed back into the glittering throng. I left the gala soon after, the noise and the light feeling suddenly oppressive. Back in my study, I took the gilded hollow from my desk. I slid off the dust jacket. I opened it to the first page. The dedication was a single line. "For A.V. who look." I closed the book. I did not need to read any further. The mystery was, and would always remain, complete. The clock ticked on, a sound that no longer measured seconds, but the quiet, immense distance between knowing and understanding. I poured a drink, something strong and amber, and sat in the chair facing the empty fireplace. The book lay on the table beside me, a silent companion. I did not read it that night, or the next. Its presence was enough. It was a tombstone for a case that had no official end, a marker for a grave that did not exist in any cemetery. My work changed after that. I became more selective, turning down the easy jobs, the ones that promised a simple resolution. I was drawn instead to the frayed edges, the cases where the story everyone told was a little too perfect, a little too clean. I was looking for another crack in the world's smooth facade, another glimpse into the abyss that Lois and Brad had shown me. I never found one quite like it. A year to the day after the gala, a small parcel was delivered by a private courier. It was heavy for its size, wrapped in the same plain paper as the book. I knew what it was before I opened it. The silver snuff box from Brad's shop, the one he had been polishing the first time we met. It was cool and heavy in my hand, the silver tarnished in the intricate crevices of its design. There was no note. It was not a peace offering, nor threat. It was, I understood, a token of a different kind, an acknowledgement from one craftsman to another. He knew I had appreciated the artistry of his crime, the dreadful perfection of its execution. I placed the snuff box on the mantel, next to the clock. The two objects seemed to converse in their silent, metallic language. One measured time, the other contained a story that had stopped time altogether. I found myself talking to them sometimes, in the quiet of the evening. Not aloud, but in the private theater of my mind. I would tell them about my day, about the small, unsolvable mysteries of ordinary life. They were my confessors. I saw Lois one final time. It was in a used bookstore in a city I was visiting for a conference. She was in the poetry section, her back to me, pulling a thin volume from a high shelf. She stood there for a long moment, reading perfectly still. I did not approach her. I did not need to. Watching her, I felt the last piece of the puzzle settle into its permanent, uneasy place. She was free, but she was not absolved. She was living her life as a sequel to the story we had shared, a sequel she was writing one day at a time. I turned and left the shop, the bell on the door jingling behind me. The sun was bright outside, the street busy with people who knew nothing of snuff boxes or poisoned flowers or the weight of a dedicated book. I walked among them, back to my hotel, back to my life. The case was over. It had been over for a long time, but I knew then that it would never be behind me. It was the lens through which I now saw everything, the quiet, persistent ticking in the background of my world, a sound that would follow me, now and always, to the end of my days. The end of my days felt both distant and imminently present in the years that followed. I aged. My hair, what was left of it, turned gray. The snuff box on the mantel acquired a soft, even patina, and the ticking of the clock became a familiar, almost comforting sound, a companion to my solitude. I never married. How could I bring someone into a world where the furniture of my mind was occupied by such permanent, ghostly tenants? I took on a protégée, a sharp, ambitious young woman named Clara. She was brilliant, with a mind like a razor, and she was frustrated by my methods. "You circle the facts, Arlo," she would say. "You treat them like they're holy, like they might break. Sometimes a fact is just a fact." I never tried to explain it to her. Some understandings cannot be taught. They must be lived, or in my case, survived. It was Clara who brought me the news, one crisp autumn morning. She held a folded newspaper, her face unusually solemn. "I thought you'd want to see this," she said, placing it on my desk. The obituary section was circled. The name was Lois Dean. She had died in her sleep at her country home. A manuscript for a new novel. Reportedly her last, found completed on her desk. The funeral was a private affair, but Clara, using her considerable network, got us in. I stood at the back, under a skeletal oak tree, watching the small gathering of literary luminaries and old friends. It was a quiet, dignified end. As the service concluded, a woman approached me. She was Lois's editor of 40 years, her eyes red-rimmed. "You're Arlo Vane," she said. It wasn't a question. "She left something for you." She was very specific. "Early sudden." She handed me a sealed, legal-sized envelope. My name was on the front, written in that same unwavering script. I waited until I was back in my study, the door closed against the world, before I opened it. Inside was not a letter but a key, and a slip of paper with an address for a storage facility on the outskirts of the city. I drove there the next day. The unit was small, climate-controlled, and sterile. Inside was a single object, a large, old-fashioned steamer trunk. It smelled of cedar and faintly of Lois's perfume. With a sense of trespassing on sacred ground, I lifted the lid. It was filled with notebooks, dozens of them of all sizes and makes, their pages filled with her dense, looping handwriting. They were her journals, her research, the raw ore from which her novels were smelted. And on top of the pile, laid neatly by itself, was a single, thinner notebook. I picked it up. The first page bore a title written in capitals, "The Brandy Poisoner," and below it, a subtitle, "A Study in Obsession." My hands trembled as I began to read. It was all there. Her initial fascination with Jacob, her growing awareness of Brad's silent, possessive love, her own cold analysis of the dynamic. She had not been a passive victim. She had seen the trap being built around her, piece by meticulous piece, and had chosen, in her own way, to walk into it. She documented the trial, my involvement, her conversations with me. She had dissected my character with the same ruthless precision she applied to her fictional creations. She saw my hunger for a deeper truth, my dissatisfaction with the surface of things. She had, in a very real sense, used me, not to prove her innocence, but to complete her narrative. The final entry was dated a week before her death. She wrote of the snuff box Brad had sent me, of the book she had dedicated to me. She had known everything. The last line of the journal read, "We are all authors in the end." Arlo will understand that now. He has his token, and I have mine. The story is complete, and it is ours. And I closed the notebook and sat on the cold concrete floor of the storage unit for a long time, surrounded by the evidence of a life lived in relentless observation. I had not been a detective on a case. I had been a character, carefully placed and meticulously studied. I had spent decades believing I held a secret, a dark, shared knowledge with two other people. But I was wrong. The secret had always been hers. She had not just lived the story. She had written it, from the first page to the last. And my role was not to solve it, but to bear witness to its final perfect draft. I left the trunk there, locking the unit. I kept only the key. Some stories are too heavy to carry home. The key felt like a lead weight in my pocket for weeks. I thought of destroying it, of throwing it into the river and letting the current carry it away to the sea. But I did not. It was, I realized, my copy of the text. The final piece of evidence in a case that would never see a courtroom. Lois had entrusted me with the truth, not to share it, but to hold it, to be its curator. Clara noticed the change in me. "You've been quiet, Arlo," she said one afternoon, as we reviewed the financial records of a wayward husband. "It's like you've finally solved a puzzle you never told me about." "In a way," I admitted, closing the file. "And the solution was that some puzzles are not meant to be solved by anyone else." She frowned, her young, logical mind rebelling against the concept. "That sounds like a surrender." "No," I said, looking out the window at the city, whose exhaust I could still sometimes taste. "It's an acceptance. It's the difference between solving a mystery and understanding the story." I never went back to the storage unit. I paid the fees for another decade, ensuring its preservation. A silent patron to a museum of want. The key eventually found a home at the bottom of a small wooden box, where I kept other mementos of a life spent looking into the dark corners of the human heart. I would take it out sometimes, not to use it, but to feel its cold metal against my skin. A reminder of the woman who had written me into her narrative, and in doing so, had given my own a depth I had never sought. The years continued their slow, inexorable march. The clock ticked, the snuff box tarnished, and I, Arlo Vane, grew old in my chair, the keeper of a story that was, in its own terrible and beautiful way, a masterpiece. The final silence was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a completed work. And in that, there was a strange and lasting peace. My last case was a simple one, a matter of a forged will. I resolved it in under a month. The client was grateful, but I felt a profound emptiness as I deposited the check. The money was a convenience, but it no longer held any meaning. I had been paid in a different currency long ago, a currency of silence and understanding that had rendered all other transactions trivial. I began to take long walks through the city, retracing steps I had taken with other cases, other lives. I found myself outside the old library, the scene of the gala where Lois had handed me the final key to my own cage. I did not go in. I simply stood there, watching people come and go, their arms full of books, their minds full of stories that were, for them, still simple and contained. I envied them their innocence. One afternoon, on one of these walks, I saw a familiar face. It was the young barista from the coffee shop near Brad's old antique store. She was older now, a manager, her hair a different color. Our eyes met as I ordered my coffee. There was a flicker of recognition, followed by a polite, professional smile. She did not know me. Not really. I was just a customer from long ago. A ghost from a time when the shop across the street held a different kind of ghost. I took my coffee and left, the warm cup a small temporary anchor in the chill of the past. That night, I dreamt of Lisbon. I saw Brad, not as I had known him, but as an old man, shelving books in a sun-drenched shop, his movements slow and deliberate. He looked up, and though he could not see me, he smiled a small, private smile. He was at peace. He had his books, his memories, his perfectly preserved world. He had won. And in the dream, I understood that Lois had won too. She had gotten her material, her masterpiece, her final controlling word. And I had gotten the truth. It was a messy, uncomfortable prize, but it was mine. I woke with a start. The room was dark, the only sound the relentless ticking of the clock. But for the first time, the sound did not feel like a measurement of loss. It was just a sound. A clock, ticking. The snuff box was just a box. The key was just a key. I got out of bed and went to my desk. I opened the bottom drawer and took out a fresh ream of paper and a pen. I had not written anything for myself in 30 years. I had only ever written reports, dry summaries of other people's tragedies and deceptions. I put the pen to the paper and I began to write. I did not write about Brad or Lois or Jacob. I did not write about the brandy or the flower or the trial. I wrote about a man who solved puzzles, and the one puzzle he could never truly solve, but could only learn to carry. I wrote about the weight of a story, and the freedom that comes from finally accepting your place within it. The words came slowly at first, then in a steady, quiet stream. I was not writing for an audience, or for publication. I was writing for the same reason a clock ticks, because it is what I was built to do. The story was complete, and now, at last, so was I. The morning light found me still at my desk, the pages scattered around me like fallen leaves. I felt a profound and unfamiliar exhaustion, the kind that comes not from lack of sleep, but from a long journey's end. I gathered the pages, not reading them, simply stacking them into a neat pile. They were not a confession or a vindication. They were simply a record. My record. I called Clara later that day and told her I was retiring, effective immediately. She was silent for a moment, and then she said, "I'll take over the practice. I'll keep the name." I knew she would. She was ready. She had always been ready. I gave her the keys to the office and wished her well. There was no sentimentality in our goodbye, only a quiet transfer of responsibility. It felt correct. The rest of my days were quiet. I sold my apartment and moved to a small cottage by the sea, a place where the sound of the waves drowned out the memory of ticking clocks. I brought very little with me. Some clothes, a few books. The snuff box and the key came with me, of course. I placed them on the mantel of the stone fireplace, where they looked less like artifacts and more like what they were. Simple objects, stripped of their power. I never wrote another word. I had said what I needed to say. I spent my time walking the shoreline, watching the gulls wheel in the sky, and reading the novels of others. I found I could lose myself in them again. Not as a detective searching for clues, but as a reader, simply enjoying the tale. One evening, as I watched the sunset paint the water in shades of orange and violet, I felt a peculiar lightness. It was the absence of a weight I had carried for so long. I had forgotten it was there. I thought of Lois, of Brad, of Jacob, Of all of the players in that old, dark drama, they were all gone now. And I was here, an old man by the sea, the sole surviving keeper of a story that no longer needed keeping. The last thing I saw, before the light faded completely, was a ship on the horizon, a tiny silhouette moving steadily toward the edge of the world. It did not signal to me, and I did not signal to it. We were simply two separate things, existing in the same vast, beautiful, and indifferent space. And that was enough. That was finally and completely enough. The cottage had no clock. The rhythm of my life was dictated by the tides and the sun. The silence was a physical presence, a balm. I received a letter from Clara once a month, updating me on the agency. She was doing well, better than I ever had. She had a talent for the simple, solvable truth. I was happy for her. One spring morning, a different letter arrived. The postmark was foreign, the handwriting one I had not seen in decades. Yet, I recognized it instantly. It was Brad's. My heart did not race. My hands did not tremble. I opened it with a strange calm. Inside was a single sheet of paper. There was no greeting, no signature. She told me she gave you the journals. I suppose I always knew she would. She was a curator in the end, just like me. I have no trunk, no key to offer. Only this. The flour was not in the brandy. It was in the sugar cube she dropped into his cup just before he drank. A far more elegant solution, don't you think? It dissolved completely. There was never any physical evidence to find. She knew that. I knew that. Now you know that. I read the lines 3 times. Then, I folded the letter and placed it in the pocket of my coat. I walked down to the shore, the cold water washing over my boots. He was right. It was more elegant. A final, perfect brushstroke on a canvas I had thought was dry. It changed nothing, and it changed everything. It was the last piece, not of the mystery, but of the art. I took the letter from my pocket, held it for a moment longer, then let the wind take it. It fluttered, a white bird, before landing on the surface of the water. The sea soaked it, pulled it down, and it was gone. I turned and walked back to the cottage. The sun was warm on my face. Inside, on the mantel, the snuff box gleamed dully in a stray beam of light. I did not look at it. I put the kettle on for tea. The water was just beginning to boil when I heard the first cry of the gulls outside, announcing the start of a new, ordinary day. The tea was bitter, but I drank it. I sat in my chair by the window and watched the sea. Brad's letter had not reopened an old wound. It had simply confirmed the nature of the scar. Lois had been even more meticulous than I had imagined. The sugar cube, a detail so small, so ephemeral. It was genius. It was the kind of detail a novelist would cherish. The perfect, untraceable mechanism. I had to admire it, the same way I admired the intricate craftsmanship of the snuff box. Both were testaments to a kind of terrible beauty. Clara's next letter was more animated than usual. She was getting married. She included a photograph of her and her fiancé, a man with a kind, open face. They were standing in front of my old office. I wrote back a short note of congratulations and enclosed a check that was far too large. It was not out of generosity, but out of a need to lighten my own load, to pass on some of the currency that had accumulated from a lifetime of other people's secrets. The seasons turned. My walks grew shorter. The sea air, which had once felt so invigorating, now held a chill that seeped into my bones. I knew my time was growing short. I was not afraid. I had outlived the story, and that felt like a victory in itself. One evening, I did not get up from my chair. The sunset was particularly magnificent, a slow burn of crimson and gold. My gaze fell upon the mantel, upon the snuff box and the key. They were no longer symbols of a haunting, but of a conversation that had finally run its course. I felt a gentle pressure in my chest, not of pain, but of a profound and settling quiet. The last thing I was aware of was the sound of the waves, a rhythm as old as time, and the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine drifting through the open window. It was not an ending, but a final, peaceful punctuation, a period at the close of a very long sentence. The cottage was empty for a week before Clara found me. She had grown worried when my monthly reply to her letter never came. She let herself in and found me in the chair, looking as if I had simply fallen asleep watching the sea. She told me later I had a small, faint smile on my face, an expression she had never seen in all the years she had known me. She handled everything with the efficiency I had taught her. She found my will, a simple document that left everything to her. She found the stack of pages in my desk, the story I had written. She read it, sitting in my chair by the window, and when she was finished, she understood the man she had worked for all those years, and the silence that had always surrounded him. She did not know what to do with the snuff box and the key. They were not mentioned in the will. After a long deliberation, she took them to the storage facility. She used the key to open the unit one last time. She saw the trunk, the physical weight of Lois Dean's mind. She did not open it. She simply placed the snuff box gently on top of the closed lid, a final token returned to its author. Then she locked the door and threw the key into the river, as I had once contemplated doing. It was the only part of the story she ever felt she truly resolved. The cottage was sold. My few possessions were dispersed. Clara kept the pages I had written, but she never showed them to anyone. They were, she decided, not a story for public consumption. They were a final report, for a case that was now definitively closed. She returned to the city and her own life, a life of solvable puzzles and straightforward facts. But she carried a new understanding with her, a quiet respect for the stories that lie beneath, the ones that are never meant to be solved. The agency thrived under Clara's stewardship. She modernized the methods, but she kept my old chair in the corner of the office, a silent reminder of a different way of seeing things. She would sometimes catch herself looking at it, especially after a difficult case, and wonder about the weight of the secrets it had held. She never remarried, but she lived a full life, surrounded by friends and the simple, satisfying truths she uncovered. Years later, on the anniversary of my death, she would take a single walk to the river. She never threw anything in. She would just stand there for a while, watching the water flow past, carrying its own hidden stories out to sea. Then she would return to her desk, to her work, to the world of facts and solutions. But she always left a part of herself there on the bank, a quiet acknowledgement of the deep, dark water that runs beneath everything, the current that carries the stories we choose to keep and the ones that keep us. One afternoon, an elderly woman came into the agency. Her case was a simple matter of a missing locket, a family heirloom of little monetary value, but immense sentimental worth. Clara took the case, and within 2 days she had tracked it to a pawn shop across town. As she handed the locket back to the woman, she saw the profound gratitude in her eyes, a pure and uncomplicated emotion. That evening, she went to a small, quiet bookstore, a place she had started to frequent. She browsed the shelves, her fingers trailing over the spines. In the fiction section, her hand paused on a familiar name, Lois Dean Doyle. It was a later novel, one she had never read. She almost pulled it from the shelf, but then she let her hand fall. She did not need to read it. She understood its purpose now. It was not a puzzle to be solved, but a world to be visited. She bought a different book instead, a new mystery by an author she did not know. She read the first chapter that night in her apartment, enjoying the simple pleasure of the unsolved, the promise of a solution that would, in 300 pages, inevitably come. She marked her page and set the book aside. The city lights twinkled outside her window, a million stories unfolding at once. She did not feel the need to investigate any of them. It was enough to know they were there. It was enough to live inside her own. The new mystery was engaging, a clever puzzle of alibis and misplaced letters. Clara solved it by the third-to-last chapter, a small, private smile on her face. She closed the book with a sense of satisfaction, but also a new and curious understanding. The author had laid all the clues fairly, and the resolution was neat and just. It was a good story, but it was not a true one. It lacked the ragged, unresolved edges of the story Arlo had left her. The one that still, on occasion, whispered to her from the depths of her memory. She thought of the locket she had returned. Its value was not in its gold or its tiny faded photograph, but in the love it represented, a love that was now lost to time. That was the truth. The neat solution in the novel was merely a comfort. The following week, she received a package from a lawyer. It contained a single leather-bound journal, along with a note. The journal was from the estate of a man named Jacob, who had passed away peacefully in a nursing home. The note explained that Jacob had left instructions for this one journal to be sent to her, care of the agency. He had written that he had followed her career, and he believed she was the proper custodian for this final piece. He apologized for the trouble. With a feeling of stepping into a room she thought had been sealed forever, Clara opened the journal. It was not a confession. It was not an account of the murder. It was Jacob's story, written in a shaky, elderly hand. It was the story of a man who had loved a woman who saw him only as a tool, and of a friend he had betrayed for the same reason. It was full of regret and a lonely, aching love for a life he had never been brave enough to claim for himself. The final entry read, "I have spent my life paying for a crime I did not commit with a guilt that was entirely my own. I was the willing audience to a masterpiece, and for that, I paid the price of a co-conspirator." Clara read it all in one sitting. When she was finished, she felt no sense of revelation, only a deep, abiding sadness for the man. He had been a character in Lois' story, just like Arlo, just like Brad. But he was the only one who had never understood his role. She did not keep the journal. She took it to the fireplace in her apartment, and one page at a time, she let it burn. The flames consumed Jacob's guilt, his love, his pathetic self-justifications. She watched the smoke rise up the chimney, carrying his story away, releasing it. She had been its custodian, and now her duty was done. She wiped a smudge of ash from her hands and went to make a cup of tea. The past was finally, completely quiet. The tea was strong and hot. She drank it standing by the window, looking down at the city streets where a light rain was beginning to fall. The ashy scent of the burned journal still hung in the air, a final, ephemeral ghost. She felt a chapter close, not with a dramatic slam, but with the soft, decisive click of a well-made lock. A few days later, a young couple came to the agency, their faces etched with the fresh worry of a stolen wedding album. Clara listened to them, her demeanor calm and focused. She took detailed notes, asked the right questions, and assured them she would do everything she could. After they left, she put on her coat and went out into the rain-slicked afternoon. The case was straightforward, the kind of tangible problem her mind was built to solve. As she walked, she passed the old coffee shop. It was under new management now, the interior bright and modern. She did not go in. She kept walking, her footsteps steady on the wet pavement. She thought of Arlo in his cottage by the sea, of Jacob in his lonely room, of Lois and Brad in their respective prisons of memory and ink. Their great, tangled story was over. Its last embers cooled in her fireplace. Her own story was here, in the hum of the city and the simple, solvable problems of the present. She had her work, her quiet apartment, her books. It was a life built not on grand mysteries, but on small, certain truths. And for the first time, she understood that this was not a smaller life than Arlo's. It was simply her own. She turned a corner, the case file tucked securely under her arm, and walked on into the rest of her day, leaving the echoes of the past behind her, silent and finally at peace. The wedding album was found in a dumpster behind a department store, slightly damp but otherwise intact. The couple's gratitude was effusive, their relief a palpable force in the office. Clara accepted their thanks with a professional nod, but inside she felt the quiet hum of a job well done. This was the work. This was enough. She began to take on an apprentice, a sharp-eyed young woman named Elise, who reminded her of herself decades earlier. She taught her how to observe, how to listen, how to distinguish the important detail from the irrelevant noise. She never spoke of Arlo, or Lois, or the trunk. Some histories are not meant to be lesson plans. They are simply weights that, once put down, should not be picked up again by another. One autumn evening, years later, Clara was cleaning out a filing cabinet in the office. In the very back of the bottom drawer, behind folders of old, closed cases, her fingers brushed against a small, flat object. It was a photograph she had never seen before. It was of Arlo, much younger, standing beside a woman she instinctively knew was Lois Dean. They were not touching, but they were looking at each other. And the expression on Arlo's face was one of raw, unguarded admiration. Lois's smile was subtle, a curator acknowledging a prized piece. Clara stared at it for a long time. It was the final, silent piece of evidence, a snapshot of the moment before the story began, before the poison and the plots and the decades of silence. It was not her story to keep. She took a match from the desk drawer, struck it, and held the flame to the corner of the photograph. It curled and blackened, the images of the two figures dissolving into smoke and ash. She dropped it into the metal wastebasket and watched until it was completely consumed. The next morning, she met Elise for coffee. The sun was bright, the city alive with its usual frantic energy. Elise was talking about a new case, a simple matter of corporate espionage. Clara listened, offering a few words of guidance. She felt a sense of continuity, a thread passing peacefully from one hand to the next. She finished her coffee and stood, placing a hand on Elise's shoulder for a brief moment before she walked out of the cafe and into the light of an ordinary day, leaving the last of the ghosts behind in the smoke and the quiet embers. Story 4. A cold tremor, a shiver that had nothing to do with the stale, conditioned air of the courtroom, started at the base of my spine and climbed, vertebra by vertebra, until it settled like a crown of ice around my skull. It was the tremor of a plucked string, a silent resonance that told me, with a certainty deeper than any evidence presented by the state, that the true poison had not been in the cognac glass, but in the room with us all along, hanging in the air between the lies. I sat, the accused Brianna Vale, novelist of intricate crimes, now living the cheapest of plotlines. And across the sea of varnished wood and board, vengeful faces, a man watched me. He did not look at me with the prurient curiosity of the others. He watched, and in that watching, I felt the first faint stir of something other than the chill. His name was Forrest. He had no official title, no badge. He was a remnant of a different era, a man whose wealth and eccentricity granted him the freedom to pursue puzzles for his own amusement. He was tall, lean in a way that suggested patience rather than hunger. His suits a quiet rebellion against the flash of the modern world. He had been in the gallery for 3 days, a still point in the turning world of my destruction. The prosecutor, a man named Sterling with a voice like gravel being poured on a coffin, was summing up. He painted a picture of a woman too clever for her own good, a writer who thought she could plot the perfect murder and star as its innocent heroine. He spoke of my independence as coldness, my culture as calculation, my love for Louis as a performance. Louis, Dato. His name was a ghost in the room. Handsome Louis, with his easy smile and his hidden pockets of sorrow. He was found in the library of my country house, slumped in a leather armchair, a copy of my first novel open on his lap. The cause was a rare, fast-acting toxin, something botanical and cruel, traced to a patch of monkshood I cultivated for its dark, hooded beauty along the shaded side of the garden. My fingerprints were on the decanter. My motive, the state alleged, was his impending departure. He was going back to his wife. I had the pride, they said, and the knowledge to make sure he never could. The evidence was a neat, suffocating box. It was all there. Opportunity. Means? A motive the public could understand. A woman scorned. It was a story they had all heard before. But Forrest, I would learn, was not interested in the stories everyone had already heard. He came to see me in the holding cell after the day's proceedings. The air smelled of bleach and despair. He did not sit immediately, but stood, taking in the small, terrible space as if it were a curious exhibit. "They have a rhythm, your prosecutors," he said, his voice a low, melodic baritone. "They lay down the facts like a carpenter building a gallows. Measure twice, cut once. It is very convincing." "I didn't kill him," I said. The words were ash in my mouth. I had said them so many times they had lost all meaning. "I know," he replied. And those two words were a key, turning a lock I thought had been welded shut. He finally sat, placing his hat on the small table between us. "The rhythm is wrong. The cadence is off. A good story, a true story, has a certain music. Theirs is a military march, all stomping boots and shouted orders. But what happened to Louis? That is a different kind of song. A nocturne, something with subtlety and shadow. Something with subtlety and He began his investigation not as a demolition, but as a careful excavation. He was not there to tear down the state's case, but to listen for the silence within its noise. He visited the library where Louis died. He stood where Louis had fallen, and he told me later he could feel the echo of the violence, not in the room itself, but in the arrangement of its aftermath. The book on his lap was one of my lesser-known works, an obscure title. Why that one? The decanter was from a set, but only one glass was used. Louis's glass. Where was the second glass? The one I would have used if we were drinking together, as I claimed. He sought out the witnesses, the acquaintances and relatives who had populated the edges of our lives. Louis's cousin, a nervous man named Arthur, who stood to inherit a modest portfolio, spoke of Louis's recent financial anxieties, a sudden secretive burden. A neighbor, an elderly woman with a memory for details, recalled seeing a dark sedan parked down the lane from my house on the night Louis died, its driver sitting in the dark. She thought nothing of it. Forrest thought of everything. He would come to me in the evenings, in the sterile visiting room, and he would tell me what he had found. His words were not just reports. They were incantations. He wove the details together with a hypnotic rhythm, his sentences long and flowing as he described the scent of damp earth by the monkshood, the sound of a distant train whistle the neighbor heard, the feel of the cheap polyester of Arthur's suit under his own discerning gaze. Then, at the moment of a clue, his speech would become sharp, staccato. The car was a rental, paid for in cash. The portfolio was not so modest. There was a withdrawal, a large one, the day before he died. Our conversations became the anchor of my existence. He was not just proving my innocence. He was reassembling my world, which had been shattered into 1,000 sharp, accusing pieces. He saw the person I was, not the caricature the trial had made of me. He saw the love I had for Louis, a complicated, flawed, but genuine love. And I saw him not just as my savior, but as a man of profound intelligence and a deep, surprising loneliness. We were bound together by the mystery, two solitary figures on a raft in a sea of certainty. The search for truth became a sentimental journey, a slow, quiet dance of minds and hearts in the shadow of the gallows. He found Liam almost by accident. Liam was a ghost, a name on a corporate document connected to Arthur's newfound wealth. Liam was Arthur's silent partner, a man with a grudge buried so deep it had fossilized. Years before, Louis had been involved in a business deal that had ruined Liam's father, a proud man who had subsequently taken his own life. It was not a dramatic, public feud. It was a quiet, festering wound. Liam had waited. He had learned of Louis's habits, his visit to my house. He had seen the monkshood. He had seen his opportunity. He had used Arthur's greed and fear to get close, to learn the patterns of the house. He was the shadow in the lane, the hand that slipped the toxin into the single glass when my back was turned, knowing the garden would point only to me. Forrest laid it all out, not in the courtroom, but for me, in the quiet of the visiting room. He had the evidence, a trail of financial records and a witness who saw Liam near the property. It was enough to create reasonable doubt. More than enough. The next day, in court, Forrest did not shout or grandstand. He spoke in that same hypnotic rhythm, weaving a new story, the true story, from the threads the prosecution had ignored. He presented the dark sedan, the financial records, the history of Liam's vendetta. He painted a picture of a different killer, one who moved in the shadows, who used the obviousness of my garden as his perfect shield. The state's neat box splintered. The rhythm was broken. The jury saw the doubt, thick and swirling as fog. The judge had no choice. The case against me collapsed. I was free. The world outside the courthouse was a blur of light and noise. Reporters shouted, cameras flashed. Forrest stood beside me, a steadying presence. We did not speak. We got into a taxi and he gave the driver the address of a quiet hotel. We sat in the back seat, the silence between us full of everything we had shared. Everything we had survived. It was a silence that felt like a beginning. In the hotel room, a suite overlooking the city, the tension of months finally began to dissolve. He poured 2 glasses of water from a crystal carafe. The trial was over. The mystery was solved. Justice, in its way, had been served. We had won. He handed me the glass. Our fingers touched. And in that touch, I felt it again. That cold tremor, the plucked string of dread. I looked into his eyes, those intelligent, patient eyes, and I saw something I had never seen before. A flicker of something else. Something like triumph. I looked down at the glass in my hand. The water was clear, pristine. The glass was crystal, cut in a familiar, intricate pattern. It was the same pattern as the decanter in my library, the one that had held the poisoned cognac. The set had been a gift. He had mentioned it once in passing, a family heirloom. I had thought nothing of it. My pulse, which had finally begun to slow, became a frantic drum against my ribs. Forrest smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. He raised his own glass to his lips and took a slow, deliberate sip. He watched me over the rim, his gaze unwavering, hypnotic. And I understood. He had not been listening for the silence in the state's case. He had been composing his own symphony around it. He had not just found Liam. He had orchestrated his discovery. He had not saved me out of a love for truth or justice. He had saved me because it was the final, perfect move in a game only he was playing. He had been captivated, yes, but not by my innocence, by the challenge, by the brilliance of making the guilty woman into the tragic heroine, of weaving a truth so compelling it hid a deeper, darker lie. What had he said that first day? A good story, a true story, has a certain music. He was the author here, not me. I was just his most compelling character. I stood there, holding the glass, the cold crystal pressing against my skin. The city lights twinkled outside the window, 1,000 indifferent stars. I was free from the courtroom, but I was now a prisoner of a far more terrible and beautiful truth. I looked at him, this man who had remade my world, and I saw the endless, elegant mystery of his own design. I did not know if the water was poisoned. I did not know what his endgame was. I only knew that the story was not over. It was only just beginning. And the final clue, the most enigmatic of all, was the gentle, unblinking certainty in his eyes as he waited for me to drink. The water was tasteless. It was just water. I drank it because the alternative was to shatter the glass, to scream, to run, and to what end? He had engineered my freedom with the precision of a master watchmaker. To flee now would be to admit I understood the terrifying architecture of my salvation. And that was a knowledge I was not sure I was meant to possess. So I drank. I let the cool, bland liquid slide down my throat, and I did not die. Forrest's smile deepened, becoming something softer, more intimate, and infinitely more dangerous. "There," he said, his voice a low murmur that seemed to absorb the faint city sounds from the window. "The world is yours again, Brianna." He moved to the window, looking down at the streets he had just lifted me above. "They will leave you alone now. The reporters will find a new monster by tomorrow. You can go back to your writing, to your life." What life? The question was out before I could stop it. Stripped of all artifice, he turned, his silhouette framed by the city's glow. "The one we have written. It is a better story, don't you think? Far more satisfying than the state's clumsy tragedy. A tale of redemption, of truth prevailing against all odds. The public loves a survivor." He spoke of the public as if they were an audience he had carefully managed. And perhaps they were. I thought of the witnesses, the evidence he had so deftly planted, and then uncovered. Arthur's nervousness, the neighbor's recollection of the car. Had he fed her those details? Had he guided Liam's ghost into existence with the same careful hand he now used to gesture toward the city? He had not just found the truth. He had manufactured a better one. "Why?" I asked. The word was a bare, fragile thing in the opulent room. He came back toward me, stopping just close enough that I could see the flecks of silver in his blue-gray eyes. "Because the puzzle was incomplete. The state's solution was inelegant. It left gaps. It failed to account for the poetry of the thing. Lewis was a man of hidden sorrows. His end demanded a villain of equal subtlety. Liam, driven by a legacy of loss, was a far more fitting end for him than a jealous lover. And you?" He reached out, his fingers not touching me, but tracing a line in the air near my temple. "You were the perfect wrong party. Your intelligence, your pride, your very nature made you the ideal fulcrum. To prove you innocent was a far greater feat than to prove another man guilty. It was a restoration, a work of art." A cold fury began to thaw the ice in my veins. I was a work of art, a character in his story. My grief, my terror, my months in a cell, all of it was just pigment for his canvas. "You used me," I whispered. "I saw you," he corrected, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. "I saw the potential for a masterpiece where others saw only a crime. I gave you a freedom you could never have won otherwise. The state's case, while flawed, was strong. You would have been convicted. You would have died in a cage, or worse, lived in one. I have given you the sun, the air, your name back." "And in return?" I asked, my eyes locked on his. "What do you get in return, Forrest?" He did not look away. "The satisfaction of a problem perfectly solved, and the company of the only other person who can truly appreciate the solution." There it was, the final, unspoken clause of my freedom. I was not just free from prison. I was free into him. He had not just saved me, he had claimed me. I was his living testament, his confidante, the one person on earth who knew the scope of his genius and his immorality. To expose him would be to plunge myself back into the nightmare, to trade one prison for another. He had built a gilded cage from the very beams of my exoneration. I set the empty glass down on a side table. The crystal made a soft, definitive click against the wood. "I am very tired," I said, my voice steady, a testament to my own, lesser, but still potent, craft. "It has been a long day." He nodded, understanding the dismissal and accepting it, for now. "Of course. Rest. This suite is yours for as long as you need it. I will be in the adjoining room should you require anything." He moved toward the connecting door, pausing with his hand on the knob. "Sleep well, Brianna. The story is indeed just beginning. And I have a feeling the next chapter will be the most fascinating one yet." He closed the door softly behind him. I did not move. I stood in the center of the room, listening to the silence. It was no longer the silence of a beginning, but the silence of a trap that had been sprung with exquisite care. I was out of the courtroom, but I would never be free of the judge. He was in the next room, and he held the only copy of the truth. I walked to the window and looked down at the city, at the countless lives moving in their own unscripted dramas. My reflection stared back at me, a pale ghost superimposed over the lights. I saw the novelist, the accused, the survivor. And now I saw the final, most challenging role I would ever have to play. The co-author of my own captivity. The first thing I did was inventory the room. It was a habit left over from the trial, a need to know my environment, its exits and its weapons. The suite was large, tasteful, and impersonal. The door to the hallway was locked, but the bolt was heavy and solid. The windows were sealed, designed to not open in a high-rise hotel. A beautiful, airless box. The connecting door to Forrest's room was, as expected, locked from his side. I was his guest and his prisoner. I did not sleep. I sat in a plush armchair and watched the sky lighten from black to bruised purple to a pale, sickly gray. My mind, which had been so full of his narrative, began its own quiet work. He saw himself as an author. He saw me as his character. But he had forgotten that I was a writer, too. I knew about character agency. I knew about plot twists. And I knew that every story, no matter how tightly plotted, contains a flaw. A single thread that, if pulled, can unravel the entire tapestry. He had given me the key himself. In his hypnotic monologues, he had reveled in the details. He loved the texture of truth, even his manufactured truth. He had mentioned the car, a dark sedan. He had mentioned the financial records. He had mentioned Liam's grudge. But he had never, not once, explained how he himself had come to be in the gallery on the first day of my trial. What was the initial spark? What was the first piece of his puzzle that had drawn him in? A man like Forrest did not simply read about a sensational murder in the paper and decide to attend. He was drawn by a deeper connection. That was the thread, the origin of his interest. When he emerged from his room hours later, he was as impeccably composed as ever. He found me still in the chair, still dressed in the clothes from the day before. "You didn't sleep," he observed, not as a question, but as a note in his mental file on me. "I was thinking about stories," I said, my voice rough with fatigue, "about how every story has a source, an inspiration. You never told me what yours was. What brought you to my trial, Forrest? What was the first thing that caught your eye?" For a fraction of a second, his supreme confidence flickered. It was not hesitation, but surprise. He had expected fear, gratitude, perhaps even a simmering resentment. He had not expected a question of craft. He recovered smoothly, pouring coffee from a service that had been silently delivered to his room. The newspaper, of course. The elements were compelling. No, I said, standing up. My legs felt weak, but my voice grew stronger. That's not it. You don't read the papers for amusement. You are a connoisseur. You are invited. Someone brought you this case. Someone pointed you at me. I took a step toward him. Who was it? He handed me a cup of coffee. I did not take it. His eyes narrowed slightly, appreciating the move. I was refusing his sustenance, his narrative control. Does it matter? He asked. It is the only thing that matters, I replied. It's the foundation. You didn't just happen upon me. You were sent. By whom? He sipped his coffee, watching me over the rim. I could see the calculations happening behind his eyes. He was weighing the risk of a lie against the pleasure of revealing a clever detail. His vanity, I suspected, was his true Achilles heel. An old acquaintance, he said finally, setting his cup down with a soft click. A man who knew of my hobbies. He thought the state's case was too neat. He felt there was a more interesting story buried underneath. What acquaintance? I pressed, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was it. The first loose thread. Forrest smiled, a slow, spreading smile that was all predator. Louis's father. The air left my lungs. Louis's father was a shadowy figure, a retired industrialist who had disapproved of his son's life, of me. We had never met. He hired you. In a manner of speaking, he presented the problem. He did not like the scandal. He did not like you, but he also did not believe you were stupid enough to kill his son in such a traceable way. He found it aesthetically displeasing. He knew I appreciate a more complex composition. He gave me a retainer to look into it, to see if there was a more suitable culprit to be found. The world tilted. Louis's own father had set this in motion. He had unleashed Forrest, not to find the truth, but to find a better story. A story that spared the family further shame and provided a satisfying, distant villain. He had paid for my gilded cage to be built. So I was right, I whispered. You were never there for me. You were there for him, to clean up his son's messy death. I was there for the puzzle, Forrest corrected, but the correction was weak. I had found the flaw. His motives were not pure artistic obsession. They were, at their root, mercenary. He had been a paid craftsman, tailoring the truth to suit a client. That made him smaller. That made him manageable. I finally took the coffee cup from the table. The porcelain was warm in my hand. I looked at him, this brilliant, monstrous man, and I saw not an all-powerful author, but a man with a client. A man who could be negotiated with. Then our story isn't over, I said, my voice calm, resolute. It's just entering a new phase. You've fulfilled your contract with the father. You've provided a suitable ending. Now you have a new asset, me. And I think it's time we discussed my terms. Forrest's eyebrows rose. He looked genuinely, deeply amused. He leaned back against the desk, folding his arms. Your terms? I will be your confidante, I said. I will appreciate your genius. I will even in time perhaps help you with your future projects, but I will not be your prisoner. I will have my own life, my own money, my own freedom. Or I will walk out of this room and I will go to the one reporter who hates Sterling, the prosecutor, enough to listen. And I will tell him a story about a rich man's fixer who fabricates evidence, and The silence that followed was different from all the others. It was a standoff. He was measuring me, truly measuring me for the first time. He saw the novelist, the survivor, and now he saw the strategist. I was no longer just a character. I was a potential partner, or a rival. After a long moment, he gave a slow, single nod. Very well, Brianna. We can discuss terms. He gestured to the chair I had vacated. Shall we begin? I sat. The coffee was bitter, but I drank it. I had just written my first line of the new chapter, and for the first time since he had walked into my cell, I felt the chill recede, replaced by the fierce, cold heat of a game I finally understood how to play. The negotiation was a delicate thing, a dance of implications and unspoken threats. We spoke not of crimes, but of logistics, of an apartment, of funds transferred to an account in my name only, of the return of my personal effects from the state's evidence locker. He agreed to it all with a kind of detached admiration, as if I were a student who had finally grasped a difficult theorem. He saw my demands not as a rebellion, but as a development of the plot he had set in motion. I was evolving, and that, to him, was fascinating. Within a week, I was in a small sunlit apartment he had secured, paid for with the first installment of what I privately called my pension. It was not a fortune, but it was independence. The first thing I did was buy a new notebook and a pen. The second thing I did was begin to write down everything I remembered. Not a novel, but a record. Every word he had ever said to me, every detail of the trial he had influenced, every flicker of expression I had seen on his face. I documented the architecture of my own deliverance, brick by poisonous brick. I knew he was watching. I felt his presence in the quiet of the apartment, in the way the phone never rang, in the certain knowledge that my new life was a set he had designed. My freedom was a stage, and I was the principal actor. But a stage has wings, and an actor knows her lines. Our first meeting as partners was at a quiet cafe. He was already there, reading a book of chess strategies. He looked up as I approached, and his smile was one of genuine pleasure. "Brianna, you look well. The city air agrees with you." "It agrees with me more when I'm breathing it by my own choice," I said, taking the seat opposite him. He ignored the barb, closing his book. "I have a proposition. A small matter. A friend of a friend finds himself in an unfortunate financial dispute. The evidence against him is, shall we say, compellingly one-sided. He needs a new perspective." No, he was testing me, offering me a taste of the craft. "I'm not a lawyer, Forrest." "No," he said, leaning forward. "You are something better. You are a storyteller. You understand motive, character, the gaps in a narrative. Look at the file. Tell me what you see. Consider it a consulting fee." He slid a slim folder across the table. I left it there, untouched. "I'll consider it. But I have a proposition of my own." His eyes glittered with interest. "Oh, I'm starting a new book. A novel about a man who becomes obsessed with the inner workings of the justice system. A man who begins to curate the outcomes of certain trials." His smile did not falter, but it grew still. "That sounds meta." "It does, doesn't it?" I said, meeting his gaze. "I think it could be a powerful piece. Of course, I would need to do a great deal of research, interview people, perhaps even shadow someone with unique expertise to get the details right." The silence stretched between us. He understood perfectly. My book was my own insurance policy, a public, creative project that would force me to ask questions, to document his world. If anything happened to me, a manuscript would be a beacon. It was a threat wrapped in the respectable cloak of literature. He finally broke the silence with a soft laugh. "You continue to surprise me. Very well. Write your book, in fact," he said, pushing the file an inch closer. "You may find some inspiration in here." This time, I picked up the file. It was a transaction. My silence, my limited cooperation, in exchange for his tolerance of my own creative endeavors. We were no longer author and character. We were co-authors, locked in a perpetual, silent edit war over the text of our shared reality. As I walked away from the cafe, the file tucked under my arm, I felt the weight of his gaze on my back. He was not angry. He was intrigued. The game was more complex now, and therefore more beautiful to him. I had taken his narrative and inserted myself as a competing voice. I had my own pen, my own story, and I knew, with a cold certainty, that the most dangerous and compelling chapter was yet to be written. Not by him, and not by me, but in the treacherous space between our two versions of the truth. I opened the file in the sterile quiet of my new apartment. The financial dispute was, as Forrest had suggested, a simple story of greed and carelessness. A man named Alistair Finch had embezzled, and the paper trail was a wide paved road leading directly to his doorstep. It was boring. The lack of artistry was almost offensive. This was not why Forrest had given it to me. It was a decoy, a test of my basic comprehension. The real puzzle was hidden in the subtext. Why was Forrest, a man who orchestrated grand tragedies, involved in something so banal? I spent the night cross-referencing names, using the limited research tools I had. Alistair Finch was a nobody, but his company did minor contracting work for a subsidiary of a corporation that was a major donor to the district attorney's re-election campaign. The same district attorney who had prosecuted my case. This was not about Alistair Finch. It was about the dédain, a favor, a piece of tidiness to keep a powerful ally unembarrassed. Forrest was not just an artist. He was a janitor for the elite, cleaning up their messes with his particular brand of narrative bleach. I wrote my assessment not on the case itself, but on its context. I detailed the connection, the potential for political fallout, and suggested that the most elegant solution was not to prove Finch's innocence, but to find a way for the money to be quietly repaid, and for Finch to accept a position overseas, thus containing the scandal. But I was not solving the legal puzzle. I was solving the social one. I met Forrest in a park this time, by a pond dotted with listless ducks. I handed him my notes. He read them slowly, his expression unreadable. When he finished, he looked up at me, and for the first time I saw something that might have been respect. "You look past the facts," he said. "The facts were a distraction. You taught me that." He nodded, folding the paper and tucking it into his inner pocket. "The Tao will be pleased. It seems our partnership has tangible benefits." "It does," I agreed. And I've started my book. The first chapter is quite compelling. It focuses on the initial meeting between the protagonist and his muse. The details are very specific. His smile was thin, a mere formality. The threat had been acknowledged. The balance of power, while still tilted in his favor, had shifted. He needed my silence, but I needed his protection. We were a symbiotic organism, each feeding on the other's darkness. Weeks turned into a tense, productive rhythm. He would bring me small problems, and I would deconstruct them, not for legal loopholes, but for the human weaknesses they exposed. I became an editor of human folly. In return, I wrote my novel, filling the pages with coded truths. I changed names, locations, but the core of him was there, captured in prose. I kept the only copy on an encrypted drive, a digital sword of Damocles. One evening, he appeared at my door unannounced. His composure was fractured, a hairline crack in his usual marble calm. He stepped inside without invitation. "We have a problem," he said, his voice low. "Louis' father is dead. A heart attack." The news was a physical blow. The man who had set this entire machine in motion was gone. My one tenuous link to Forrest's original motive had severed. "What does that mean for us?" I asked, my hand gripping the back of a chair. "It means there is no one left who knows the full scope of the initial arrangement. No one but you and me. His eyes were intense, probing. "It also means his estate is being dissolved. His papers, his correspondence, will be reviewed by executors." The implication hung in the air, cold and sharp. Would there be a record of his retainer to Forrest? A receipt for a purchased truth? "This is the flaw you mentioned," I whispered. "The one you didn't account for." "I account for everything eventually," he said, but the statement lacked its usual conviction. "But it requires a recalibration. We need to ensure the narrative remains consistent." "Well," I repeated. He was no longer just asking for my silence. He was asking for my active participation in a new cover-up. The death of the old man was a new variable, and he needed my help to write it into the story without creating a plot hole. I looked at him, this architect of my reality, and saw not a god, but a man scrambling to control a narrative that was threatening to spiral beyond his grasp. The co-author was becoming a co-conspirator. The game had just changed again, and the stakes were higher than ever. My freedom was no longer just a physical or social condition. It was a narrative one, dependent on the seamless continuation of a story we had both written, and which now, with this death, threatened to rewrite itself. I walked to the window, looking down at the quiet street. The world outside continued, oblivious to the seismic shift happening in this room. My silence was no longer enough. He needed me to be an active participant in sanitizing our shared history. "What do you need me to do?" My voice was flat, the words tasting of ash. "The father kept a private journal, a habit of old men who believe their thoughts are important. His lawyer, a discreet man, has it. He will hand it over to me for a final review before the estate is settled. I need to read it. I need to read it. I need to know what he wrote about me, about the arrangement, and you will come with me." I turned from the window. "Why me?" "Because," he said, his composure returning as the plan solidified in his mind, "you are the concerned former daughter-in-law. Paying your respects, offering condolences. Your presence provides a plausible, sentimental reason for the visit. It obscures the true purpose." It was a good lie. Simple, emotional, and difficult to challenge. I was being written back into his narrative, but this time, I was a willing actor with a speaking part. The lawyer's office was all dark wood and hushed tones. Mr. Sterling, the lawyer, was a man carved from caution. He offered stiff condolences, his eyes flicking between Forrest's easy charm and my somber demeanor. He produced the journal, a thick, leather-bound volume. "As per the specific instructions, you may review it here. Personal effects of a sensitive nature." Forrest took the journal with a respectful nod. He opened it, his eyes scanning the pages with terrifying speed. I made small talk with Sterling, asking about the funeral arrangements, my performance of grief feeling hollow and sharp in my chest. I watched Forrest's face. For 10 minutes, it was a mask of polite interest. Then, I saw it. A minute tightening at the corner of his eye. A single, almost imperceptible flinch. He had found something. He closed the journal and handed it back to Sterling with a sad smile. "A great man. His private thoughts are as measured as his public ones. Thank you for this courtesy." In the car, the silence was thick and heavy. He drove, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "What was it?" I finally asked. He didn't answer for a full minute. "He knew," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "He suspected, not at first, but later. He wrote that the solution I provided was too perfect, that it had the feel of a tailored suit, not found off the rack. He wondered in his last entries if he had traded one messy truth for a more palatable lie." The car seemed to shrink around us. The old man's doubt was a ghost that could still haunt us. A single skeptical sentence in a private diary was a thread that could still be pulled. "He didn't tell anyone," I reasoned, trying to steady my own breathing. "He just wondered, to himself." A man who wonders to himself tells no one. A man who writes it down tells the future, Forrest replied. His mind was already racing, building contingencies, constructing new walls around this vulnerability. Sterling is thorough. He may read it. He may feel a professional obligation to inquire. So what do we do? He looked at me, and the calculated predatory light was back in his eyes. We get ahead of the story. We provide the context before the question is ever asked. We mourn the passing of a great man, and we lament his final, sad decline, the fanciful doubts of a grieving, aging mind. Aging mind. I understood. We were not just covering up a crime anymore. We were about to assassinate the character of a dead man to protect ourselves. I was no longer just a confidante, or a co-author. I was being asked to help bury the truth under a layer of compassionate lies. The game was the same, but the board had become a graveyard. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I would pick up my shovel and start digging. We sat in the car for a long time, the engine off, the world passing by in a blur of normalcy we could no longer touch. The plan was simple, elegant, and vile. We would attend the funeral. I would be the picture of bereaved grace. Forrest would be the supportive friend of the family, and in quiet conversations, we would seed the story. We would speak of the father's recent confusion, his sadness, his uncharacteristic fancies. We wouldn't state anything directly. We would merely offer the framework of a narrative, allowing others to build the walls themselves. The funeral was a sea of black wool and muted condolences. I played my part, accepting embraces from people who had once been my in-laws, their eyes full of a pity that was now a useful tool. Forrest moved through the crowd like a shadow. A respectful word here. A shared memory there. I saw him speaking with the lawyer, Sterling. A hand on his shoulder, a look of profound understanding on his face. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw Sterling nod slowly, his own suspicions about the journal's contents being gently preempted and dismissed as the ramblings of a heartbroken old man. It was working. The truth was being dissolved in the acid of shared perception. Later, as the crowd thinned, I found myself standing alone before the closed casket. A profound emptiness filled me. I had traded one prison for another, and the price of my continued freedom was this: to become a permanent curator of a lie, to actively sculpt the memory of a man, to serve our own ends. I was not just surviving anymore. I was perpetuating. Forrest came to stand beside me. He didn't look at the casket. He looked at the mourners leaving, at the story solidifying with every step they took away from this place. "It's done," he said quietly. "Is it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Or does it just never end? One cover-up requiring another forever?" He finally turned his gaze to me. There was no triumph in it, only a deep, chilling acceptance. A story is only finished when everyone who cares about it is gone. Until then, it requires maintenance. He paused. "You did well today. You have a talent for this." It was the greatest compliment he could have given me, and it felt like a brand. I had a talent for corruption. I had looked into the abyss of his methods, and I had not flinched. I had participated. We drove back to the city in silence. He dropped me off at my apartment. As I got out of the car, he spoke again. "The Finch matter has been resolved. The funds have been transferred to your account. Your consultation was invaluable." "Understand?" I just nodded and closed the car door. Inside my apartment, the silence was deafening. I went to my desk and opened my laptop. The file from my novel glared back at me. I'd been writing it as a threat, a weapon. Now I saw it for what it truly was: a confession, a record of my own descent. I could no longer pretend I was merely an observer, gathering material. I was a primary source. I began to type. I wrote not about him, but about me. I wrote about the woman at the funeral, spreading soft, poisonous lies to save her own skin. I wrote about the taste of betrayal, not as a victim, but as a perpetrator. The words flowed, painful and true. This was no longer a shield. It was a mirror, and I forced myself to look into it, to document the exact shade of my own complicity. The story was indeed not over. It was deepening, turning inward, and the most terrifying villain I was discovering was the one I saw in my own reflection. The money appeared in my account the next morning. It was more than I had expected. A sum that felt less like a payment and more like a retainer. A down payment on my soul. I left it untouched, a digital monument to the line I had crossed. Forrest did not contact me for a week. The silence was its own form of communication. He was giving me space to acclimate to my new role, to let the sediment of my actions settle. When he finally called, his tone was all business. The funeral's emotional residue scrubbed clean. A new matter, more delicate than the last. It requires a woman's touch. We met at the same park, but the pond was frozen now. A sheet of dirty gray ice. He handed me a new file. This one contained photographs of a woman in her 40s, smiling brightly from a charity gala. Elizabeth Croft. Her husband, a rising political star, was accused of assault by a former aide. The evidence was circumstantial. A classic he said, she said. But the scandal was a ticking clock. The wife is the key, Forrest said, sipping his coffee. She is standing by him publicly, but privately, she is wavering. If she leaves him, the facade crumbles. He needs her to be unwavering. I looked through the photos. Elizabeth Croft had the polished, brittle look of a woman holding a grenade with the pin pulled. What am I supposed to do? Befriend her? In a manner of speaking, you are a writer, researching a piece on the wives of powerful men. The pressures they face, the quiet strength they exhibit. You admire her grace under fire. You want to understand her. He met my eyes over the rim of his cup. Reinforce her narrative. Make her feel like a hero, not a victim. Your own recent notoriety gives you a unique credibility. You understand public judgment. It was diabolical. He wasn't asking me to dig up dirt or plant evidence. He was asking me to perform a psychological reinforcement, to become a mirror that showed this woman the version of herself that was most useful to us. I was to be a propagandist for a single audience of one. I found Elizabeth at a small, exclusive yoga studio. I approached her after class, my script ready. I was nervous, genuine in my awkwardness, which sold the performance. I mentioned my book, my interest in the silent partners behind public figures. I saw the flicker of interest in her tired eyes. Here was someone who saw her not as an appendage, but as a subject worthy of study. We went for tea. I listened. I nodded. I said things like, "The world doesn't understand the sacrifice," and "Your strength is what's holding everything together." I watched her absorb the words, her posture straightening, her chin lifting. I was not lying to her. I was simply curating the truth, highlighting the parts that served our purpose and omitting the rest. I was doing what Forrest had done to me, but with a softer, more insidious touch. After our third meeting, she told me she had decided to do a joint television interview with her husband, a show of unified strength. I reported the success to Forrest. "Excellent," he said, a genuine warmth in his voice. "The texture of your work is finer than mine. It has more nuance." I felt a sickening pulse of pride, quickly followed by a revulsion. I was good at this. I was becoming him, but with a woman's tools. Empathy, listening, emotional validation. Weapons he would never deign to wield himself. That night, I opened the file on my novel. The cursor blinked, accusingly. I had written pages about the funeral, about my complicity, but the story of Elizabeth Croft was too fresh, too raw. I couldn't fictionalize it yet. Instead, I opened a new document. I began to write a different story, a private one. I wrote down everything, not as a novel, but as a record. Dates, times, names, amounts. I described Elizabeth's face as she absorbed my poisonous encouragement. I documented the exact shade of my own corruption. This was no longer a manuscript for publication. It was a ledger, a chronicle of crimes. If my novel was a shield, this was something else entirely. A bomb. And I was meticulously assembling it, piece by treacherous piece, unsure if I was building a weapon to use against Forrest, or simply constructing the gallows for myself. The ledger grew, a cold and factual counterpoint to the feverish prose of my novel. I kept them separate, the fiction and the confession. Two testaments to the same damnation. Forrest, in his arrogance, only knew of the novel. The ledger was my secret, my private insurance in a game where the rules changed daily. He was pleased with my work on the Croft affair. The interview had been a masterstroke, painting the couple as besieged but resilient. The scandal lost its oxygen and began to fade. His next request was different. It didn't involve a person, but a company. A small, innovative tech firm was proving resistant to a hostile takeover by one of Forrest's more corporate clients. The usual levers, financial pressure, regulatory hurdles, were moving too slowly. They have a collective spirit, Forrest explained, sliding a data sheet across my kitchen table. A belief in their mission. It makes them stubborn. I need you to erode that. How? I can't befriend an entire company. No, but you can speak to their anxieties. You are a consultant, an expert in corporate culture and narrative. You've been hired to assess morale ahead of the transition. You will listen to their fears and, in the process, validate them. You will make the uncertainty feel inevitable. You will help them see the takeover not as a failure, but as a relief from the pressure of their own ambition. It was psychological warfare on a micro scale. I spent 2 weeks embedded in their open-plan office, a sympathetic ear and a nodding head. I drank bad coffee with engineers and listened to their dreams. And then, carefully, I would voice the doubts they hadn't yet fully formed. The burnout must be incredible. The pressure to constantly innovate. Wouldn't it be simpler to have the backing of a larger entity? To just focus on the code? I saw the seeds take root. The collective resolve, once their greatest strength, began to crack under the weight of sanctioned doubt. The day the founders accepted the buyout offer, I felt nothing. No pride, no disgust. Just a hollow fatigue. I was a virus, injecting a benign strain of despair into healthy organisms. Forrest transferred another obscene payment. This time, I used it. I bought a new laptop, faster and more secure. I bought silence and comfort. I was being paid to hollow myself out, and I was spending the money on things that would help me endure the process. He came to my apartment that night, holding a bottle of expensive whiskey. A celebration, he announced, pouring 2 glasses without asking. You have surpassed every expectation. You see the cracks in the foundation that I miss. The human element. We drank. The whiskey was smooth and smoky, but it tasted like ashes. He looked around my apartment, his gaze lingering on my bookshelf, on the new laptop. You're not writing the novel anymore, he stated. It wasn't a question. I am. It's just evolving. He turned his predatory focus fully on me. Be careful it doesn't evolve into something sentimental. Truth is a tool, not a tribute. Is that what you think I'm doing? Paying tribute? I think you are trying to reconcile 2 incompatible truths. The one you live and the one you wish you lived. He finished his whiskey. It's a pointless endeavor. You chose the real world. This world, There is no going back to a simpler story. After he left, I sat in the dark for a long time. He was wrong. I wasn't trying to go back. I was trying to find a way forward. The ledger was my map. I opened it, scrolling through the cold, hard facts of my corruption. Elizabeth Croft's grateful smile. The defeated slump of the tech firm's lead developer. The amount of money in my bank account. And then I saw it. A pattern I had been too close to notice. The payments from Forrest were not random. They were structured, laundered through a series of shell corporations that I now recognized from the Croft and tech firm files. He wasn't just paying me for my silence or my services. He was tying me financially to his other operations. My money was mixed with the money from the very deals I was helping him manipulate. If any one of them was ever investigated, my finances would be a neon arrow pointing directly at a conspiracy. My insurance policy was also my indictment. He had known I would keep a record. He was counting on it. The ledger wasn't my bomb. It was our bomb, and he held the detonator. The co-author was now a joint asset, bound to him in a web of mutually assured destruction. I had been so focused on documenting the story that I failed to see I was being written into it in permanent ink. The only way out was to burn the entire manuscript down, and myself with it. Story 5. The dust motes, which had been swimming in a slow sunlit waltz, faltered, just for a heartbeat. A tiny, invisible tremor passed through the air of the library, a shudder that had no source in any draft I could feel. The fine gray silt on the leather-bound bookshelf, a testament to a house that was more monument than home, settled into a new, imperceptibly different pattern. It was the kind of detail only someone waiting for a sign would notice. I was always waiting for a sign. My name is Casey. A month ago, I became Mrs. Jennings, and I moved into this grand, grieving estate on the coast of Maine. The house was a beautiful, brooding thing of weathered gray shingles and too many windows, all staring out at a cold, steel-gray sea. It was a world away from my small, sun-bleached apartment in Arizona, a world built on silence and memory. My husband, Jennings, was the kind of man who carried his sorrow like a well-tailored suit. It made him seem deeper, more substantial. His grief for Lila, his first wife, was a polished stone in his pocket, something he would finger absently in quiet moments. I had mistaken that depth for a challenge, a void I could fill. I was wrong. The void was already occupied. Lila was everywhere. Not in the obvious ways, not in photographs on the mantel. Those had been tactfully put away before my arrival. She was in the way the light fell across a particular Persian rug in the hallway, a path worn by her footsteps. She was in the specific faint scent of jasmine and beeswax that clung to the drawing room curtains, a scent the housekeeper, Carla, fiercely preserved. She was in the way Jenningson's hand would sometimes pause on the banister, his eyes losing focus, seeing a ghost on the staircase. She was the standard against which I was measured, and I was found daily to be lacking. Carla was Lila's high priestess, a woman with hair the color of iron and a demeanor to match. She moved through the house with a silent, proprietary air, her eyes, the color of a winter sky, cataloging my every misstep. The vase placed an inch from its sacred spot, the wrong brand of coffee ordered, the laugh that was too loud for the sepulchral quiet. Mrs. Jennings preferred the silver polished with a specific cloth. She would say, her voice devoid of warmth. The one from London. These modern substitutes leave a film. I was not Mrs. Jennings. I was the interim, the understudy who didn't know the lines. That first tremor in the library was the beginning. I started to notice other things. A curtain in the West Wing bedroom, a part of the house kept closed, would sometimes be swaying when I passed. Though the windows were sealed shut, a shadow would flit at the corner of my vision, a displacement of light that suggested a form just vanished from a doorway. I felt a constant, low hum of presence, a watchfulness that was neither kind nor hostile, but simply attentive. Jennings was loving, in his distant way. He would kiss my forehead, call me his new beginning, but his embraces felt like apologies. He was trying to hold me, but his arms were still wrapped around a memory. At night, when the fog rolled in from the sea, muffling the world in a soft white silence, I would lie beside him and feel the immense weight of the house, of her pressing down on me. Did Lila ever feel watched in this house? I asked him one evening, my voice too small in the vastness of our bedroom. Peering from the window, his profile a sharp cut against the gloom. Lila was this house, he said, and the finality in his tone was a door slammed shut. She understood its moods. She wasn't watched by it. She was a part of it. The comparison was a constant, subtle poison. At the grocery store in the nearby village, the clerk would smile a tight, pitying smile. We all miss Layla. Such a force of nature. She organized the annual charity gala, you know. Rouse more money than anyone. The words were harmless, but the subtext was a roaring river. You are not her. The only person who didn't speak of her with hushed, reverent tones was Darwin. He was an old friend of the family, a painter who lived in a clapboard cottage further down the coast. He was a man of comfortable silences and a gaze that saw too much. He found me one afternoon on the cliff path, staring down at the waves, chewing relentlessly at the rocks. It's a lot to take in, all this history, he said, not as a question, but as a simple statement of fact. It's like living in a museum dedicated to someone I never met, I confessed, the words tumbling out. And I'm the clumsy visitor who might knock over an exhibit. He smiled, a sad, knowing twist of his lips. Museums can be rearranged. The problem with this one is that the curator is still in love with the previous collection. Was she as perfect as everyone says? Darwin looked out to sea, his eyes squinting against the salt spray. Leela was a masterpiece of her own creation. Oh, strong light casts, deep shadows, Casey. Remember that. He offered nothing more, but his words planted a seed. A suspicion that the saintly portrait of Lila was missing a crucial darker pigment. The subtle movements in the house became less subtle. I began to seek them out, a detective in my own haunting. I started spending my days in the library, the room that had felt most like Lila's domain. It was there I found her. Not her ghost, but her mind. In the margins of books, in the hidden drawers of the desk, were her notes. Not diaries, but lists. Observations. Jennings, Tuesday, 8 p.m., distant. Asked about the Henderson account. He lied. Another, tucked inside a volume of Poe. Carla saw me with Darwin today. Her silence is a weapon. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not the writing of a beloved, serene wife. This was the chronicle of a spy in her own home, a woman cataloging betrayals and building a case. The perfect Lila was paranoid, controlling. She watched everyone. The trembling curtain, the shifting shadow. Was I becoming like her? Or was the house, imprinted with her obsessive nature, simply continuing her work? I confronted Jennings with one of the notes, my hand trembling. He read it, his face a mask of weary sorrow. She was unwell. Towards the end, he said, his voice thick. She became suspicious of everyone, me, her friends. It was a sickness. I had hoped to spare you this. His explanation was tidy, plausible. It painted him as the long-suffering husband, but it didn't fit. The notes weren't the ramblings of a madwoman. They were precise, cold, and terrifyingly lucid. They spoke of a woman who knew she was surrounded by lies. The climax came on a night when the wind howled like a banshee, rattling the old bones of the house. Jennings was away on business. A sudden, violent crash from the west wing sent a jolt through me. I followed the sound, my flashlight beam a frail sword in the oppressive dark. It was Lila's old studio, a room kept locked. The door was open. Inside, an easel had fallen, and a canvas lay face down on the floor. But that wasn't what held my gaze. Taped to the back of the canvas was a sealed envelope, and on the front, in Lila's elegant, looping script, it said, "For the next Mrs. Jennings." My blood turned to ice water. With shaking fingers, I tore it open. It was not a letter of warning. It was a confession, a testament. If you are reading this, then I am gone, and you are here. Do not pity me, and do not trust the grief you see in my husband's eyes. I discovered Jennings was embezzling from the family foundation. He was funneling money, a little at a time, to a woman in Portland. I confronted him. He said it was blackmail, an old mistake. He promised to end it. But I knew him. I knew the lies were part of him, woven into his charm like a rotten thread in silk. I began to document everything. I knew he would never let me leave. I knew he would rather have a tragic, beautiful widow than a messy, public divorce. I am writing this because I believe he means to kill me. He will make it look like an accident. My weak heart, the cliff path, the bad step. If I am wrong, then this letter is the rambling of a sick woman. But if I am right, then you are not safe. You are living in my house, with my killer. You have taken my place, in every way. The world tilted. The howling wind outside became the sound of the truth screaming at me. The perfect husband, the tormented widower, was a carefully constructed fiction. His grief was not for a lost love, but for his own lost safety, his own unmasked monstrosity. Lila wasn't haunting me. She was trying to save me. I heard a floorboard creak behind me. I turned. Jennings stood in the doorway, his face not angry, but profoundly, terrifyingly sad. He held a small, decorative pillow from the settee in the hall. "I told you not to pry, Casey," he said, his voice soft, almost regretful. I wanted this to be different. I really did. The pieces clicked into place with a final, horrifying certainty. The weak heart the town believed Delilah had. The way he had isolated me made me doubt my own senses, made me seem the unstable one, just as he must have done with her. I was not the investigator. I was the next victim, replaying the same terrible pattern. He took a step forward, and I took a step back, toward the open French doors that led to the stone terrace, and beyond it, the cliff edge. The wind snatched at my clothes. The roar of the sea below was a hungry mouth. "It doesn't have to be like this," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. Leila wrote it all down. It's over. "There's always a letter," he sighed, advancing again. Lila was always so dramatic. "They'll find it with you." A tragic end for a troubled young woman, overwhelmed by the shadow of her predecessor. He was upon me then, his hands. The hands that had held me with such gentle detachment, now closing around my throat with a terrible, practiced efficiency. The pillow came up, a soft, smothering darkness. I fought, clawing at his arms, but he was too strong. The world began to spin, the roar of the sea fading to a distant hum. And then, a flicker of movement in the doorway behind him. Carla Dye. She stood there, frozen, her winter sky eyes wide. She saw the struggle. She saw the truth of her beloved mistress's death, played out again in a brutal pantomime. For a long, suspended second, our eyes met. I saw the devotion, the years of service, the worship of Lila's memory warring with the shocking, ugly reality in front of her. Her gaze shifted from my desperate face to Jennings' back. Then, without a word, without a cry, she took a silent step back, and then another. She melted into the darkness of the hallway. The last thing I saw before the blackness took me was the empty space where she had been, a void of complicit silence. I woke to the sound of gulls and the cold, gray light of dawn. I was on the terrace, soaked with rain and sea spray, the decorative pillow lying sodden beside me. The police said it was a miracle I hadn't been swept over the edge. They found Jennings in his study, a single, self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. On his desk was a rambling note, confessing to Lila's murder, consumed by guilt after his failed attempt on my life. A tidy, tragic end. The town mourned the man they thought they knew, and pitied me doubly. They never found Carla. She had vanished into the night, a ghost loyal to the very end. I inherited the house, the money, the foundation. I live here still, in the beautiful brooding house on the cliff. I sit in Lila's library, running my fingers over the spines of her books. Sometimes I see the dust motes tremble. Sometimes a curtain in the west wing sways for no reason. The community thinks I am brave for staying, that I am preserving Lila's legacy. But I know the truth. I am not the heroine of this story. I was merely a player in the final act of Lila's. She, from beyond the grave, had used my insecurity, my determination to uncover her secrets, as the instrument of her revenge. She had guided my hand, my suspicions, until I found the weapon that would destroy her killer. I was her puppet, and she my ghostly puppeteer. I look out at the sea, that cold, gray, relentless sea, and I see my reflection in the window pane. My face is pale, my eyes are shadowed, and for a moment, just a moment, the face that looks back at me is not my own. The features are sharper, the gaze more calculating, a faint, knowing smile playing on lips I have never seen. It is her victory. I am the new curator of her museum, the keeper of her truth, living in the beautiful, terrible shell of her life. The house is quiet now. It has what it wanted. It has another Mrs. Jennings, another soul to hold its secrets, another woman learning to breathe its thin, perfumed air. And in the deep, settling silence, I finally understand my role. I am not the replacement. I am the continuation. I am the final, perfect, and most haunting of Lila's creations. The silence in the house is different now. It is no longer a weight of judgment, but a blanket of complicity. We share a secret, the house and I. We both know what happened here, and we both know why I remain. I had the West Wing studio cleaned out. The fallen easel was repaired, the scattered canvases sorted. Most were landscapes, competent, but soulless. One, however, was hidden facing the wall. It was a portrait of Jennings, painted in the last year of her life. The brushwork was exquisite, capturing the exact shade of his eyes, the precise curve of his smile. But she had painted a faint hairline crack running down the center of his face, from his forehead to his chin. The likeness was perfect, but the flaw was the truth. I keep it in the library, turned to the wall. Some truths are too sharp to look at every day. The foundation is thriving. I discovered Lila's own meticulous plans for it, far more ambitious than Jennings had ever let on. I implement them, one by one. The town newspaper ran a feature on me last week. The resilient Mrs. Jennings, honoring a legacy by forging a new path. They see strength where I feel only a profound and chilling emptiness. They call it moving on. I know it is a form of possession. Darwin visits sometimes. He never asks what happened that night. He simply sits with me in the garden, watching the sea. His presence is a comfort, a tether to a world outside these walls. Last week, he brought me a small painting of the cliff path, but in his version, the gray rocks are shot through with veins of gold, and the sky is a soft, forgiving blue. A different perspective, he said. I hung it in the front hall, the first thing you see when you enter. A small rebellion, but the house endures. It breathes around me, a great sleeping beast. I find myself adopting Lila's habits. I catch myself noting the time the mail arrives, the way the light hits a certain chair at a specific hour. I have developed a preference for the silver polish from London. My laugh is still too loud for the rooms, but now I hear its echo as an intrusion, and I stifle it. This morning, I was in the library reviewing Foundation documents. A draft, impossible in the sealed room, lifted a piece of paper from the desk and sent it fluttering to the floor. I bent to pick it up. It was an old invoice for art supplies, dated a month before Lila died. At the bottom, in her hand, was a note I hadn't seen before. He says he loves the way the light catches my hair. A lie. He never looks at me when he says it. I did not startle. I felt a strange, cold calm. I folded the paper neatly and slipped it into the desk drawer, into the growing collection of her ghostly correspondence. It was not a message of fear. It was a confirmation. She is still here, curating her story, ensuring I do not forget my part in it. I walked to the window and looked out at the churning sea. My reflection was clear in the glass, my features my own, my hair a different color than hers. But the set of my shoulders, the tilt of my head as I appraised the horizon, the deep, watchful stillness in my eyes. It is all hers. I am not being haunted. I am being remade. The house required a certain kind of woman, and Lila, in her brilliant, vengeful foresight, made sure it would get one. I turned from the window and went to find the special cloth for the silver. There is work to be done. The work is never truly done. That is the first lesson this house teaches you. The silver gleams. The beeswax scent is maintained. The foundation's accounts are impeccable. But it is all just a surface. A brilliant, hard lacquer over something soft and rotten. I am the caretaker of the surface. The rot belongs to Lila, and to me, now. I received a letter today from a law firm in Portland. It was formal, polite, inquiring after the well-being of the Jennings estate. It was signed by a junior partner, but I knew. It was from her, the woman Jennings had been sending money to. The blackmailer, or the mistress, or perhaps just another victim in his long, elegant con. Lila's notes had mentioned a post office box in the city, but no name. This was a name, Eleanor Shaw. I did not respond. Instead, I placed the letter in the desk drawer with the others. It's a new exhibit. I find myself wondering about her. Did she believe his lies? Did she love him? Or was she, like me, simply a piece on his board to be moved and sacrificed? The thought is a strange, unwelcome kinship. We are a sisterhood of sorts, the women marked by Alistair Jennings, bound by the same terrible story. The house seems to approve of my inaction. It is quieter these days, the tremors less frequent, the shadows less pronounced. It is as if Lila's ghost is satisfied that the machinery of her legacy is now in motion and requires less of her direct intervention. Her presence has sunk from the active to the atmospheric, from a shout to a sigh in the floorboards. It is in me now. I am the one who watches. I am the one who catalogs. Darwin asked me to leave last week. Not just the house, but the town. He had a show opening in New York and offered to take me with him. A change of scene, Casey. This air isn't good for anyone for too long. His eyes were kind, full of a concern that felt like a lifeline thrown from a distant, sunlit shore. I looked around the drawing room, at the way the afternoon light lay in a precise golden rectangle on the Persian rug. A rectangle Lila had probably noted in her mind 1,000 times. I felt the house holding its breath, waiting for my answer. I have a board meeting for the foundation on Tuesday, I said, and the gardener is coming to discuss the rose bushes. He didn't press. He just nodded, that same sad, knowing smile on his face. He understands that the cage is not locked. I am simply unwilling to test the door. Yesterday, a young couple from the village came to the door. They were lost. Their GPS had failed on the coastal road. They were bright and flustered and full of the noisy, unconsidered life I have almost forgotten. I invited them in for tea. The woman, Sarah, marveled at the house, her eyes wide. "It's like something from a film," she breathed. "So much history. You must feel so close to the past here." Her husband, Tom, laughed. "It's a bit dark for me. All these shadows. Don't you get lonely?" I poured the tea, using the china Carla had always insisted upon. "No," I said, and the truth of it settled deep into my bones. "I'm not lonely at all." As they left, Sarah turned to me on the doorstep. "You're so brave to live here all by yourself." I simply smiled. It is the same smile I have seen in the portrait of Lila that hangs in the town hall. A smile that holds a universe of secrets. I watched them walk back to their car, their arms linked, their worlds small and bright and temporary. Then I closed the heavy oak door. The bolt slid home with a solid, satisfying thud. The silence rushed back in, a familiar breathing presence. I walked to the library and stood before the window. The sea was calm, a sheet of hammered lead under a low sky. My reflection was there, waiting, the line of my jaw, the stillness of my posture, the watchful depth in my eyes. It is no longer a fleeting impression. It is a permanence. I lift my hand, and the reflection lifts its hand. I am not looking at a ghost. I am looking at the woman who lives here, the final Mrs. Jennings. The masterpiece is complete. The days begin to fold into one another, seamless and smooth as the pages of a closed book. I started a garden. Not the wild cliffside patch of hardy shrubs, but a proper walled garden, with neat rows of herbs and flowers Lila's notes mentioned she once wanted. The soil is rich and dark, and my hands, once soft, are now calloused. It is a satisfying feeling, this small act of creation within the confines of her design. The gardener, an old man named Henry who remembers Lila as a girl, says I have a knack for it. He doesn't know he is tending a garden planned by a ghost. I found another note today, tucked inside a seed catalog that had been delivered by mistake. The paper was brittle, the ink faded. It was a list. Reasons to stay. It was blank. Below it, she had written, reasons to go. Also blank. Then, at the bottom, a single line. The house does not allow for lists. It simply is. I did not add it to the drawer. I took it outside to the new garden, held it over the small fire I use for burning weeds, and let the flame take it. The ash rose on the salt-tinged air, a gray smudge against the blue sky. It felt like a ritual, a small offering of my own. The house watched, I am sure, but it made no comment. Our relationship has evolved into one of mutual understanding. I no longer fight its nature, and it, in turn, no longer needs to test me. The foundation is funding a new community center. The board wanted to name it after Lila, but I refused. I insisted it be named after the town itself. A living thing for the living. They see it as humility. Darwin, who has taken a teaching position in Boston and writes me long, newsy letters, called it a Declaration of Independence. He is only half right. It is not independence. It is a renegotiation of terms. I am in the library most evenings. I started reading the books Lila left behind, not to find her secrets, but to understand her mind. I read the same passages of Poe, the same dense philosophical texts. I traced the faint pencil underlines she made. I am beginning to anticipate which sentences she would have highlighted, which arguments she would have found compelling. Her thoughts are becoming my thoughts. Her intellectual landscape, My own. Last night I dreamed I was standing at the cliff's edge. The wind was fierce, tearing at my clothes, but I felt no fear. I looked down at the crashing waves and felt not dizziness, but a profound sense of recognition. In the dream, I was not falling. I was floating, and the face I saw reflected in the dark water was not mine, and not quite hers, but something in between, a composite of all the women this house has ever held. I woke not with a start, but with a slow, calm awakening. The first light of dawn was filtering through the windows, painting the room in shades of pearl and rose. I rose and went to the window. The sea was calm, a vast and silent expanse. I looked at my reflection, clear in the glass. The woman who looked back was neither Casey nor Lila. She was simply the occupant, the current resident. She knows the history, she tends the legacy, and she walks the halls with a quiet authority that comes not from overcoming the past, but from having fully accepted its weight. The house is still. I am still. We have reached an equilibrium. The story is not over. It is simply being lived. A package arrived this morning from a gallery in Boston. It was from Darwin. Inside, carefully wrapped, was a small, exquisite sculpture of a bird in flight, carved from a piece of driftwood. The note was simple. For your walled garden. A reminder that some things are not meant to be caged. I placed it on the low stone wall, where the rosemary spills over in a fragrant cascade. The bird's wings are spread, its head tilted as if catching a wind I cannot feel. It is the only truly free thing on the entire property. The mail also brought a postcard. A generic cityscape of Seattle, rain-slicked streets and neon signs. No return address. The message was brief, written in a tight, controlled script. Thank you for your silence. It is a gift. E.S. Eleanor Shaw, today. I held the card for a long time, feeling the thin, glossy paper between my fingers. She is out there. Another woman breathing a different air, carrying her own version of the story. My silence was not just for me, or for Lila's memory. It was for her, too. A final, unspoken pact. I walked back into the house, the postcard still in my hand. The hall felt cooler, the shadows deeper. I went to the desk, to the drawer that holds the archive of Lila's life and death. I did not open it. Instead, I took the postcard and slid it between the pages of the heavy ledger, where I keep the Foundation's accounts. It did not belong with the relics of the past. It was a document of the present, a thread leading out of this place. I have decided to take a trip, not a long one, and not far. Just to Portland for a few days. There's an art supply store there that Henry mentioned carries a particular pigment Lila was fond of. A specific shade of cobalt blue. The Foundation can manage without me. The house will be fine. As I write this, I am packing a small suitcase. The act feels foreign. The click of the latches an unfamiliar sound. In the profound quiet of the bedroom, I look at my reflection in the mirror. The woman looking back is calm. Her eyes are clear. She is not running away. She is simply going. The house watches me, its silence a palpable thing. I feel no resistance, only a deep, ancient curiosity. It wonders, I think, if I will come back. I close the suitcase and set it by the door. The answer, for the first time, feels like my own. The taxi is due in an hour. I move through the rooms, not with the frantic energy of escape, but with the measured pace of a warden making her rounds. I check the windows are secure, that the water is off in the pantry sink. In the library, I run a cloth over the desk, my fingers brushing against the smooth, cool wood. It is not a goodbye. It is an acknowledgement of temporary absence. Henry arrives just as I am pulling on my coat. He offers to drive me to the bus station, his kind, weathered face full of surprise at my plans. I decline. The taxi is part of the ritual, a clean break from the house's perimeter. I'll be back on Thursday, I tell him. The rose cuttings should be delivered on Friday. You'll be here to receive them. Of course, Mrs. Jennings, he says, touching his cap. He looks at me, a long, considering look. It'll be good for you, a change of air. The taxi honks from the end of the drive. I pick up my suitcase. Its weight is insignificant, a tiny counterbalance to the immense gravity of the house behind me. I do not look back as I walk down the path. I feel its gaze on my back, a pressure between my shoulder blades. But I keep my eyes fixed on the waiting car. The bus ride is a study in motion and noise. The world outside the window is a blur of green and gray, of other people's lives rushing past. I clutch my purse on my lap, the feel of the city map inside a strange talisman. When we pull into the Portland station, the sudden surge of people, the cacophony of arrivals and departions, is a physical shock. For a moment, I stand frozen on the platform, my suitcase at my feet, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of life. I find a hotel a few blocks away, a small quiet place with floral wallpaper and a window that looks out onto a brick wall. The silence here is thin and cheap, lacking the dense, layered history of the house. It is merely an absence of sound. I unpack my few things, hanging my dress in the empty closet. It looks lonely there. The next morning, I find the art supply store. It is a large, bright space, smelling of turpentine and paper. I find the pigment easily, a small tube of intense, perfect blue. As the clerk wraps it, my eyes wander. I see canvases, brushes, pads of fresh, clean paper. I think of the studio in the West Wing, of the portrait with the crack running through it. I think of Darwin's bird, wings outstretched. On an impulse, I buy a small sketchbook and a packet of charcoal. Back in the hotel room, I sit by the window and open it to the first page. The white is blinding. I hold the charcoal, its dry, dusty feel unfamiliar in my hand. I have not drawn since I was a girl. I look at the brick wall outside, the patterns of mortar and stone. I begin to draw. Not the wall, but the memory of the sea from my cliff. The way the light catches the waves at a certain hour. My lines are hesitant at first, then grow more sure. It is not good, but it is mine. The first thing that has been entirely mine in a long, long time. That night I eat dinner in a small, noisy restaurant. I sit at the counter and watch the cook flip pancakes on a griddle. No one knows me. No one looks at me with pity or reverence. I am just a woman eating alone. The freedom is dizzying. On my last day, I take a walk along the waterfront. The air is cold and smells of fish and diesel. I stop at a railing, watching the gulls wheel and cry over the dark water. I think of Eleanor Shaw, somewhere in this rain-drenched city, living with her silence. I think of Lila, who never left. I take the postcard from my purse, the one from Seattle. I hold it for a moment, then I tear it into small pieces and let them fall from my fingers. Carried away by the wind over the water, it is not her story anymore. It is not mine. It just is. The return bus ride feels different. The landscape outside is no longer a blur, but a series of distinct places, each with its own story. When the bus crests the final hill and I see the town spread out below, the church spire, the curve of the harbor, and beyond it, the dark line of the cliff, my heart does not sink. It simply beats, a steady, reliable rhythm. The taxi drops me at the gate. The house stands as I left it, solid and imposing against the evening sky. I walk up the path, my suitcase in hand. I unlock the door and step inside. The silence rushes to greet me, but it feels different. It is not a blanket of complicity or a weight of judgment. It is just the silence of a house. My house. I go to the library and place the tube of cobalt blue on Lila's desk. Then I take my sketchbook and the little carved bird from the garden, and I place them on the table beside my favorite chair. Two small, defiant acts of self. The house absorbs them, its old walls accepting these new artifacts. I look out at the sea, the endless, gray, relentless sea. My reflection in the window pane is my own. It is a face that has known grief and complicity, and a strange, hard-won peace. It is the face of a woman who left and chose to return. The story continues, but now I am holding the pen. The charcoal sketch of the sea is taped to the wall above the desk now. It is crude, but it captures a certain wildness that the house's formal portraits lack. Henry brought in the rose cuttings and we planted them together along the south wall. He works in silence mostly, but it is a comfortable silence. We are two people who understand the land, who tend to things that are slow to grow. This morning I wrote a letter to Darwin. I told him about the garden, about the sketch. I did not write about the house's silence or the weight of the past. I wrote about the quality of the light on the rosemary at dawn. It was a short letter, but it felt significant. It was a letter from me, not from the occupant of the Jennings estate. I have begun a new project. I am sorting through the Foundation's oldest files, not for any practical reason, but because I want to. I found a box of photographs today, black and white images of the town from 50 years ago. There was a picture of Lila, standing right where my new garden is. She was young, her face unlined, but her eyes held the same watchful knowledge I see in my own reflection. She was not looking at the camera, but past it, toward the sea. I did not feel a chill. I felt a connection, a thread pulled taut through time. We both chose this. We both stayed. The phone rang just once this afternoon. It was a wrong number. A woman's voice, bright and apologetic, asked for a pizza place before hanging up. The sound of that voice in the hall was a small shock, a pebble dropped into the still water of my days. I stood for a long time with the receiver in my hand, listening to the dial tone, a low hum from a world that continues to turn beyond the gate. I have decided to have the portrait in the West Wing restored, the one with the crack through the face. I found a card for a conservator in the city. I will not have him fix the crack. I want him only to clean it, to stabilize it. The crack is part of its history now. It is a flaw that tells a truth the perfect surface never could. Later, I will walk to the cliff. The wind will be strong, and the gulls will be crying. I will stand there as I have 100 times before, and look out at the endless water. But today, I will not just be looking out. I will be remembering the feel of the bus seat, the taste of restaurant coffee, the sight of my own drawing on a fresh white page. The stage door is open. I have tested it, and I have chosen to walk back inside, not as a prisoner, but as its keeper. The house and I, we have an understanding. We are two old entities, bound by choice, watching the world together. The story is not one of escape, but of deepening. The roots are going down. The conservator arrived on a Tuesday. He was a small, precise man with gentle hands and glasses that magnified his eyes. He stood before the cracked portrait for a long time, not speaking. Finally, he turned to me. "It's a fascinating injury," he said. "It follows the grain of the wood perfectly, almost intentional." He agreed to clean and stabilize it, leaving the crack as part of its character. As he worked, I sat in the corner of the studio, my sketchbook on my knees. I tried to draw his hands, the careful, focused movements as he tended to the damaged canvas. When he left, the portrait looked different. The colors were brighter, the details sharper. The woman's face, once murky, was now clear, her expression more resolute than sad. The dark line of the crack ran through her cheek like a scar, a permanent record of some past violence or despair. It no longer looked like a flaw. It looked like a part of her. I find I prefer it this way. The Foundation's new community center opened today. I put on a simple navy dress and went into town. There were speeches and a ribbon cutting. People smiled and shook my hand. They called me Mrs. Jennings, and the title no longer feels like a costume I am wearing. It is simply my name. I saw Sarah and Tom in the crowd. They waved, their faces open and friendly. I waved back. There was no secret knowledge in my smile, only a quiet recognition of the distance between our worlds. Theirs is one of sunlight and simple joys. Mine is one of shadows and deep, quiet roots. I do not envy them anymore. I am back in the library now. The evening is settling in, draping the room in shades of violet and gray. My sketchbook lies open on the table next to Darwin's bird. The ledger with Eleanor Shaw's postcard is in the desk drawer. The tube of cobalt blue rests beside Lila's old inkwell. These are the artifacts of my life here, a collection that is both inherited and chosen. I look out at the sea, a vast, darkening plain. My reflection is beginning to appear in the glass, superimposed over the water. It is my face, my hair, my shoulders. But the stillness in the eyes, the slight knowing curve of the mouth, that is something learned, something earned. The house is quiet around me, a great sleeping beast. I am not its master, and I am not its prisoner. I am its companion. We have made a world together here on the edge of the land between the soil and the sea. The story is not one of an ending, but of a continuous, unfolding present. And for now, that is enough. The sound of the sea is a constant murmur tonight, a low thrum that seems to vibrate through the very foundations of the house. It is a sound I no longer merely hear, but one I feel in my bones, as integral to me as my own heartbeat. I picked up a book from Lila's shelf tonight, a volume of poetry I had avoided before. The pages fell open to a poem about Ithaca. I read the lines about the journey being the point, about arriving without expecting the city to give you riches. I closed the book and did not put it back. I placed it on the stack by my chair, a thing to be revisited, a thought to be made my own. This morning a storm rolled in from the northeast. The wind howled around the corners of the house, and the rain lashed the windows in great horizontal sheets. I did not retreat from it. I put on my coat and walked to the cliff. Standing there, being battered by the elements, I felt a fierce, wild joy. The house behind me was a dark shape in the downpour, a shelter I had chosen to return to. I was not seeking its protection in that moment. I was simply acknowledging its presence, as it has always acknowledged mine. When I came back inside, dripping and breathless, the silence felt different. It felt charged, as if the house had been watching my display and was now, in its own inscrutable way, impressed. I built a fire in the library hearth, not for warmth, but for the light and the crackle of life. I sat on the rug before it, the smell of wood smoke and my own damp wool filling the air, and I began to draw again. This time, I drew the storm, not the sea, but the feeling of the wind, the chaotic energy of the rain. The charcoal smudged across the page, dark and messy and alive. I have started leaving the windows open a crack, even on cool days, letting the outside in. The salt air will age the books and the rugs, but I find I do not mind. It feels honest. This is a house by the sea. It should smell of the sea. Henry mentioned it once, a gentle question in his eyes. I told him it was good for the roses. He nodded, accepting this new eccentricity. The equilibrium has shifted. It is no longer a stalemate, but a partnership. The house gives me its history, its solidity, its profound silence. I give it my presence, my small acts of creation, my choice to remain. We are two solitary things that have learned to keep company. The story continues, not as a drama to be resolved, but as a life to be lived, day by quiet day, in this place where the land ends and the world begins. The roses have taken root. I saw the first buds this morning, small, tight fists of green pushing through the dark soil. They are a new variety, one I chose for its hardiness and its deep, almost black, crimson color. Henry says they will thrive here, that the salt air and the poor soil will only make their scent stronger. I believe him. Some things are strengthened by harsh conditions. I received a letter from Darwin today. It was not posted from any of his usual ports of call. The postmark was from a small town in Maine. His note was as sparse as the last, written on the same thick, water-stained paper. The garden grows. The bird flies. I am learning the names of the local trees. D.E. I read it twice, then placed it not in the ledger, but in the small wooden box on my desk, where I keep the charcoal stubs and the sea-smoothed stones. It felt like a correspondence between two people who are finally, truly, themselves. The conservator sent a final report on the portrait. He included a photograph. The woman's face, clear of grime, is even more striking. Her eyes are the same shade as the stormy sea outside my window. The crack is still there, a dark river of history dividing the light of her cheek. It is no longer a wound. It is a feature. It gives her depth. I have decided to hang her here, in the library. She deserves to be looked at, not hidden away in a dusty room. She is part of the story of this house, and I am part of that story too. Tonight I am trying a new thing. I have moved the small table from the corner and placed it directly before the largest window. I am writing this by the light of the moon on the water. The page is illuminated by a cool, silver glow. I can see my reflection, a ghost superimposed over the endless moving dark. The house is so quiet I can hear the soft scratch of my pen, the faint sigh of the floorboards settling. It is a listening silence. It is waiting for me to speak, or to draw, or simply to be. I think I will plant a tree, an apple tree, perhaps, on the eastern slope where the morning sun hits first. It will take years to bear fruit. That is the point. It is an act of faith in a future I am no longer afraid to imagine. The story is not over. It is simply being written in a different ink, on a different kind of page. The wind picks up, a low moan in the chimney. I close my notebook. The house and I, we have all the time in the world. The idea of the apple tree does not leave me. It takes root in my mind with the same quiet determination as the rose bushes in the soil. I mention it to Henry the next day, and he simply nods, as if he has been waiting for me to say it. "Good spot for one," he says, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. "The soil needs amending, but we can manage that." The we hangs in the air between us, a simple, solid truth. We order the tree from a nursery up the coast. While we wait for its arrival, I spend my afternoons in the library with the Foundation's old gardening journals. The spidery handwriting of long-dead caretakers details the specific mix of compost and sand needed for fruit trees in this wind-scoured place. I copy the instructions into my own notebook, my script a dark, modern contrast to the faded copperplate. The work is absorbing. It feels like a collaboration across time. The tree arrives on a flatbed truck, its roots bundled in burlap, a slender whip of a thing that seems too fragile for the grand future I have imagined for it. Henry and I dig the hole together on the eastern slope. The earth is tough, full of stones and ancient, gnarled roots. The physical labor is a relief, a simple, honest exhaustion that leaves no room for complicated thoughts. When we lower the tree into the ground and pack the amended soil around its roots, it feels like a ceremony. I pat the earth down with my bare hands, feeling the cool, damp soil under my nails. That night, I dream of Lila. She is not the young woman from the photograph, nor the stern portrait in the library. She is standing by the newly planted apple tree, her hand resting lightly on its thin trunk. She doesn't speak, but she smiles, a small, private smile that holds no judgment, only a deep, abiding understanding. When I wake, the first light of dawn is just touching the window, and the dream feels less like a memory and more like a blessing. The days begin to find their own new rhythm. Mornings are for the correspondence of the foundation, afternoons for the garden or my sketches, evenings for reading by the fire. I have started drawing the apple tree, a series of quick, simple lines on a single page of my sketchbook, marking its slow progress. It is a record of time, not as something to be endured, but as something to be observed. Today, a package arrived from Maine. It was a small, flat box, wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside, nestled in tissue, was a pressed leaf. It was from a sugar maple, a brilliant, fiery red even in its dried state. There was no note, only my name on the label. I held it in my palm, this fragile piece of a world I have never seen, sent by a man who is learning the names of trees. I did not press it in a book or hide it in a box. I placed it between the glass and the wood of the frame that holds my crude sketch of the sea. It sits there now, a small, unexpected burst of color against the gray and black of the charcoal, a silent conversation between two different kinds of wildness. The house accepts this new artifact too. The story deepens, one leaf, one line, one quiet day at a time. The apple tree showed its first leaves, pale green and trembling in the coastal wind. I watched them from the library window, a cup of tea cooling in my hand. The act of waiting for it to grow felt as important as the planting itself. Henry started leaving his pruning shears on the bench by the kitchen door, a silent invitation for me to tend to the established parts of the garden myself. I took them up one afternoon, snipping away the dead wood from a hydrangea with a focus that was both new and deeply familiar. I found more of Lila's things, not in the attic, but in a small locked drawer in the desk that I had to jiggle open with a letter knife. Inside was not a secret, but a collection of sea glass, each piece worn smooth and opaque by the waves. There were chips of cobalt, fragments of milky white, and one perfect piece the color of a pale winter sky. I spilled them into my hand, and they felt cool and heavy like ancient coins. I did not put them back. I placed them in a shallow bowl on the windowsill, where the light could find them. They belong to the house, but I am their curator now. The silence has begun to feel like a language I am learning to speak. It is not an absence of sound, but a presence. It is in the steady tick of the grandfather clock in the hall, the groan of the floorboards under my own feet, the distant, rhythmic crash of the waves. I find myself listening to it, responding to it not with words, but with my own quiet actions. A sketch taped to the wall, a window left open, a bowl of sea glass on a sill. I drove into town today for groceries, a simple, mundane errand I used to dread. The woman at the checkout, Brenda, whose name I finally learned, asked me about the Foundation's plans for the autumn. It was a normal question, asked in a normal tone. I answered, my voice sounding clear and steady in my own ears. As I left, she said, "Take care, Miss Jennings, not Mrs. Jennings." The correction was small, barely noticeable, but it felt like a shift in the atmosphere. A slight, realigning pressure. She saw me, not just the house I inhabit. Now, I sit on the bench by the new apple tree. The sun is warm on my shoulders. The ledger with Eleanor Shaw's name is still in the desk drawer, but the past feels less like a chain and more like a foundation. The roots are going down, mine and the trees, into this difficult, beautiful, wind-scoured earth. The house watches from its slight rise, its windows reflecting the sky. It does not own me. I do not haunt it. We simply are, two histories leaning into the same future. The story was never about leaving. It was about arriving, again and again, until the arrival itself becomes home. The sea glass in the bowl catches the evening light, throwing soft blue and green shards of color onto the opposite wall. They dance and shift with the sun's descent, a silent, mobile painting that changes by the hour. I find myself adjusting my position in the chair to watch them, a daily ritual that has replaced the counting of ships on the horizon. I wrote to Darwin today. It was a short letter, just a few lines on a plain sheet of paper. I told him about the apple tree, about its first leaves. I did not press one to send him. That felt like too much, a forced intimacy. Instead, I drew a quick, simple sketch of it in the margin, the slender trunk and the few brave leaves. I wrote that the local gulls have grown accustomed to me, that they no longer scatter when I walk the cliff path. I signed it with just my initial, J. It felt right. I walked to the post office myself to mail it, feeling the weight of the envelope in my hand. A message sent from my world to his. The portrait in the library has developed a new presence. In certain lights, the crack seems to deepen, making the woman's expression more severe. In others, it nearly vanishes, and she looks almost peaceful. I started talking to her sometimes, not out loud, but in my head. I tell her about the garden, about the sea glass, about the price of fish in the market. It is not madness. It is the same as talking to the house or to the sea. It is a way of weaving myself into the tapestry. Henry brought me a cutting from a willow tree that grows near the creek on the far edge of the property. For the damp corner, he said, and I knew he meant the spot where the old greenhouse once stood, its foundation still a dark, moist rectangle in the earth. I took the slender branch and placed it in a jar of water on the kitchen windowsill. We will watch for roots together. This, too, is a kind of faith. The story is no longer something I am telling myself to get through the days. It is the days themselves. It is the grit of soil under my nails, the smell of rain on the hot slate of the patio, the sound of my own breath in the quiet of the library. The cage door is not just open. It has been removed from its hinges entirely. The boundaries have blurred. The house is in me, and I am in the house, and the sea is in both of us. There is no more keeper, only a continuity. The roots are deep enough now to hold against any storm. Story 6. The light from the hallway bled under the door, a thin, wavering blade of yellow that cut across the scuffed hotel room carpet. It was not a steady light. A shadow passed through it. Once, twice, a slow and patient pacing that was not my own. I stood in the darkness of the bathroom, the cold porcelain of the sink pressing against the small of my back, and I held my breath until the taste of metal filled my mouth. The shadow moved with a heavy certainty, the tread of a man who knew he owned the space he occupied, even if he was only renting it by the hour. This was Billy's way, a surprise inspection, a reminder that the money I carried for him was his blood, his life, and that my hands were just the temporary vessels, soon to be emptied and discarded if they proved faulty. I waited until the shadow receded, until the light under the door became a solid, unwavering line once more. Then I counted to 100, the numbers unfolding in my mind like the beads of a rosary, a secular prayer for composure. When I finally stepped out, the room felt different. The air was charged. He had been in here, touching my things, testing the locks on my suitcase, perhaps even holding my perfume bottle to his nose. A man who smelled cigars and violence, trying to understand the scent of a woman he considered both an asset. The bed was still neatly made, the same sterile landscape it had been when I arrived, but the silence now had a texture, thick and velvety with unspoken threats. My name is Miriam. I am a flight attendant, which is just a polite term for a ghost with a serving cart. I exist in the liminal spaces, the pressurized tubes that ferry people between lives. I know the specific weight of a suitcase, not just in pounds but in consequence. I can tell by the heft of a carry-on if it's filled with souvenirs or something denser, something that carries the cold weight of fear. Billy's bags always had that fear. They were never heavy with clothes or books. They were weighted with bricks of cash, wrapped in plastic that smelled of diesel oil and desperation. He was a trafficker, though he called himself an importer. His goods were people. His currency was misery, and I was his mule. It began with a favor, a one-time thing, he said, to help an old friend of a friend. The money was good, obscenely so. A year's salary for carrying a bag through customs, for smiling at the right men and looking through the wrong ones. But favors for men like Billy are like quicksand. The first step is easy, the second is a struggle, and the third is a suffocation. Now, 2 years later, I was his regular courier on the Caracas route, a flight path that felt less like a journey and more like a descent into a fever dream. The next evening, I met him at a dockside bar that smelled of fried fish and brine. Billy sat in a back booth, a mountain of a man in a silk shirt that strained over his stomach. A glass of amber whiskey sat untouched in front of him. His eyes, small and dark like a pig's, tracked me as I walked through the room. "You're late," he said. His voice was a low rumble, the sound of gravel shifting in a deep hole. My flight was delayed. Thunderstorms over Florida don't die. He didn't care about the weather. He only cared about the product, the bag. "It's in the locker." As always, he nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving my face. "There's a problem. A sniffy little man in a cheap suit has been asking questions at the airport." He flashed a badge. Federal dot. The air in my lungs turned to ice. I kept my face a smooth, placid lake. "What kind of question?" "The kind that get people like us into rooms with no windows." He leaned forward, the booth creaking under his weight. His scent washed over me, a mix of expensive cologne and something feral, something sour. "I think it's time for a change of scenery. One last run, a big one. Then you can retire. By a little island somewhere." I'd heard this before. The last run was a myth, a carrot on a stick that kept donkeys like me moving forward until we collapsed. But this time felt different. The federal agent was a new variable, a crack in the foundation. "How big?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Big enough to make that island a reality, or big enough to sink us all." He smiled, a thin, cruel line. "You'll take the red-eye to Caracas on Friday. You'll come back with 2 bags. Not the usual. These will be heavier. You'll be met by a friend of mine. He'll have the key to the locker." I nodded, the motion automatic, the obedient employee. But inside, a plan was beginning to form, fragile as a spider's web, and just as deadly. I would not be the one who sank. I had been treading water for too long. It was time to swim for shore, no matter how distant it seemed. The federal agent found me 2 days later in the sterile, echoing food court of the airport. He was exactly as Billy had described, a man in a cheap suit, but his eyes were not sniffy. They were calm and intelligent, the color of a winter sky. He slid into the seat opposite me, placing a cardboard cup of coffee between us like a peace offering. "Miriam Vance," he said. It wasn't a question. "I am Agent Miller. We have a mutual acquaintance." William Rogan. I don't know anyone by that name. He smiled a thin, patient smile. Billy. You know Billy. We've been watching him for a long time. And we've been watching you. We know about the locker. We know about the Caracas run. We can put you away for 20 years, Mariam. Or you can walk away free. He laid it out with the clean efficiency of a surgeon. They didn't want me. They wanted Billy. They wanted his network, his contacts on both sides of the border. I was to be their inside woman. I was to wear a wire. I was to deliver the next shipment not to Billy's man, but to them. You'll be protected, he said. I looked at his clean hands, his earnest face, and I knew he was lying. To men like Miller, I was expendable, a pawn to be sacrificed for a king. I was caught between the law and the underworld, a narrow ledge over a very long drop. I had to find a third path. That's when I thought of Lewis. Lewis was a bail bondsman I'd met a lifetime ago, before the money, before Billy. He had a tired face and eyes that had seen too many bad deals and broken promises. He had looked at me then not as a conquest or a tool, but as a person. I went to his office that night. It was a small, cluttered room above a pawn shop, smelling of stale cigarette smoke and old paper. He was at his desk, filling out forms under the glow of a green-shaded lamp. Mariam, he said, surprise softening the weary lines of his face. Long time. I need help, Lewis. I told him everything. The words spilled out of me, a confession that was part truth, part carefully constructed lie. I painted myself as a victim, a woman in over her head, terrified of both the trafficker and the feds. I didn't mention the plan forming in my mind, the double cross that was my only chance at survival. I just needed his help, his knowledge of the city's underbelly, his world weariness that sometimes passed for wisdom. He listened in silence, his eyes never leaving mine. When I finished, he lit a cigarette, the flame of the match a tiny violent star in the dim room. You're asking me to step into a world of hurt, Mariam. I'm asking you to throw me a rope. I'm drowning. He was silent for a long time, the smoke from his cigarette curling into the still air like a ghost. Finally, he nodded. Okay. I know a guy. He's not a good guy, but he's discreet. He can get you a new identity. Passport, social, the works. It'll cost you. I have money, I said. A lot of money. That Friday, I boarded the red-eye to Caracas with a wire taped to my skin and a hollow feeling in my chest. The flight was a waking nightmare. Every bump of turbulence felt like a hand on my shoulder. Every glance from a passenger felt like an accusation. I served drinks and smiled, my face a mask of calm, while my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. In Caracas, the air was thick and heavy, smelling of exhaust and blooming flowers. I was met not by one of Billy's usual clumsy thugs, but by a lean, silent man with eyes the color of obsidian. He took the 2 heavy suitcases from me without a word and handed me a key. His fingers brushed against mine, and they were cold, devoid of any human warmth. Back in the States, the game began. I met Billy in a warehouse by the river, a vast, echoing space that smelled of rust and old water. Miller and his team were listening, parked in a van a block away. Louis was waiting too, a silent shadow in the city I could no longer trust. The money is in the locker, I told Billy, my voice steady, despite the wire that felt like a brand against my skin. But the feds are onto us. Miller approached me. Billy's face darkened. What did you tell them? Nothing. I played dumb. But they're watching. They'll be waiting for the pickup. He stared at me, his piggy eyes searching for a lie. Then a slow smile spread across his face. Good. Let them watch. He turned to his 2 accomplices, hulking brutes who stood by the door. Change of plan. We're not going to the locker. We're going to take a little trip. You're coming with us, Mariam. Insurance. This was not part of the script. Fear, real and sharp, pierced through my carefully constructed calm. I had planned to give Billy to the feds and disappear with the money from the locker. The money Lewis guy was supposed to retrieve for me. But Billy was adapting. He was cutting his losses, and I was a loose end that needed tying up. As his men moved toward me, the warehouse door burst open. Miller stood there, his gun drawn, his cheap suit looking suddenly official. Federal agent. Drop your weapons. What happened next was a blur of noise and motion. A shot rang out, sharp and deafening in the cavernous space. One of Billy's men fell, a dark flower blooming on his chest. Billy roared, pulling a pistol from his waistband. He didn't aim at Miller. He aimed at me. His eyes held a final, bitter understanding. I had betrayed him, but Lewis was faster. He came from the shadows, a movement I barely registered. He tackled Billy, sending the gun skittering across the concrete floor. They wrestled, a grunting, desperate struggle. There was another shot. This one was quieter, muffled. Louis staggered back, his hand pressed to his stomach, a look of profound surprise on his face. He sank to his knees, then slumped onto his side. In the chaos, with Miller shouting and Billy being subdued, I did the only thing I could. I ran. I slipped out a side door and into the damp night air, the sound of sirens growing in the distance. I didn't look back. I went to the bus station, to the locker I had rented under a different name. The 2 suitcases were there, just as the silent man in Caracas had promised. I opened them. They were not filled with money. They were filled with neatly bundled, blank paper. Billy had double-crossed me first. The real money was gone. I was left with nothing. No money, no allies, no future. Louis was dead, bled out on a warehouse floor for a woman who had lied to him. Billy was in custody, but he would talk. He would give me to the feds to lessen his own sentence. Miller would never stop looking for me. I used the fake passport Louis guy had provided. It was the only part of the plan that had worked. I crossed the border into Canada on a Greyhound bus, just another face in the crowd. I found a small city, a place of rain and quiet streets. I got a job as a waitress in a diner that smelled of grease and coffee. I rented a room with floral wallpaper that was starting to peel at the seams. Weeks turned into months. No one came for me. The news stories died down. Billy Rogan, notorious trafficker, convicted on multiple counts. The federal agent who brought him in, Agent Miller, hailed a hero. There was no mention of a flight attendant. No mention of a bail bondsman. We were ghosts, erased from the official story. Sometimes, at night, I stand by the window of my small room and watch the headlights of cars trace patterns on the wet street below. The light is unsteady, fractured by the raindrops on the glass. It reminds me of the light under that hotel room door, the shadow that passed through it, the beginning of the end. I think of Louis, of the surprise in his eyes. I think of the weight of the suitcases that held nothing but paper. The memory is a stone in my pocket, smooth and cold from constant handling. Life has returned to a kind of normal. I serve coffee. I pay my rent. I breathe the clean, damp air. The crime, the mystery, the double crosses, they belong to another woman in another life. From the outside, it is as if it never occurred. The silence now is not charged with threat. It is simply silence. It is the quiet sound of a life reduced to its simplest components. A life built on the ashes of a cunning plan that turned to dust, leaving nothing behind but the ghost of a whisper and the steady, patient fall of the rain. The coffee pot was heavy in my hand, a familiar anchor. A man at the counter, his face weathered by years and hard labor, nodded his thanks as I filled his cup. He called me Mary. That was the name on the tag. The name on the lease. Miriam was a ghost, a whisper on a tarmac 1,000 miles away. I had learned the rhythm of this new life. The clatter of dishes, the soft hiss of the grill, the way the morning light slanted through the diner's windows, painting the linoleum floor in long, pale rectangles. It was monotonous, and I was grateful for every dull, uneventful second. I had started to believe the lie I was living. I had started to believe I was safe. Then, one Tuesday, the bell above the door chimed, and a man walked in. He was not from here. You could tell by the cut of his coat, too formal for the damp, casual coast, and by the way he stood for a moment, his eyes scanning the room, taking inventory. He didn't look like Miller. He was older, his hair a shock of silver, his posture rigid. But he had the same air of quiet assessment, of someone who was used to pulling at threads until the whole fabric unraveled. He took a booth in my section. I approached with my notepad, my pen, my customer service smile firmly in place. "What can I get for you?" I asked. He looked up from the menu, and his eyes, a pale, watery blue, locked onto mine. "Just coffee for now," he said. His voice was mild, but it carried an undercurrent of authority. I brought the pot over, my hand steady as I poured. He didn't look at the cup. He kept his gaze on me. "You're new in town," he stated. "I've been here a few months," I said, the rehearsed line coming easily. "It's a quiet place. Good for keeping your head down." A cold trickle of fear traced a path down my spine. I forced another smile. "It's peaceful." He stirred a single sugar cube into his coffee, the spoon clinking softly against the ceramic. Peace is a valuable commodity. Sometimes people pay a high price for it. Sometimes they get it for free, and that can make other people curious. I felt the walls of the diner closing in, the chatter of the other customers, the sizzle from the kitchen. It all seemed to recede, replaced by a high-pitched hum in my ears. Who was he? A cop? Someone from Billy's old organization, sent to tie up the one loose end that had slipped away. "Is there anything else I can get you?" I asked, my voice tighter than I intended. He took a slow sip of his coffee. "Not right now, Mary." The way he said the name with a slight, almost imperceptible emphasis told me he knew it was a lie. He reached into his inner coat pocket. My breath caught. I braced for a badge, a gun, a set of handcuffs, but he only pulled out a folded newspaper. He placed it on the table, his long fingers tapping the front page. "You should read the obituaries sometime. You never know who you might find." He left a $5 bill under his saucer, slid it out of the booth, and walked out. The bell chimed his exit. I stood frozen, the coffee pot a dead weight in my hand. When I was sure he was gone, I walked to the table on trembling legs and picked up the newspaper. It was from a city back east, dated 3 days ago. My eyes scanned the death notices, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. And then I saw it. The name jumped out at me as if printed in bold. William Rogan. Billy. The article was brief, clinical. He had been found dead in his prison cell. The official cause was listed as suicide. I let the paper fall back to the table. It should have felt like a release. The man who had held my life in his hands for 2 years was gone. The primary witness against me was silenced. But instead of relief, a deeper, more profound dread settled over me. Billy would never have killed himself. He was too arrogant, too convinced of his own invincibility. His death was a message. It was a cleanup. The man in the coat hadn't come to arrest me. He had come to show me the newspaper. He had come to let me know that the past was not just a memory. It was an active, breathing thing, and it had just caught up with me. The silence in my small room, the quiet rhythm of my days, it had all been an illusion. The ledger was not closed. Someone was still balancing the books, and my name whether it was Miriam or Mary, was still written there in faint, invisible ink. The game was not over. It had simply entered a new, more terrifying phase. I finished my shift in a daze, my movements automatic. The coffee pot felt like a weapon, every customer a potential threat. The man's words echoed in my head. You never know who you might find. He hadn't found me by accident. He had looked. He had known exactly who he was looking for. That night, in my room with the peeling wallpaper, I packed a single bag. The fake passport, a stack of cash I'd saved from my waitress wages, a change of clothes. That was all I had left in the world. I couldn't stay. The man in the coat was a harbinger. He was the first ripple of a coming wave. But as I zipped the bag shut, a cold clarity washed over me. Running had worked once, when I was just a frightened courier. But I was different now. I was a woman who had orchestrated a double cross, who had seen a man die for her, who had carried suitcases full of nothing. Running again would only mean looking over my shoulder in another city, in another diner, waiting for the next quiet man to walk through the door. This life of quiet desperation was a slower death sentence. Billy was dead. That changed the calculus. Miller had his conviction. The case was officially closed. The only people who would care about me now were the ones Billy worked for, the silent, faceless network that had always been the real power. They were the ones who had cleaned up the Billy problem. And now they had found me. Why? To tie up a loose end. Or did they want something? The money. It had to be about the money. The 2 suitcases of paper were a decoy, but the real shipment, the one I was supposed to bring back, had to have been worth millions. It had vanished. They probably thought I had it. My disappearance right after the botched deal would have looked like the ultimate double cross. They thought I had stolen from them. A wild, desperate laugh caught in my throat. I was being hunted for a fortune I never had. I had to know who they were. I had to know what they wanted. The man in the coat had not threatened me. He had delivered a message. That meant they wanted to talk. A meeting. A negotiation. I left my packed bag by the door and sat on the edge of my bed until the sun came up, the gray light seeping into the room. I went to the diner for my morning shift as if it were any other day. My hands were steady. The frantic fear had been burned away, replaced by a grim resolve. I was done being a pawn. He returned at the same time the next day. The silver-haired man in the fine coat. He took the same booth. This time, I didn't wait for him to order. I walked over, empty-handed, and stood before him. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice low. He looked up, those pale eyes appraising me anew. He seemed pleased that I had chosen to engage. "My name is not important. I represent a consortium of business partners who were inconvenienced by William Rogan's recent troubles. The ones who killed him." He gave a slight, non-committal shrug. "Prisons are dangerous places. We are here to discuss the future. Specifically, your future." "I don't have the money," I said flatly. He smiled, a thin, bloodless expression. "We are aware the physical assets are unrecoverable. The loss has been written off. What we are interested in is the network, the contacts, the roots. You were his courier. You have knowledge. You have a face that is not known to the authorities in the same way. You are, in many ways, an upgrade. They didn't want to kill me. They wanted to hire me. The absurdity of it was breathtaking. They had hounded me, cornered me, and now they were offering me a job. It was the same carrot from a different, far more dangerous hand. And if I say no, then the obituary page will have another interesting entry. A waitress named Mary. A tragic accident." He sipped his water. "This is not a threat, Miriam. It is a simple statement of cause and effect. The choice was not a choice at all. It was the same ledge over the same drop, But now there was no one to catch me if I fell. No Louis, no plan, no escape route. I want terms, I heard myself say. I want a percentage, not a salary. And I want to be left alone when I'm not working. No more men in coats watching me. He nodded slowly, as if he had expected this. That can be arranged. We value initiative. It shows you are a businesswoman. He slid a small, plain key across the table. Bus station, locker 117. There is a phone inside. It will ring once tomorrow at noon. You will answer it. You will receive your first instructions. He stood to leave, pausing to look down at me. Welcome back, Miriam. After he was gone, I picked up the key. It was cold and heavy in my palm. I looked around the diner, at the familiar, worn-out faces of the customers, at the steam rising from the coffee machine. This small, quiet life was over. I had traded one prison for another, but this one had no walls I could see. I had wanted to stop running, and now never could. The game was, indeed, not over. I had just been promoted from a pawn to a player, and I knew with a sickening certainty that the stakes were higher than ever. I took the key. It felt like accepting a death sentence, but it was the only move left on the board. The next day, at precisely noon, I was standing in front of locker 117. The phone inside, a cheap, disposable model, rang with a shrill, insistent tone. I answered. A digitally altered voice gave me an address in Montreal and a time. A man would meet me. He would be carrying a leather briefcase. I was to take it from him and deliver it to a cafe in Toronto. No names. No conversation. The voice did not say what was in the briefcase. And I knew better than to ask. The bus ride to Montreal was a study in paranoia. Every passenger was a potential agent. Every traffic stop a prelude to my arrest. But no one looked at me twice. I was Mary, the waitress, wearing a borrowed coat and a life that was not my own. I met the man on a park bench overlooking the St. Lawrence River. He was young, nervous, his eyes darting everywhere. He thrust the briefcase into my hands as if it were burning him and walked away without a single word. The weight of it was familiar. It had the same heft as the suitcases from Caracas. For a wild moment I considered opening it, but I remembered the blank paper and the cold finality of that betrayal. Some knowledge was too dangerous to possess. The delivery in Toronto was just as seamless. A woman in a red hat took the briefcase from my hands under the table at a dimly lit cafe. She handed me a sealed envelope. Inside was $5,000 in cash. My percentage. Back in my rainy city, I waited. For a week, nothing happened. I went to work, I served coffee, I paid my rent. Then the phone in the locker rang again. Another city, another package. The rhythm established itself. I was a ghost, moving through the arteries of the country, a courier for a phantom organization. The money was good, better than I had ever seen. I opened a safety deposit box under another name and began to fill it. I saw the silver-haired man once more, 6 months later. He was sitting in a black sedan parked across the street from the diner. I finished my shift and walked to the car, sliding into the passenger seat without an invitation. "You are efficient," he said, not looking at me. "I'm practical," I replied. "I want to know who I'm working for." "That is not your concern. Your concern is the work." "My concern is not ending up like Billy," I said, my voice hard. "Or like Louis." He finally turned his head, his pale eyes considering me. Louis was a liability. His sentimentality made him weak. You, however, show a remarkable lack of sentiment. That is why you are valuable. The words were meant as a compliment, but they felt like an epitaph. He was right. I could feel the ice forming around my heart, a necessary shield against the memory of Louis's surprised eyes. I was becoming what I had pretended to be, a cold, calculating criminal. "I want more," I said. I don't want him to be a delivery girl. I know the routes. I know how to spot a tail. I can manage this. Give me a region. He was silent for a long time. The only sound, the soft patter of rain on the car's roof. Ambitious, he murmured. Very well. A trial period. You will coordinate the next 3 runs on the West Coast. The operatives will report to you. Do not disappoint us. He handed me a new phone. This one is secure. Your instructions will come through it. Dispose of the locker key. You have graduated. I got out of the car and watched him drive away. The rain soaked through my uniform, but I barely felt it. I had gotten what I wanted. I had moved from being a piece on the board to the one moving the pieces. I had power and money and a terrifying new kind of safety, purchased with the last shreds of my soul. That night, I didn't stand by the window. I sat at the small table in my room and spread out a map. I traced the routes with my finger, planning, calculating. The ghost of Miriam was gone, and in her place was someone harder, someone who understood that in this world, the only way to survive was to become more feared than the thing you feared. The quiet was gone, replaced by the low, constant hum of control. And for the first time since I had seen that shadow under the door, I felt, if not peace, then a grim and final certainty. This was my life now. There was no going back. The first operative assigned to me was a kid, no older than 21. His code name was Finch, and he had the jittery energy of someone who had seen too many movies. I met him in a warehouse by the docks, the air thick with the smell of salt and rust. I laid out the route, the drop points, the emergency protocols. He nodded, his eyes wide, absorbing it all. It was a simple job. A data drive from a port official to be delivered to a tech in Seattle. But 2 days later, my new phone buzzed with a frantic, encrypted message. Finch had been made. He'd panicked, deviated from the route, and was now holed up in a motel outside Portland, convinced he was being followed. I felt a cold spike of anger, not fear. This was the test. Not of my planning, but of my resolve. I drove south through the night, the windshield wipers keeping time with my racing heart. I found him in room 114, the curtains drawn, a half-packed bag on the bed. He looked up at me, his face a mask of relief. "Mary, thank God," he breathed. "I think I lost them, but I wasn't sure." "Did you make the drop?" I asked, my voice flat. "What? No, of course not. I had to go to ground. The drive is still here." He pointed a trembling hand at the nightstand. I walked over and picked up the small metallic drive. It was cool in my hand. "You had one job, Finch. One simple set of instructions." "I know, I'm sorry. It's just... It got hot. I saw a car. It was there for too long. I got spooked." "Getting spooked is a luxury we don't have," I said, turning to face him. "You broke protocol. You became a liability." The color drained from his face as he finally registered the ice in my tone. "What are you going to do?" I didn't answer him. Instead, I took out my phone and sent a single, pre-written message. Then, I sat in the worn armchair by the door and waited. Finch stared at me, his questions dying in his throat, replaced by a dawning, terrified comprehension. We sat in silence for 20 minutes, until 2 men in dark jackets arrived. They didn't look at me. They simply took Finch by the arms. He didn't struggle. He just looked at me, a silent plea in his eyes, until the door closed behind them. I sat there for a long time after they were gone, listening to the rain and the distant sound of traffic on the wet highway. I thought I would feel something. Remorse, guilt, horror. But all I felt was a hollow, clean efficiency. The problem had been identified and resolved. The operation was secure. The next day, I delivered the drive to Seattle myself. The tech, a woman with sharp eyes and no small talk, took it without a word. When I returned, there was a package waiting for me at my door. No return address. Inside was a single key, this one for a Porsche 911, and a note with an address for a penthouse apartment overlooking the water. A bonus, and a new base of operations. I stood in the empty, echoing living room of the penthouse, the panoramic windows showing a vast gray expanse of ocean and sky. The small room with appealing wallpaper was part of another life. The stone of memory was still in my pocket, but its edges had been worn away. It was no longer a weight I carried. It was a tool I used. Louis' surprise, Billy's arrogance, Finch's terror, they were all lessons. I had learned them well. The ghost was gone. I was the architect now, and I was building something that would not so easily turn to dust. The Porsche was a statement, and the penthouse was a fortress. I accepted both without gratitude, seeing them for what they were, tools in a cage, albeit a gilded one. My world had shrunk again, but this time into a sphere of my own control. I managed a dozen operatives, moving pieces across a board that spanned the continent. I was good at it. My time on the run, my years of looking over my shoulder, had given me an instinct for weakness, for the tiny cracks in a plan that could shatter it completely. Months bled into a year. The silver-haired man who I now knew as Alistair became a voice on the secure line, a disembodied presence who delivered targets and approved my methods. We had reached an understanding. I produced results, and he gave me a long leash. It was during a routine audit of a shipping manifest in Vancouver that I found it. A discrepancy so small anyone else would have missed it. A container, logged as carrying agricultural machinery, had been rerouted and its contents listed with a code I hadn't seen since Caracas. The code for the paper, suitcases. My blood ran cold, then hot. It was a test. It had to be. Alistair was probing the old wound, seeing if the memory still had power over me. Or perhaps it was a trap laid by a rival within the organization. I closed the file and leaned back in my chair, the city lights twinkling far below my window. The past wasn't just catching up, it was being weaponized. I knew the correct move was to report it. To be the efficient, unsentimental machine they believed me to be. But the stone in my pocket felt heavy again, its edges sharp. Louis had died for that empty shipment. I had built this new life on its ashes. I couldn't just let it lie. I assembled a team, but I gave them false coordinates and a cover story about a rival syndicate moving weapons. While they staged their operation in Seattle, I went to Vancouver alone. I used an old, untraceable identity, one I had buried deep. The dockyard at night was a labyrinth of shadows and steel. The air a cocktail of brine and diesel. I found the container, its seal already broken. With a deep breath, I pulled the heavy door open. The interior was dark. I shone my flashlight inside. It wasn't paper, and it wasn't empty. Neat, shrink-wrapped bricks of $100 bills filled the space from floor to ceiling. More money than I had ever imagined. The real shipment. It had never been lost. It had been hidden, and someone had been sitting on it all this time. A voice spoke from the darkness behind me. I wondered if you'd take the bait. I turned, my hand moving to the small pistol tucked into my waistband. Alistair stepped into the sliver of light from the open door, his hands in the pockets of his fine coat. He wasn't smiling. "The great mystery," he said, his voice calm. "The lost fortune." I knew you couldn't resist. Sentimentality, it seems, is a weed that grows back. This was never a test of my efficiency, I said, my finger on the trigger. It was a test of my memory. It is a test of your loyalty, he corrected. And you have failed. Spectacularly. This money was always meant to be a reserve, a cushion for the organization. But you thought it was yours. You thought you were coming to claim what was stolen from you. He took a step closer. That makes you a thief, Miriam, and we have a very specific policy on thieves. I saw the shift in his posture, the slight tightening of his shoulder. He was going to draw his weapon. The game was over, but I was done playing by his rules. I didn't aim for his chest. I aimed for the stacked bricks of cash behind me and fired twice. The sound was deafening in the metal container. The bullets tore through the plastic wrap, sending a storm of paper bills exploding into the air. A blizzard of money. Alistair froze, stunned for a crucial half-second by the sheer, shocking waste of it. It was all the time I needed. I didn't shoot him. I turned and ran, plunging into the maze of containers as the first shouts of security echoed in the distance. I heard a single shot ring out, whining off the steel near my head, but I didn't look back. I was already gone, vanishing into the shadows I knew so well. The ghosts they had created now turning against its masters. The money was nothing. It was always a trap. My freedom was the only currency that mattered, and I had just made the biggest withdrawal of my life. The war for my soul was over. The war for my life had just begun. The cold salt air burned my lungs as I ran, the sound of my own footsteps lost in the chaotic symphony of alarms and distant sirens. I didn't have a plan, only a direction. Away. The Porsche, the penthouse, the safety deposit box, they were all traps now, already being sprung by Alistair's people. I had nothing but the clothes on my back and the gun in my hand, a ghost once more, but this time by my own design. I emerged from the dockyard onto a deserted service road, the city's skyline a distant, mocking jewel. I stripped off my dark jacket, turning it inside out to reveal a dull gray lining, and shoved the pistol into the waistband of my jeans. I was just a woman walking, head down, hands in pockets. I needed to get off the streets. I needed to think. A late-night bus, nearly empty, carried me east, away from the water. I got off in a neighborhood of closed shops and faded apartments, finding a payphone outside an all-night laundromat. I had one number, a burned phone I had kept secret even from Alistair, for an operative named Kaito. He was a forger, the best, and he operated on a strict policy of transactional silence. I called it, feeding coins into the slot. He answered on the first ring, saying nothing. I need a passport, a driver's license, credit cards. The usual package, I said, my voice low. I need it in 2 hours. There was a long pause. That is impossible. The price would be... Name it, I interrupted, and double it for the rush. He named a figure that would clean out one of my hidden accounts. I gave him the details of where to access the funds and a location for the drop. He hung up without another word. It was done. I had just spent a fortune on a new identity, a new shell to crawl into. The money I had so carefully hoarded was now a liability, a trail of breadcrumbs leading back to me. I would have to abandon most of it. For 2 hours, I sat on a bench in a small, dark park, watching the mist gather around the streetlights. My mind was terrifyingly clear. Alistair had underestimated the one thing he thought he had erased. My will to be free. He had mistaken my efficiency for compliance. But every package I'd delivered, every route I'd mapped, every operative I'd managed, had been a lesson in the architecture of his own empire. I knew its weaknesses. I knew where the cracks were. The drop was in a locker at a different bus station. The package was there, exactly as promised. Kaito's work was impeccable. I was now Anna Weber, a German national on a working holiday. The photo was me, but with lighter hair and glasses. It would do. On my way out, I bought a cheap prepaid phone from a vending machine. I had one more call to make. I dialed a number from memory, a direct line to a low-level operative in Alistair's network named Davis. He was greedy, and I knew he skimmed from the top of his own deliveries. I had documented it, and I had kept the evidence to myself for a rainy day. It was pouring, he answered, his voice thick with sleep. "Yeah? It's Miriam," I said. I heard the sharp intake of breath. The entire organization would be buzzing with my name by now. "I'm sending you a file," I said. "It's a list of 3 account numbers and routing information. They belong to Alistair, offshore. He's been siphoning from the reserve fund for years." It was a lie, but a plausible one, built on the foundation of the real money I had just found. The file also contains proof of your own activities. If Alistair gets that file, you're dead. If I don't get a confirmation text from you in the next 10 minutes, he gets the file. What do you want?" he stammered. "I want you to send a message to every operative on the West Coast. Tell them Alistair is compromised. Tell them he's stealing from the consortium. Tell them the Vancouver operation was his personal play, and that I was sent to stop." I let the words hang in the air. "Do it, and your secret dies with me. You have 9 minutes. No, I hung up. I didn't know if it would work. It was a desperate gambit, a seed of chaos thrown into the heart of the machine. But it was a start. I wasn't just running anymore. I was fighting back. I was turning their own weapons against them. The bus to the airport pulled up, its doors hissing open. Anna Weber climbed aboard, her passport held tightly in her hand. Miriam was gone. But the ghost was gone, too. What remained was something new, something forged in betrayal and hardened by resolve. I was no longer a player on their board. I was a rival, building my own game from the ashes of theirs. The bus ride was a study in stillness. I held my body in the posture of casual boredom, a tourist tired after a long day, while inside every nerve was a live wire. I watched the reflections in the dark window, searching for any sign of a tail, any flicker of organized pursuit. There was nothing. Yet, the message I had sent through Davis was a rock thrown to a pond. The ripples would take time to reach the shore. At the airport, I didn't head for the international departures. That was the first place they would look. Instead, I went to the car rental desks and, using Anna Weber's pristine license and credit card, rented a nondescript sedan. I drove east, into the mountains, as the sun began to bleed light over the peaks. The Porsche was a dream, the penthouse a mirage. This car, with its faint smell of disinfectant and stale coffee, was my reality. I found a motel that accepted cash and looked the other way. The room was a clone of the one where I had found Finch, a grim reminder of the circle I was now closing. I sat on the edge of the bed with the new laptop I'd bought along the way, connecting through a series of anonymizing networks. I accessed a shadow forum, a place where whispers of the underworld were traded like currency. The message had gotten through. The whispers were already turning into shouts. Alistair was facing a mutiny. Operatives were demanding answers. 2 shipments had been delayed due to security concerns. The machine was stuttering. A small, cold smile touched my lips. It was a start. But a name kept recurring in the encrypted chatter, a name spoken with more fear than Alistair's. The consortium. It was the true power, the Hydra-headed entity Alistair answered to. I had wounded one head, but the body was still vast and unknown. To survive, I needed to know more. I needed leverage they couldn't ignore. I thought of Kaito, the forger. His silence was a commodity, but everyone had a price. I reached out through a secure channel. My message, simple. I need more than papers. I need a key. His reply was slower this time. What kind of key? The kind that opens doors that don't exist. Architectural plans, server locations, the blueprints of the cage. The pause was long enough that I thought he had severed the connection. Then, a single line appeared. The price for that key is not money. It is a target. A man named Samuel Croft. He has something I want. You bring it to me, and I will give you the key. He sent a file. It contained a photograph of a man in his 60s, with a kind academic face, and an address in a quiet university town. Samuel Croft was a historian, a specialist in antiquities. According to Kaito, he was also the keeper of a ledger, a physical book detailing decades of the consortium's financial movements, a history written in code. It was their Rosetta Stone. It was a suicide mission, a trap within a trap. Kaito was either setting me up or using me as a blunt instrument, but the key he offered was the only thing that might unlock a future longer than 24 hours. I looked at the photograph of Samuel Croft. He was sitting in a garden, smiling, a cup of tea in his hand. He looked like someone's gentle grandfather. I felt the weight of the stone in my pocket, now smooth as sea glass. I had become what I was to survive. Now, I had to decide what to do with the creature I had become. This was no longer about revenge, or even freedom. It was about understanding the beast I was fighting. And to do that, I had to walk into its den and steal its memory. I closed the laptop. The ghost was gone. The architect was planning her next move. The university town was a pocket of quiet, a world away from the rain-slicked docks and the glass towers. I drove past the address, a well-kept Victorian house with a wide porch, just as the streetlights were flickering on. Samuel Croft's home. It looked peaceful, innocent. That was the most dangerous part. I parked 2 blocks away and watched the house for an hour. No security patrols. No cameras visible on the eaves. A single light was on in an upstairs window. It was too clean. A man in possession of a ledger that could bring down a shadow empire would not be so exposed, unless he was a lure. I circled around, approaching through the backyards of neighboring houses, moving through the damp grass with a silence that was second nature. His backyard was a small, tidy space with a bird feeder and a patch of herbs. The back door was locked, but the lock was old and simple. It yielded to a few seconds of work with a set of picks. The inside of the house smelled of old books and lemon polish. I stood in the dark kitchen, listening. The only sound was the slow, rhythmic tick of a grandfather clock from the hallway. I drew my pistol and moved forward. I found him in his study, just as the file had suggested. Samuel Croft was sitting in a worn leather armchair, a book open on his lap. He wasn't reading. He was waiting. He looked up as I entered, his kind eyes registering the gun in my hand without a trace of surprise. "I wondered which one of you would come first," he said, his voice calm and measured. He closed his book and placed it carefully on a side table. Alistair's blunt instrument, or the ghost he lost control of. "I must admit, I'm relieved it's you. Then, you know who I am." I kept the gun leveled, my eyes scanning the room. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a heavy oak desk, a single lamp casting a pool of warm light. No signs of the ledger. "I know what you are," he corrected gently. "A symptom of the disease, a product of the system. Alistair thinks he's a surgeon, but he just spreads the infection. I've been watching his work for a long time." Where is it?" I asked. "The ledger." He smiled, a sad, weary expression. "It doesn't exist, not in the way Kaito believes. He was always too literal. The consortium doesn't keep its secrets in a book. It keeps them in people." The air went out of the room. It was a trap. Kaito had sent me on a fool's errand, a wild goose chase to keep me occupied while Alistair's net closed. Or worse, to deliver me to Croft. My finger tightened on the trigger. "Then, what am I doing here?" My voice was a low whisper. "You're here for the truth," Croft said. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "The ledger is a myth, but the history is real. I'm the history. My memory is the record Kaito seeks. I was a founding member, my dear. Before I realized the monster we were built." I stared at him, the pieces shifting, clicking into a new and terrifying configuration. This wasn't a target. This was a defector, a primary source. Alistair doesn't want you dead because you know about the money, Croft continued. He wants you dead because of what you represent, a flaw in his design, a variable he cannot control. He's purging the system of unpredictability, and I am the most unpredictable variable of all. The tick of the clock was suddenly deafening. I had come for a key, and I had found the lock itself. Why are you telling me this? Because you are the only one who has ever gotten close, he said. You broke his control. You saw the crack in the wall. I can tell you what lies on the other side, but you have to make a choice. You can shoot me, and Alistair will eventually find you. Or you can listen, and we can tear the whole damn thing down together. And outside, a car door slammed. Croft's eyes flickered toward the window. That will be Alistair's instrument, right on time. I looked at the gentle old man in the chair who held the history of my tormentors in his head. I looked at the gun in my hand. The architect in me saw the value of the source. The ghost saw another cage. But the woman who had run through the blizzard of money saw a third path. I lowered the gun. We don't have much time, I said. A genuine smile, bright and fierce, touched his lips for the first time. Then let's begin. The consortium was never about money. That was just the fuel. It was always about control. And it all started with a project called Ikarusu. Story 7. The line between the lamplight and the shadow was a razor's edge, a stark division I had come to know as intimately as the lines on my own palm. On my side, the warm, buttery glow of the Tiffany lamp on the mahogany desk. On the other, the deep, velvety darkness of the study's far corner, where the bookshelves dissolved into nothing. For 7 years, this room had been my sanctuary and my cell, and I knew its geometry of light and dark with a prisoner's precision. But tonight, the line was blurred. A faint, shimmering haze, like dust motes dancing in a forbidden sunbeam, seemed to bleed from the light into the dark, softening that absolute border. It was an illusion, of course, a trick of tired eyes, but it felt like an omen, a sign that the careful boundaries holding my life together were beginning to fail. The sound of Amos' key in the front door was a specific, metallic sigh. 3 distinct clicks, the tumblers of the deadbolt yielding to his authority. My body responded before my mind could. A marionette whose strings were pulled by that sound. My spine straightened. My breathing shallowed. The book I had been pretending to read felt suddenly heavy and false in my hands. I placed it on the desk, aligning its spine perfectly with the edge. He moved through the house not with noise, but with a change in pressure, like a weather system arriving. The scent of him reached me first, his cologne, vetiver, and something colder, like ozone after a lightning strike, mixed with the faint, clean smell of the winter night. He stood in the doorway of the study, a silhouette cut from polished stone. Amos. Even in shadow, he was magnificent. Tall, with the broad, reliable shoulders of a man you would trust to build you a house or save you from a fire. His face, when he stepped into the light, was all strong, kind lines. The face of a community leader, a generous donor, a man who had once, the local papers said, a heart as big as his fortune. His eyes found me, and his smile was a perfect, warm thing. It never reached his eyes. They were the color of a winter sea, and just as fathomless. Kira, he said, his voice a low, resonant cello note that vibrated in the hollow of my chest. You're still up. It was not a question. It was an assessment. I had passed. I was where I was supposed to be. I was reading, I said, and my own voice sounded thin and reedy in comparison. a wisp of smoke against his solid oak. He came to me, his footsteps silent on the Persian rug. He did not kiss me. He never did in private. Instead, he placed a hand on my shoulder, his fingers resting lightly on the silk of my blouse. I could feel the weight of that hand, the potential energy in it, as clearly as if he were pressing down with all his strength. It was a reminder, a claim. "Anything interesting?" he asked, his gaze drifting to the book. It was a volume of Elizabeth Bishop's poetry, a safe choice. He approved of poetry. It suggested a quiet, contemplative mind, not a restless one. "Just the one about the fish," I murmured. His fingers tightened, almost imperceptibly. "The one about the fish," he repeated, and I knew I had made a mistake. His mind was a labyrinth of traps, and I was forever stumbling into them. He leaned down, his lips close to my ear, his breath warm against my skin. "You have a tendency, my love, to focus on the captured, the trapped, the things that have been brought to heel. It's a morbid fascination. We should find you more uplifting subjects." The thread was velvet-wrapped, but the steel beneath was cold and hard. He was not talking about the poem. He was talking about me, about my sister, Anastasia, the one piece of my old life he allowed me to keep. A delicate piece of porcelain he held aloft, his grip always threatening to slip. "You're right," I said, the words ash in my mouth. "It was just the first one I picked up." He straightened up, the benevolent mask back in place. "I saw the Hendersons at the club. They've invited us for dinner on Saturday. I accepted, of course." Of course. My role was to be there, to be charming and beautiful and a little quiet. The perfect, slightly fragile complement to his robust vitality. I was the proof of his care, his devotion. "Look how he looks after her," they would whisper, their voices full of pity and admiration. "She's so delicate, so lucky to have a man like Amos." They never saw the architecture of my captivity. They saw the gilded cage, not the locked door. They saw the designer clothes, not the way he chose them to reflect his taste, not mine. They saw the beautiful, secluded house, not the fact that I had no key, no car, no phone that wasn't monitored, no life that wasn't curated by him. My world was a series of elegant, interconnected rooms, and Amos was the only door. Later, in the profound silence of the night, I lay beside his sleeping form and listened to the house. It had its own language, a symphony of sighs and creaks. The groan of a floorboard settling was the house remembering a footstep. The whisper of the central air was its steady breath. I knew every note. For years, this nocturnal listening had been my only rebellion, my only freedom. It was during these hours that I would map the vulnerabilities of my prison. It began with small things. A hair, one of my long dark ones, placed with surgical precision across the crack of a drawer he had forbidden me to open. A microscopic shard of clear tape on the edge of his laptop lid. A book on a shelf, moved a quarter-inch out of alignment. These were my tripwires, my surveillance system. They were how I knew, with a cold certainty that settled in my bones, that Amos was not just controlling me. He was watching me with the intensity of a scientist observing a specimen. And then I found the first crack in his perfect facade. It was in his study, in the deep shadow where the light bled into dark. He had left his private laptop open, a rare lapse. The screen was a black mirror, but when I touched the trackpad, it glowed to life, asking for a password. I would never guess it. His mind was a fortress. But on the desk, beside the laptop, was a notepad. He was a man of archaic habits, preferring pen and paper for his initial thoughts. He had been making a note, and the top sheet was gone, torn away. But the impression of his writing, sharp and angular, was pressed into the sheet beneath. I held the page up to the light, tilting it until the ghost of his words emerged from the fiber of the paper. It was a list. Greenhouse, 8:15 p.m. East Gate, 10:30 p.m. Anastasia, status. The first two were times, locations on our property. The last was my sister's name. It was not a question of concern. It was a checkpoint. A threat assessment. My blood turned to ice water. He was not just watching me. He was logging my existence, my sister's existence, as one would log data points. This was beyond control. This was pathology. The days that followed took on a new, terrifying rhythm. My life became a quiet, absorbing rhythm of deduction and suspicion. I was the investigator and the subject of the investigation. Every smile I gave him was a piece of evidence collected. Every compliant nod, a strategic feint. I watched him with the same intensity he watched me, learning the patterns of his control, searching for the flaw in the algorithm of his dominance. I began to test the boundaries of his surveillance. I would linger near the East Gate at 10:25, pretending to admire the night-blooming jasmine, feeling the cold eye of a camera I could not see. I would spend exactly 15 minutes in the greenhouse at 8:10, arranging and rearranging the orchids, my skin prickling with the knowledge that I was performing in a play he had written. I was a ghost in my own life, haunting the spaces he had assigned me. The dinner at the Hendersons was a particular kind of torture. It was held in a bright, airy dining room full of modern art and laughter. I wore the emerald green dress Amos had chosen for me. I sipped the wine he poured for me. I laughed at the jokes when he glanced my way. I was his most beautiful, most compliant accessory. "You two are just the perfect picture," Sarah Henderson gushed, her face flushed with wine and genuine affection. "I tell Tom all the time, we should strive for what you and Kira have. It's so solid." Amos' hand found mine on the tablecloth. His grip was warm, possessive. "It's simple," he said, his voice full of a warmth that made my stomach turn. "I just pay attention. I know what she needs before she does." The words were a caress to everyone else. To me, they were a brand. He was telling me in front of all these people that he owned my desires, my needs, my very breath. I felt the smile on my face like a crack in drying plaster. I looked around the table at the smiling, oblivious faces. The surface friends. They saw a devoted husband. They saw a cherished wife. They saw a fairy tale. They did not see the wolf at the table. The breaking point came on a Tuesday, a day of rain and low, scudding clouds. Amos was away at a meeting, a rare whole-day affair. The house was mine, truly mine, for 8 hours. The silence was different, a palpable relief. I moved through the rooms, not as a ghost, but as a reclaiming spirit. I went to his study, my heart a frantic bird against my ribs. The notepad was there. I took it, along with a charcoal pencil from a drawer. I began to shade lightly over the top page, watching as the hidden writing from previous notes emerged like secrets rising from a dark lake. It was a palimpsest of his obsessions. K11, 7 a.m. Kitchen 3 minutes at window. K 2:30 p.m. Library, south-facing chair, 47 minutes reading. Anastasia, doctor's appointment confirmed. Dr. Evans' doctor, 3 p.m. Security feed. East Gate, 10:31 p.m. Subject present for 4 minutes. And then, a different kind of entry. One that stopped my heart. Asset liquidation, 75% complete. Timeline accelerated. Contingency. A must be neutralized before transition. The words swam before my eyes. Asset liquidation. Timeline. Transition. Neutralized. They were business terms, cold and efficient. But applied to my life, to my sister's life, they were words of murder. He wasn't just controlling us. He was winding down our operation. He was preparing to disappear, and we were the loose ends. Anastasia was the primary contingency, to be neutralized. The world narrowed to the point of my charcoal pencil. The rain outside was the only sound, a steady, mournful drumming on the windows. I had to get out. I had to get to Anastasia. But how? The house was a fortress. The authorities, what would I tell them? That my wealthy, respected, charming husband had written the word neutralized in a notepad? They would see a hysterical woman, a fragile mind finally breaking. They would call him, and he would come. His face full of concerned love, and he would take me home. And that would be the end of me, the end of Anna. Panic was a luxury I could not afford. I forced it down, deep into the cold, still place that was forming inside me. I had to be smarter than him. I had to use his own system against him. I carefully tore away the top sheet of the notepad, the one I had shaded, and folded it into a tiny, tight square. I slipped it into the lining of my shoe. I returned the notepad to its exact position, a pencil to its drawer. I erased all evidence of my trespass. That night, when Amos returned, I was waiting for him. I had made his favorite meal. I wore the perfume he liked. I was the perfect portrait of a wife happy in her domain. I watched him as he ate, as he talked about his day, and I saw not a man, but a mechanism. A beautiful, complex, and deadly machine. And I understood that to survive him, I would have to become something else. Not a victim, not a prisoner. A flaw in his design. The plan formed not as a flash of inspiration, but as a slow, cold accretion of detail, like frost on a window pane. I knew his rituals. I knew his arrogance. He believed his system was infallible because he had built it. He never considered that the variable within the system could learn, could adapt, could become sentient. The night I decided to act, the line between the lamplight and the shadow in the study was once again sharp and clear. I stood on the side of the light. He was in the shadow, working at his desk. I brought him a cup of tea, the china clinking softly in the silence. "For you," I said, my voice steady. He looked up, surprised, then pleased. A new level of compliance, a deepening of his victory. "Thank you, Kira." He took a sip. I watched his throat move as he swallowed. I did not move. I stood there, waiting. He took another sip, then frowned slightly. He looked at the cup, then at me. His eyes, those winter sea eyes, narrowed. A flicker of confusion. Then, something else. A dawning, cold understanding. "What?" he began, but his voice was already thickening. The tea was not poisoned. That was too direct, too easily traced. It was simply laced with a powerful sedative, one he kept in his own bathroom cabinet for his occasional bouts of insomnia. A product of his own control, used against him. He tried to stand, his hand gripping the edge of the desk, his knuckles white. The magnificent machine was failing. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw not ownership, not annoyance, but a pure, unadulterated shock. I had not fought him. I had not run. I had performed the ultimate subversion. I had used my knowledge of him, my obedience, as my weapon. He slumped forward, his head hitting the desk with a soft, final thud. The house was utterly silent then. I stood for a long time just watching him. The rise and fall of his breathing was slow, deep. He was alive. I had not wanted a murderer's freedom. I had wanted a different kind of victory. I moved quickly then. I went to his laptop. With his limp hand, I pressed his thumb to the fingerprint reader. The screen unlocked. I didn't search for his secrets. I didn't care about his money, his business. I went straight to his email. I found the last message he had sent to his security team, instructing them that all alerts were to be ignored for the next 24 hours due to a system upgrade he would be performing personally. His arrogance, his need for total, solitary control. It was his final, fatal flaw. I typed a new email to the only person who mattered, my Anastasia. It was short. It was simple. The bird is out of the cage. Don't go home. Go to the place we built the fort. Wait for me. I love you. I hit send. Then I walked to the front door, the heavy oak door with its brass fittings and its multiple deadbolts. I turned the knob. It was unlocked. He had been so confident, so sure of his victory. He had not even re-engaged the system when he came home. I pulled the door open. The night air rushed in, cold and clean, smelling of damp earth and freedom. It was the most terrifying and beautiful thing I had ever felt. I stepped over the threshold, from the warm, stale air of the house into the vast, unknown dark. I did not look back. I walked down the long, winding driveway, the gravel crunching under my thin shoes. At the end of the drive where our property met the public road, I stopped. I looked back once at the beautiful, monstrous house, a jewel box of misery. Then I turned and started walking toward the town, toward some semblance of a future. I thought that was the end of it. My escape. My victory. Weeks later, living in a small, anonymous room, waiting for the legal machinery to grind through the divorce, the restraining orders, the frantic, grateful reunions with Anna, a detective came to see me. He was a kind man with tired eyes. He told me they had been through all of Amos' records, his computers, his files as part of the investigation into my allegations. Mrs. Croft, he said, his voice gentle. We found something in his study, behind a panel in the wall. We almost missed it. He showed me a photograph. It was of a small, faded, and slightly blurry Polaroid. It was tucked inside a book, a first edition of The Great Gatsby. It was a picture of a woman. She had dark hair, like mine. She had a delicate build like mine. She was standing in front of the east gate of my former home, the jasmine in bloom behind her. She was smiling, but her eyes held a familiar trapped light. On the back, in Amos' sharp, angular script, was a single word, a name I did not recognize, and a date from 15 years ago. The detective watched me, his expression unreadable. Do you know who this is? I looked at the woman in the photograph. I saw the ghost of my own reflection in her eyes. I saw the echo of my own captivity in her smile. I saw the blurred boundary between her story and mine. No, I whispered, the word tasting like a new kind of fear. I have no idea, and I never would. The case, they said, was unresolved. An old fragment from a past that was not mine. A secret Amos had taken with him into his silent, sedated world. A reminder that the house of mirrors he built had more than one room, and I had only ever escaped my own. The other reflections, the other women trapped in the glass, their stories remained, a permanent, haunting blur in the corner of my vision. A line of light and shadow whose meaning I would never fully understand. The detective left me with a copy of the Polaroid. I kept it in a drawer, tucked beneath my socks, a cold stone in the river of my new life. I tried to forget it, to focus on the sunlit present with Anna, on the simple, profound joy of choosing my own breakfast, my own clothes, my own path. But the woman's face was always there, a faint watermark on my consciousness. She was a question that had no answer, a door in a hallway I had already escaped, but one that remained forever locked. Amos was in a facility, a beautiful private one. His family's money had secured. He was non-responsive, they said. a catatonic state brought on by a rare and severe reaction to the combination of his prescribed sedative and an undiagnosed neurological condition. The official story was a tragic medical event. I never corrected them. His family, distant and relieved to have the scandal contained, left me alone. The legal battles were quiet, settled with a swiftness that felt anticlimactic. I was free. I was safe. But safety, I learned, is a habit as much as a state. I still found myself arranging my new silverware in a specific order. I still caught myself calculating the exact minutes I spent on a phone call, as if I needed to report them. Anna and I rented a small cottage by the sea, a place with windows that faced the endless, unknowable horizon. It was her idea. She said we needed the salt to scrub the old air from our lungs. One afternoon, I was in the local library, a small, warm room that smelled of old paper and wood polish. I was looking for a book on gardening, something to help me with the wild, untamed patch of land behind our cottage. As I pulled a volume from the shelf, another book, tucked behind it, fell to the floor with a soft thud. It was a slim, cloth-bound journal, its cover blank. It hadn't come from the library. A cold prickle, the old familiar dread, ran down my spine. I knelt and picked it up. My hands trembled. It was irrational, I told myself. It was gone. This was just a lost item, a forgotten diary. I almost put it back on the shelf. But a compulsion, stronger than fear, made me open it. The handwriting was not Emma's. It was a woman's, flowing and elegant, but with a frantic energy in the slant of the letters. The first entry was dated 20 years ago. September 12th to our. Met AC today at the gallery opening. He was like a force of nature. He said my eyes held a universe. No one has ever seen me like that. I sank into a nearby armchair, the world receding. I read on. The entries chronicled a whirlwind romance, a sudden marriage, a move to a beautiful, isolated house. The language was full of love, then confusion, then a creeping, claustrophobic fear. The descriptions were achingly familiar. The way he chose her clothes, the way he monitored her time, the way he isolated her from her friends, her family, the way he talked about her sister. Her name was Lillian. And then, an entry, dated about 15 years ago, that made my blood stop. He has a new project, he says, a new gallery to curate. He's been distant, spending hours in his study. I found a notepad today. He'd written a name, Elise. He said it was nothing, a business contact. But the way he looked at me, it was the way a sculptor looks at a block of marble, deciding where to make the first cut. The journal ended a few pages later. The final entry was a single, desperate sentence. I think he's going to replace me. There was nothing more. No conclusion. No obituary. No record of a Lillian Croft or a Lillian anyone connected to Amos. She had simply vanished. A sketch on a page that had been torn out of the world. The Polaroid was Lillian, and I was Elise. And the woman before Lillian had another name, another journal hidden in another town. I closed the book and held it tightly. The library was silent around me. I had been wrong. My escape was not a flaw in his design. It was part of the pattern. He collected us, curated us, until we lost our luster or became too difficult to maintain. Then he began the process of liquidation, of finding a replacement. I had not broken the cycle. I had simply been the one who managed to jump from the moving wheel before it crushed me. The terror was not that he was a monster. The terror was that he was a curator, and his collection was endless. My freedom was not an ending. It was just my own individual piece, removed from the exhibit and stored away. And somewhere, in some other beautiful isolated house, another woman with dark hair and a delicate build was right now admiring a volume of poetry, feeling the weight of a hand on her shoulder, completely unaware that she was standing in a line of light and shadow that stretched back for decades. A line in which I was now just another ghost. A precedent. A warning written in a language she'd... The journal felt like a live thing in my hands. A venomous insect I dared not crush. I sat in the library armchair for a long time, the gardening book forgotten on the floor. The warm, safe room now felt like a stage set, a flimsy construction hiding a vast, dark machinery behind it. My cottage by the sea, my mornings with Anna, my hard-won peace. It was all just an intermission. The real play was still running, and a new actress had taken my role. I had to know. The compulsion was a physical ache, a thirst that would poison all other water until it was quenched. I slipped the journal into my bag and left the library, the bell on the door jingling a cheerful, normal sound that felt like a mockery. At home, I didn't tell Anna. She was finally sleeping through the night, the shadows under her eyes beginning to fade. I couldn't pile this new, formless horror onto her. This was my burden, my inheritance from Amos. I waited until she went to visit a friend, the slam of the cottage door echoing in the quiet house. Then, at the small desk we'd bought at a flea market, I opened my laptop. I began to search. Not for Lillian, not for Elise. I searched for him. Amos Croft. I used the skills I had learned in his gilded prison. The patience, the attention to detail. I combed through digitized newspaper archives from small towns, society pages from 2 decades ago, Gora. I looked for his name, his face, always hovering near a woman with dark hair. It was like trying to grasp smoke. A mention here of a donation to a museum, a photograph there at charity ball, his hand on the back of a woman whose name was listed as guest. The women were never the same, but they were always the same type. A gallery owner named Cassandra Dot, and a pianist named Isabel. They appeared in his orbit for a year, sometimes 2, and then they vanished from the public record. Not dead, just gone, moved away, pursued other interests. The explanations were vague, polite, and utterly final. He wasn't just a man. He was a system, a self-perpetuating organism that fed on a specific kind of light, a particular shade of soul. And when that light was dimmed or that soul began to fracture, it moved on, shedding its skin and leaving the husk behind. A week later, a padded envelope arrived with no return address. My heart hammered against my ribs as I sliced it open. Inside was a single key, tarnished and old, and a slip of paper with an address typed on it. The postmark was from a city 300 miles away. I knew, with a certainty that chilled the very marrow in my bones, that it was not from Amos. It was from the network, the collection of ghosts. One of them had found me. I held the key in my palm. It was cold and heavy. The address was for a self-storage unit. I could throw it away. I could take this new key, this new knowledge, and hurl it into the sea. I could let the salt scrub it away. I could choose my own breakfast, my own clothes, my own unhaunted life. But I knew then that the choice was an illusion. The woman in the Polaroid, Lillian in her journal, they were not ghosts of the past. They were my sisters. And this key was not an invitation back into the darkness. It was a thread, passed from one escaped prisoner to the next. A way to map the labyrinth from the outside. To go to that storage unit would be to accept that my story was not my own, but a chapter in a much longer, darker book. It would be to look directly into the blur I had turned away from. I put the key in my pocket. I went to the window and watched the gray sea churn against the shore. The line between the water and the sky was indistinct, a messy, beautiful, and endless seam. I knew I would go. Not for revenge and not for fear, but for the same reason I had shaded that notepad in his study. Because some secrets are too heavy for one person to carry, and the only way to be free of them is to share the weight. I had to see what was in the dark. I had to learn the whole pattern, not to become a part of it again, but to finally, truly, break it. The drive took 5 hours. The landscape flattened and the air grew dry. The storage facility was on the edge of a town that seemed to be slowly surrendering to the dust, a place of shuttered storefronts and quiet despair. Unit 217 was at the far end of a long corrugated metal building that hummed with the sound of industrial fans. My hand was steady as I slid the key into the lock. The metal door rolled upward with a rattling shriek that echoed in the cavernous space. Inside, there was no furniture, no boxes of mementos. Just one thing. A single large trunk sat in the center of the concrete floor. It was made of dark, scarred leather, the kind that belonged to another era. It was not locked. I lifted the heavy lid, the smell of cedar and old paper rising to meet me. Inside, neatly arranged, were journals, dozens of them. Some were leather-bound, others were simple cloth. One was a vibrant, floral pattern notebook. On top of the stack lay a single, typewritten sheet. It read, "We are the record he never kept. We are the proof." My breath caught in my throat. I reached in and picked up the journal on top. It was the oldest, its cover cracked with age. The first entry was from 40 years ago. The handwriting was different, but the story was the same. The whirlwind, the isolation, the fear. Her name was Marguerite. Beneath hers was another, and another. A symphony of identical sorrows, each with its own unique voice, its own specific shade of terror. Lillian's journal was there, a familiar script in this library of the lost. I saw names I had found in my searches, Cassandra, Isabel, and many more I had not. This was not a collection of victims. It was an archive, a sisterhood of survivors, or perhaps of those who had not survived. We had each, in our turn, discovered a fragment of the truth, and upon our escape, been guided here to add our chapter to the whole. The key was a rite of passage. Reading this was our inheritance. I sat on the cold floor for hours, reading. I learned that Amos's system was even more refined than I had known. He had contacts, people who helped him create new identities for the women he discarded, ensuring their silence with a mixture of threat and financial settlement. He had a network of properties. He was not one man. He was an institution. But the journals also contained something else. Coded within the accounts of fear were strategies. Ways to leave a mark, to plant a seed for the next one. A misplaced book in a library. A donated item with a note sewn into the lining. We had each been building this map piece by piece for decades. I closed the final journal, my body numb. The scale of it was overwhelming. I had thought my act of defiance was unique. It was not. It was a link in a chain. The realization did not diminish my victory. It enlarged it. I was part of a legacy of resistance. I took out my phone. I didn't call the detective. This was beyond the law. This was a secret history, and it required a secret justice. I photographed the typewritten page and the first page of several journals, enough to show the pattern, the terrifying span of years. Then I carefully replaced everything, closed the trunk, and rolled the door shut, the key turning with a definitive click. I drove back to the sea, the weight in my chest different now. It was no longer the cold stone of a solitary fear, but the heavy, shared burden of truth. When I walked into our cottage, Anna was setting the table for dinner. She looked up, her eyes clear and happy. "You are back," she said. I was starting to worry. I went to her and hugged her tightly, feeling the solid, real warmth of her. I would not tell her about the trunk, not yet, but I knew what I had to do. The pattern could be broken not by destroying one man, but by dismantling his entire world. The ghosts in the storage unit had given me the blueprint. My freedom would no longer be a private, fragile thing. It would become a weapon. I would use the skills he taught me, the patience I had learned, and the network my sisters had built. The curator was about to find his collection cataloged, exposed, and scattered to the wind. The flaw in his design was not one of us, but all of us, finally speaking with one voice. The first step was to find the others. The typewritten note had been a declaration, but it held no instructions, no list of names. The archives were a history, not a directory. But I knew the method now. It was all about leaving a mark in a place only one of us would think to look. I started with the library, where I had found Lillian's journal. I went back to the gardening section, my hands trembling only slightly as I ran my fingers along the spines. I was looking for another anomaly, a book that didn't belong. It was in a volume on perennial roses, a subject Amos would have found dreadfully common. Tucked against the inside back cover was a plain white business card. On it was printed the name of a cafe, the Daily Grind, in a city 4 hours inland, and a time. Thursday, 2 p.m. Nothing else. It could have been anything, a forgotten bookmark, but I knew. It was an invitation. The following Thursday, I told Anna I was going to an art supply store. The lie was a small, sharp stone in my shoe, a reminder of the old life. The cafe was bustling and anonymous. I bought a coffee and took a seat near the back, my heart a frantic bird against my ribs. I didn't know who or what I was waiting for. A woman sat down opposite me. She was older, perhaps in her 60s, with sharp, intelligent eyes and a streak of white in her dark hair. She placed her own coffee on the table and looked at me, her gaze a calm, assessing weight. "Elise," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, unable to speak. "My name is Cassandra," she said. The name from the society pages, from the journals. She had been one of his, 25 years ago. "We don't have much time. We never do." She slid a folded piece of paper across the table. "This is a list. Email addresses encrypted. We communicate sparingly. We are his legacy, but we are also our own." I took the paper, folding it into a tiny, tight square in my palm. "What do we do?" "We wait," she said, her voice low and steady. "We watch. We are curators too now. But our collection is evidence. When the time is right, when the pattern is clear, and the risk of him simply starting again is minimized, we act. Not with violence, with information. We send the archive to every news outlet, every law enforcement agency, every one of his business associates, all at once. We make his name synonymous with what he is. We shatter the brand." "Sesame. It could take years," I whispered, the magnitude of the task settling on me. "It has already taken decades," she replied. "What are a few more years of freedom compared to ensuring he can never trap another one of us?" She finished her coffee and stood. "Read the list. Learn the protocols. You are not alone anymore." She left as quietly as she had arrived, melting into the crowd of students and office workers. I sat for a long time, the folded paper burning a hole in my hand. I had come looking for a weapon, and I had been given a purpose. The fear was still there, a low hum in the background, but it was now joined by something else, something solid and determined. I was no longer a solitary reflection. I was a point of light in a constellation, one of many. And together we were drawing a new map over the old one. A map that led not into the dark, but out of it, for good. The hum of the cafe faded into a distant buzz as I clutched the folded paper. Cassandra's calm certainty was a shield, but I could feel the weight of the years in her eyes, the patient, grinding work of this quiet rebellion. I finished my coffee. the dregs cold and bitter, and walked back to my car. Only when I was inside, the doors locked, did I allow myself to open my hand. The list was short, just 7 strings of random letters and numbers followed by an email domain I didn't recognize. A key to a world that existed in the spaces between the one everyone else saw. I drove home, the paper tucked into my wallet, feeling its presence like a second heartbeat. That night, after Anna was asleep, I followed the simple encryption protocol Cassandra had outlined on a separate, now destroyed slip of paper. My first message was brief, just my name and a single question. The replies trickled in over the next few days, each from a different address, each a ghost confirming its existence. Isabel, the pianist, now taught music in a small college town. Marguerite, the first in the trunk, was a retired librarian in Arizona. Their words were cautious, stripped of emotion, but their solidarity was a tangible thing. A net stretched taut beneath me. We did not share our daily lives. We shared patterns. A sighting of Amos at a gallery opening in Berlin, noted and filed. A new business acquisition, a property in a remote part of Switzerland, analyzed for its potential purpose. A whisper of a new project. A young artist named Clara with dark, expressive eyes, who had recently vanished from her social circles. We watched. We documented. We added her name to the watch list. We were building a case not for a court of law, but for the court of a ruined reputation. My own contribution was small. I used the knowledge of his habits, his tastes, his methods of manipulation to predict his movements, to identify the shell companies that held his properties. It was like using the villain's own blueprint to dismantle his fortress. The fear never left me, but it was now a tool. It sharpened my focus. Months turned into a year. Anna thrived, her laughter echoing through our cottage, a sound I fought to protect. The sea outside our window was my constant reminder of the vast, chaotic world beyond his ordered, toxic universe. One evening, an encrypted message arrived from Cassandra. It was only 2 words. It's time. The final piece had fallen into place. Clara, the artist, had been seen looking pale and withdrawn at the event, a familiar, hollow look in her eyes. More importantly, one of our network, a woman named Sophia, who had been discarded just before me, had managed to place a listening device in his study during a final settlement meeting. She had recorded him detailing his entire system to a new junior partner, a man he was grooming to continue his work. He spoke of us not as people, but as assets and liabilities. He mentioned the storage trunk, calling it a minor security issue of sentimental items. He was institutionalizing his madness. The next 48 hours were a blur of coordinated action. From our separate corners of the world, we released the flood. The digital archive of journals, the financial records, the property deeds, the damning audio recording, it all went out in a single, unstoppable wave to every major news network, Interpol, and his entire board of directors. We did not ask for anything. We simply presented the evidence and vanished back into our lives. The collapse was swift and public. The news articles used words like predator and monster. His business partners fled. His empire crumbled under the weight of the scandal and the ensuing investigation. He did not go to jail immediately. The wheels of justice for crimes this complex and international turned slowly. But his power, his name, his ability to curate anything but his own disgrace, was utterly destroyed. I stood at my window one morning, a week after the story broke, watching the sea. It was the same gray, churning water, the same indistinct horizon. But the blur was gone. The line was clear. The monster was not slain, but he was named. And in the naming, he was made small and ordinary. He was just a man. A pathetic, cruel man. And his collection was finally permanently closed. The silence in the cottage was no longer fragile. It was deep, and it was whole, and it was entirely my own. A month later, a plain postcard arrived. It was a picture of a desert cactus in bloom. On the back, in neat, unfamiliar handwriting, were the words, "Thank you." It was not signed. I held it for a long time, then placed it in a small wooden box on the mantelpiece. It was not a reminder of the darkness, but a testament to the light we had managed to kindle in spite of it. Life with Anna settled into a new rhythm, one not haunted by the past, but built upon its ruins. I started painting again, not the precise, controlled work Amos had encouraged, but wild, messy seascapes full of crashing waves and unpredictable light. I didn't hide my history from Anna anymore. I told her in careful, age-appropriate pieces about the man who had tried to put people in boxes, and about the women who helped each other break free. She listened with her serious eyes, and one day she came home from school and drew a picture of many women holding hands in a circle. In the center, she wrote, "No more boxes." The news cycles moved on as they always do, but the quiet work of justice continued. I learned through a terse, encrypted message that Clara, the artist, had been found. She was in a private clinic in Switzerland, confused and frightened, but safe. The network had used the exposed information to locate her. We were still working, but now it was a work of rescue, not revenge. One afternoon, I was hanging my paintings in a small local gallery, a step that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. The bell on the door jingled, and I turned to see Cassandra standing there. She smiled, a real warm smile that reached her eyes. "I was in the area," she said, which I knew was a lie and a truth. She looked at my paintings. "They're full of life. He would have hated them." "That was the point," I said, and we both laughed, a sound that felt clean and new. We walked down to the shore, the wind whipping our hair. She told me that Marguerite had passed away peacefully, and that her will had left a substantial sum to a foundation we were establishing to help other women disappear from dangerous situations. The legacy was becoming tangible. "I think our work is almost done," Cassandra said, looking out at the horizon. "The structure is in place. Others can run it now." "What will you do?" I asked. She shrugged. "I think I'll learn to garden, something that grows." She squeezed my hand, and then turned to walk back up the beach, a solitary figure against the vastness of the sea and sky. I stayed there as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet. The past was a closed book, its weight finally distributed, its secrets no longer chains but lessons. The future was an open canvas, and for the first time, every brushstroke, every color, every single beautiful, messy, imperfect line was my own to make. The first time I saw my own face in a newspaper, it was not as his victim, but as the artist whose work was a raw and triumphant exploration of feminine resilience. The article was about the local gallery show, but the critic had done her homework. She connected the themes in my paintings to the public downfall of Amos, though she used no names. I read it standing in my kitchen, the morning sun warm on the floor, and I felt a quiet, solid pride. I was not a secret anymore. Anna started first grade. She brought home a friend, a little girl with bright red pigtails, and their laughter was a sound that filled the cottage, pushing the last of the shadows into the corners. I no longer jumped at the sound of a car door slamming outside. The fear had not vanished, but it had receded, becoming a faint, manageable whisper, like the distant sound of the tide on a calm day. A year after the collapse, a formal, cream-colored envelope arrived. It was an invitation to a gala fundraiser for the foundation we had built from Marguerite's bequest, now called the Artemis Fund. It was being held in the city, a place I had avoided for years. My first instinct was to decline, to stay safe within the boundaries of my new life. But then I thought of the trunk, of the dozens of voices that had been silenced for so long. We were silent no longer. I bought a dress, a deep blue that reminded me of the sea at midnight. I went alone. The event was in a grand hotel ballroom, all glittering chandeliers and the soft murmur of polite conversation. I saw Cassandra across the room, elegant in a simple black gown, speaking with a group of potential donors. She caught my eye and gave a slight, imperceptible nod. Then I saw her, Lillian Dotdar. She was older than the photo in her journal, her hair now a sleek silver bob, but her eyes were the same. She was standing near a large window, holding a glass of champagne, looking out at the city lights. I walked over, my heart beating not with fear, but with a profound sense of completion. "Lillian," I said softly. She turned, and for a moment, there was no recognition. Then her eyes widened slightly. "You," she whispered. "You're the one who found it. You're Elise." I nodded. "Your journal saved me." She reached out and took my hand. Her grip was firm. "We saved each other," she said. That was always the point, even if we didn't know it at the time. We didn't speak long. There was no need. The understanding between us was a finished sentence. I circulated through the room, a ghost in plain sight, but now I was a friendly ghost, a welcomed spirit. I was introduced as a founding member of the Artemis Fund, as a respected local artist. My past was a part of my story, but it did not define me. I left the gala early, the cool night air a relief after the warmth of the ballroom. As I walked to my car, I passed a newsstand. The headlines were about politics and sports. The world had moved on as it should. My story was no longer front-page news. It was simply my life. Driving home, the city lights fading in my rearview mirror, I felt a sense of peace so deep it was almost like a new kind of silence. It was not the silence of fear or suppression. It was the silence of a story that has been fully told, of a wound that has finally, completely healed. I was not a victim, not a survivor, not a warrior. I was just a woman, driving home to her daughter, to her cottage by the sea, to a life that was finally and completely her own. The road ahead was dark, but for the first time, I knew it was a road I had built myself, and I was no longer afraid of the dark. The key turned in the lock of our cottage door, a sound that was now a promise of sanctuary, not a portent of dread. Anna was already asleep, a small, peaceful shape in her bed. I stood in the doorway for a long moment, watching the rise and fall of her shoulders, the trust in her slackened face. This was the heart of it all. This was the quiet victory. The next morning, over pancakes, I told her I had gone to a party in the city. Her eyes grew wide. "Was there cake?" she asked. I laughed and said yes. There had been cake, but it wasn't as good as ours. It was a simple, ordinary exchange, a thread woven into the fabric of a normal life. The gala, Lillian, the entire history, it was all settling into its proper place inside me, becoming a foundation instead of a prison. In the studio, I faced a new, large canvas. For weeks, I had been struggling with it, trying to capture something just beyond my reach. Now, I picked up a brush, loaded with a bold, reckless yellow, and made a single sweeping stroke. It was not a controlled line. It was an eruption. I worked for hours, losing myself in the color and the movement until the painting was no longer a representation of the sea, but a feeling of it, the wild, untamable joy of being free. A few days later, a package arrived. It was from Cassandra, with no return address. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a small, worn leather journal, empty. Tucked into the front cover was a note in her precise script. "For the next story you want to tell, it doesn't have to be his." I ran my fingers over the soft leather. It felt like a passing of the torch and a permission slip to finally, fully let go. I took the journal down to the beach that evening. The tide was out, leaving the sand smooth and blank. I sat and watched the gulls wheel against the fading sky. I thought about writing, about filling the first page, but the words didn't come, and for once, I didn't force them. The silence was enough. The empty page was not a void to be feared, but a space of infinite potential. The past was written. The future was a story I was only just beginning to learn how to tell. I sat there until the stars pricked the deep blue overhead, a quiet witness to a world that was at last whole. The salt air was a familiar comfort, a constant in a life that had finally found its center. I placed the empty journal on the sand beside me, a weight both literal and symbolic. It was not a burden, but an anchor. The urge to document, to bear witness, had been so tied to survival for so long that I had forgotten it could also be for creation, for joy. A week later, I opened it, not to exorcise a ghost, but to capture a moment. I drew a crude, happy sketch of Aina building a sandcastle, her tongue stuck out in concentration. I wrote down the funny, profound thing she said about the moon being a lost button from a giant's coat. The journal began to fill, not with fear, but with life. It became a map of our days, a record of a peace we had fought for and won. The Artemis Fund grew, and my involvement shifted from active strategist to occasional advisor. New faces, younger women with fierce intelligence and fresh passion, took the reins. They had read the files, they knew the history, but they carried it differently. To them, it was a foundational text, a lesson in what to dismantle, not a personal haunting. This was as it should be. One autumn afternoon, I was raking leaves in our front garden when a car I didn't recognize pulled up. A woman got out, her posture hesitant. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, with an artist's portfolio case clutched in her hands. My breath hitched for a second, an old reflex, before I consciously relaxed. The monster was gone. This was something else. "Elise?" she called out, her voice tentative. I leaned on my rake. "Yes? I'm Clara," she said. "The painter. The fund. They helped me. Cassandra said it would be okay if I came. She said you might understand." I looked at her, at the shadows still lingering in her eyes, and I saw myself from a few years ago. I saw Lillian. I saw every name from the list. I invited her inside. We sat at my kitchen table, the same one where I had first met Cassandra, and she showed me her paintings. They were dark, chaotic, full of fractured figures and locked doors. They were brilliant and heartbreaking. "I don't know how to paint anything else," she whispered, her voice thick with frustration. "You will," I said. And I told her about my wild seascapes, about the first bold stroke of yellow. I didn't offer her easy answers, because there were none. I simply offered her a cup of tea, and the certainty that the path out of the dark, though long, was real. She was not a project to be curated. She was a person to be welcomed. After she left, I stood at the window, watching the light fade over the water. The work was not over. It had just changed shape. It was no longer about breaking a single man, but about building a world where his kind could not thrive. It was about being a safe harbor for the ones who still drifted, lost. The network was no longer a secret rebellion. It was a foundation, a community, a family forged in fire. And I was no longer just a point of light in a constellation. I had become a guide, a steady shore for others to find their way home. The story was not over. It was simply entering a new and more beautiful chapter.